everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm Bad as Fish 80, and as you can see, I'm joined by DfogoX and tODDlife. Gentlemen, welcome. How are we?
Oh,
Doing
good.
great, thanks. Yeah, thanks for
Today
having
we
me.
are the Blazer Boys.
The Blazer Boys.
Todd started this, he put a blazer on, Defogo felt left out, and then, you know, I couldn't be the only one. So
I
here
felt
we are.
inferior, not left out, because you
Inferior.
also had a Blazer.
This
Wow.
this is strong positive peer pressure, all right?
Yeah,
Blazers
exactly.
making a comeback, yeah.
So does that mean if I wear a fish costume, does that force you guys to get your own and wear those?
It forces you to give us a fish costume.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you
wow.
send me one, I will wear one next month.
That
Yeah.
was a quick. Okay, why are we here? Gentlemen, we are here for GGtoor's Knights Duel number 8. This is provided by GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, and the developers Betadwarf. And I am hoping for another awesome event, gentlemen. We've seen Set, of course, the losing finalist in the last 3 events. Perhaps he could go one further today, being beaten by Dragon, being beaten by DeathShott. But Set, he's got the ability to go all the way, don't you think?
Yeah, I definitely a strong player. I joined you here 2 months ago, and he was running a lot of similar decks. So we'll see if people like really target master ban him and things like that. But super strong player. A lot of these players we have today could make a run for first, no problem.
Yeah.
Very true.
I think
I
Set's
think
always
it's-
been a strong player, but recently he's
Exactly.
he's taken it to the next level.
We've seen him play much more frequent. And I think the point Todd mentioned about the targeted bans is something we've always seen happen to Set. Especially, I remember in lots of tournaments, people just straight up banning Setsu for him. So that's another point to consider. But right now, I think in this tournament, Set has very good chances of going higher.
Do you feel like he's in the previous finals? If we try to think about what happened before, was he beaten simply through just being outclassed by his opponents, or maybe just some deck building situations? But I guess the important thing is, regardless of what happened, it was a learning experience for him. He will have known what happened. He will have known in his mind why he lost, and if that was something within his control, then hopefully we'll see him pop back and again just build on that each time. And hopefully come back stronger. So it'll be interesting to see how he does today.
Yeah, at that top level, there really are a few things that can decide matches, and as you said, right, it could just be some slight difference in the matchup, right, where we're bringing decks and masters that you think are favorable against your opponent can come in huge. There's also, even the best players make those like really small inefficiencies that could stack up. So even those people are still getting better and better, right? So yeah, we'll see how he performs today. Looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anyone that has ever said, "Oh, I play perfectly." There is literally nothing I could have done better this game. So, and the tournament allows for that. Allows for a player to play at a super high and competitive level, and further highlighting those points where they can improve, where they can become even better players, and that's what we are here to see, right? Those awesome new level plays.
Yep, and of course, every time we have a new tournament, we have some new cards. So not the current season cards. The current season cards will not be allowed, but the previous season cards that were previously banned will be allowed. So that could change things up a bit. But also the balance changes as well. And the balance changes recently, they really affected a lot of cards that Dragon, Dragon, one of the top players, one of the tournament winners over and over again, the Grenadier, the Elite Swarmer, Stint, Marines, all of these sort of staple cards that Dragon definitely uses a lot in his decks. They've all been nerfed a little bit, so that could potentially affect him, because I feel like Set doesn't necessarily play that sort of real meta style.
Set's always kind of play the style of his own. The aspect of Dragon is true, but I think even in general, we're talking about nerf on very standard cards, which is Grenadier and Plasma Marines. I think more than Dragon, it's gonna have an impact for almost everyone. I'm very curious to see if these cards are gonna appear as often as in the previous tournaments.
Yeah, the other thing is, are people going to be playing them? And also, are people going to be banning them? Because these are the cards that we saw banned over and over again. So if they don't feel like they're so strong and they're auto includes, they might not be the auto bans anymore. people may decide to ban slightly more outside of the meta. Remember, as we've spoken about many times before, when you're banning what's potentially good against your deck, what's potentially the meta, what if you know your opponent, potentially what your opponent wants to use. So of course, with all the changes with the patch, then all of these things have to come into the decision when the players are deciding what to ban and against who. We've got some guys in the chat already, Duck Westlin and Set, both great players. So would one of you guys like to go through the bracket and just pick out the big names that we're expecting to do well today?
Go for it, Todd.
Okay, well, we got DeathShott at the top of the bracket. He had a round 1 bye, and in round 2, he's facing Nafto. That's a name that I hadn't seen before, but they showed up in your 1v1 tournament, Fish, number 29, and they beat Satan round 1. My understanding is they are kind of more of a historic player, maybe just re-entering the scene. So probably a tough matchup for Nafto in round 2, but could definitely make a run in the lower bracket if they end up there. Nerzl's a strong player. Mephisto, Westlin with a first round bye as well. Dragon with a first round bye. Lazur making a return for this tournament. Marshe. I mean, we just have a lot of very strong players. Batowski not to be underrated. Nick Show, a fellow bridge baddie and fierce competitor. Set with the first round bye. Nataraja facing Uzair in round 1 could be a tight match. And DarkCrow, who I think is a very good player as well. And then some other names that I don't recognize. And they could be very competitive too, you know, and they can get a favorable matchup potentially or play in a unique style that catches their opponents off guard. So just about like 40 competitors today, and really excited to see these matches for sure.
Yeah, because we were speaking before the stream about Marshe, how well he's been playing recently, and he's somebody that's only come on the radar relatively recently. Whilst I think he has played the game for a while. You know, he wasn't really in our thoughts about tournament play, but in one of the relatively recent GGtoor Knights Duels, he did have some incredible matches. He had played a very aggressive style, and I've played against him on the ladder a lot, and he likes to play things like the Gax and the Rammer and really take it to his opponent. And that's something that sort of playstyle can catch tournament players unaware, because that's not necessarily what we see in tournaments, and especially... a lot of tournament decks don't have the tools to deal with that kind of aggro.
Yeah, a lot of people are running a lot of control, trying to win the XP game, and yeah, aggro decks can get underneath you, right? You gotta make sure you're saving your answers, right? Not pushing for bridges too hard and playing defensively.
And I mean, I think it's also important how players are going to adapt to the meta, right? We were talking about the cards, the changes, the new patches, and all of this is something that all players need to consider. For example, taking a look at most bans that have happened right now for this first round, we see lots of people banning Whirly Scrat and Defensive Chopper, which are other AoE alternatives that will probably be more seen now, since Grenadier, the cheaper version, is weaker. We also see lots of Stun Lancers, which also serve for, well, first of all, they've been very strong for a couple of past seasons, I think. And they also serve as a good split, which now we don't see from Plasma Marines. So all these changes, I'm very interested to see how they are going to affect it. Not just that, there's also the possibility of the cards of the previous season taking a good spot here. So like the Kurnath or Sapphire Pebble. I'm very excited about the Pebbles. Well, Pebbles, but whatever, who cares?
Do you think we'll see those?
I don't know how to pronounce. I don't know.
Those were the cards that were banned in the last event because they were the current season cards, but they are now available. So that's the Kurnath Crystalback, which is the relatively tanky guy who has the anti-spell mechanic, where if your opponent uses a spell, it does damage to the 3 closest minions. That of course got a buff in the recent patch, got 50 extra HP, so could see that. The Pebbles I think is quite an interesting card. It's pretty fun to play with, but again, I don't know if these are particularly cards that we'll see in the top of the game. I'm not sure if they're particularly strong enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see Kurnath here because the spell utility he provides is pretty easy to play around. Yeah, I've yet to see that been used really effectively. I mean, even when you're getting for free with APAP, I haven't really seen do much more than just be a tanky unit. The Pebbles, I think, are more effective in 2v2 because if you're playing all three of them using the Myriad mechanic, it's kind of a mana investment, right? So it helps to have a teammate that can support that. Although I do think they are really good tools. I haven't seen them use that effectively in 1v1 yet.
I think the Pebbles are better than people think, and whenever I see people play them, they're always playing one or two at a time, and that's just not the way you want to play them. You want to get all of them. You can get up to 4 of them just jumping out at once, and that's huge value when you're getting one, each additional one for only 1 mana.
Exactly. I think that's the point lots of people don't realize. Like when you read that for every one you have in your hand, you pay an extra one, it feels like you are paying extra mana, but it's the other way around. You get a discount because all of them are playing by that extra amount, so it's really, really very good.
They do such good DPS. Their range is incredible.
The range is really
is very good.
They really help you with your bridge control because it makes it so difficult for your opponent to get anywhere near that bridge. Because those things just shred, and they shred at a distance. Okay, so it looks like our first game is going to be DeathShott against Nafto. Now, are we joining this in the round 2?
This is round 2 because DeathShott did have a bye round 1.
Okay, so of course we're going to have our dual deck technology. So we'll set up here, and let's see. Do you guys have Nafto as a friend? Let's see what I've got here.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Starting with someone we don't know. That's never a surprise.
It's good though. It's good to have fresh blood.
For sure.
Okay.
Wait, Nafto name it's Quentin. I recognize that name.
Yeah.
Oh really?
That one I recognize.
Yeah, when Satan played him in your tournament, Fish, he recognized the name and I didn't. I guess he was on the scene a while ago and maybe re-entering the competitive portion.
So do you have him as a friend then?
No. When I sent the invite, that's the name that popped up. So like, oh, I recognize this one.
Okay. How did you send the invite? Do you have the number or?
Well, all players added their Steam ID on the registration.
Can you put it in the chat for me, please?
You on it?
Okay. Right. We're just going to set up these friend requests. Okay, Quentin. You're already friends with this user. Okay, that's good. Quentin, yep. Shut up!
That's what you just have too many friends. You can't keep them all straight.
Stop bullying me. It's because I checked my friends list, but I looked for the other name, and then I put the thing in, and it came up with Quentin.
Wait, exactly. Now I know I recognize the name because I played him in the 2v2. That all makes sense now.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what Satan was saying. Oh, all dots are connected now.
So players get to ban 1 master and 2 cards. Wild cards are restricted from the tournament and all 1v1 play right now. And yeah, the newest season cards are banned, right? So we won't be seeing any of the new Bounceberry Flingers, which are incredibly strong, and the Harmful Souls card.
Yeah,
that's also pretty strong. I mean, I think that's
they're both very strong.
A-tier removal. Yeah.
Okay, so I have these players set up. Who's gonna cast this first one with me?
Todd started with the Blazer. I think he deserves having the first one.
All right.
Okay, we can do that.
You're just gonna go first, I guess. Okay.
Right, so we put the bracket in the chat so people can follow along. And then we'll just get the score set up on the screen, and then we should be almost ready to jump into game number 1. So this is going to be winners bracket 2. So have either of these players played a game, or did they both get buys?
Oh, let me reference the
Quentin played a game.
Who did he play against?
Yeah, he played against
Zombie Waffle.
Yeah. We do not have the score, we just have like win-loss, so we don't know by how much, but it was a game.
Yeah, and DeathShoot's ban just came in. DeathShoot is going to ban Wrecked, who we see as an incredibly commonly banned 1v1 master. He's also banning Grenadier and Stun Lancers. Those are some staple cards. And and Nafto or Quentin just mirrored that ban. Wrecked, Grenadier, and Stun Lancers.
Well,
that is a
strategy. Yeah.
It's like, oh, my opponent thinks these cards are strong. Well, I'm just gonna ban him as well.
I believe him. I believe him.
So these were not private bans then?
No, I see him in the ban selections channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Well, you can see at least he didn't just copy and paste the message. He typed it out himself. You can tell it. He probably changed it though. Let me just spell wrecked wrong or different. Okay, so we're going to have our first game of the day. This is our best of 3. So we're going to be best of 3 until we get into the finals. So once we get to the finals, it'll be best of 5. There'll be conquest rules. So if you win with a master, you won't be able to play that master anymore. But those rules don't apply until we get to the finals. So forget about those. It's going to be best of 3. No conquest rules. So if somebody wanted to play one master, one deck combo over and over again, they can do that in these early stages of the tournament. So let's just let everyone know that we are ready. And then we can get into our first action of the day, hopefully. We're going to have DeathShott against Nafto. This is Winners Bracket Round 2. The bracket will always be available in the chat with the brackets command, so you can figure out exactly what's going on if you want to follow along at home. Of course, we try to keep you up to date with everything that's going on, but there's lots of matches going on, so if you want to see what's going on elsewhere in the tournament, you certainly can do so. So normally what we do in these dual elimination events is we will follow the winners bracket until we find out our first grand finalist, and then we'll swap down to the redemption bracket and then follow that through. So if you're trying to follow a specific player that maybe not featured on the stream, then just follow them along in the bracket and see how they're doing. Just a reminder, we do have a 180-second, a 3-minute delay on the stream, just to ensure that there's as much safety and competitiveness for the players as possible. We don't want anyone peeking in on the stream and seeing what's going on in their opponent's hand. That makes it a little bit awkward for us to talk to chat, but we will do our best. But in the interest of keeping this as a fair tournament as possible, that is how we do it. Right, so let's go. Okay, so we've let them know when the players are ready.
DeathShott is one of my favorite players to watch. When I first started getting more competitive in Minion Masters, I would watch his stream, which he does occasionally to sell them. And I would watch him win games, and I just couldn't even understand where he was gaining advantage over the game. And before you know it, he's just up 50 XP in a 1v1. And yeah, so positioning and timing is those fundamentals are he performs really highly at those.
New players or even very experienced players can still learn a lot from these players. You know, remember when we're talking about how you learn this game and how you get proficient at this game, it's about using the right card at the right time, but positioning is so important. You can play a card and get 0 value. You can play it slightly different and get huge value. So that's a very important thing. So pay attention if you want to see how these players are doing. Have a look at what they're playing, but where they're playing it. Are they playing it defensively within master range to help their master DPS kill stuff? Are they playing it in the pocket to keep it safe? Are they tanking on face? Are they taking bridges? So many things, so many little things that can get the advantage. Next time we will, let's watch, and these great players can help us all learn. So I'm joined by tODDlife for this one. DeathShott against Quentin.
All right, starting off with some bridge contesting. So these Scrats, because of the changes to Marines, Scrats can capture the opening bridges a little more effectively because they don't have to contend with Marines always.
Yep.
And we have, Milloween versus Morelia.
So DeathShott's likely to have a deck packed with spells. Now the key I think to a Milo deck is you want spells, but you need to have the balance between spells and units. Every time you use a spell, it's going to power up your Arcane Golem. But you need some units as well.
Yeah, I think 2 to 3 spells is honestly enough to run Milloween. Typically all my decks will at least have 2 spells anyways, because you want to be able to deal with different situations. And spells give you a lot of versatility. Game
knowledge from DeathShott at the top there. He knows that if he spawns the archers into the cannon roller, if they've got Mana Surge, they will kill the cannon roller. One will survive. So these are the little things that the players understand the trades. And they can see. They don't need to sit there. They don't need to watch what happens. They know what's going to happen. Okay, Flyby.
Assassin is a card I expect to see a lot of today. Flyby is a great answer for it because you can reveal it, slow it down, and deal with it once he comes out of stealth.
So we spoke about DeathShott and his bridge control. He's a little bit behind on XP at the moment, but he's going to catch up with these bridges for a little while.
Yeah, Milloween really likes her perks, I'll just say that. So being at perk 1 definitely makes Milloween more competitive than just the base game, for sure. So I expect him to even like start coming back here on XP right now. And they're both just fighting for bridges here, not a lot of aggression at the moment. Yeah. The Assassin on Quentin's side is a good tool to deal with Turtle in its lower state. Just putting it right on the Turtle and dealing that stealth damage.
So perk 3 is going to be very important now. These are very different in perk 3s. We've got Morelia with her one and done dragon perk 3. You need to get value out of it. You need to change the game. You need to have an impact on the game at that point. And then we've got Milloween, of course, with the perk 3 that's just going to carry on giving over and over again with that big stacked golem just from the start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I consider perk 3 Milloween like just a built-in win condition too. If you control the game, you can typically win off of the perk 3 golems. Still very close in the XP game here. Not a lot of threat to either player's HP. Assassin on the bottom there.
Bit of pressure here, though.
Bottom is, yeah, definitely more threatening.
Whirly's going to help.
Yeah,
you can see what he's doing there. That's basically melee against melee, but he's using the vortex to keep the Legionnaires out of their attack range. So whilst 2 units can be both melee, they don't necessarily have the same melee range. Not all melee range is created equal. And you can see there the Whirly was shredding but not taking a hit. Again, just these small things that these top players know and can utilize.
There's already a lot of action in this game. Right, just a lot of bridge contesting and things like that. Quentin is still up on the XP, about to hit perk 3. We'll see when he uses the dragon. Immediately gets it. Yeah.
Immediately uses the dragon, drops defensively. This is where he's going to try and build up a big push. But because of the defensive position of the dragon, he could lose out on some XP for a while here. DeathShott really wants to get that big golem to help deal with the dragon, and has done. Slowing the dragon. That's going to keep it on that side for longer, and also it's going to reduce its overall DPS.
Yeah, slowing down the dragon's a bit of a dual-edged sword, because you want to be able to like retake the bridge behind it. It did allow him to, get to perk 3 of his own here. We'll see how he deals with this dragon on his side now. If he's going to contest the bridge behind it. This
is a strong position for Quentin, but remember, this dragon is once one and done, as we spoke about, so he needs to get value out of it. He's ahead on XP. The DeathShott's dealing with the dragon. You see he's keeping all of the little units behind the dragon, spreading them all around it so the dragon can't shred everything at once.
Yeah,
and that dragon's almost dead.
The dragon. Yeah, 100%. Just distract it with the elite swarmer, can take a few hits. Swarm it with DPS units that don't even get taken out with one counterattack. So yeah,
so now
very strong.
Quentin effectively doesn't have a perk 3 anymore. It's calm, it's gone. Whereas DeathShott's going to have a perk 3 for the rest of the game.
Yep. And having 2 turtles out at one time is where the game can really start to shift.
Yep.
We'll see when he gets the next one. Assassin on the bottom here. DeathShott saw it, yeah.
Quentin basically in this situation, he just needs to hang on to get to Mana Frenzy first. Can he do so? A lot of damage coming out. DeathShott using the spells just to manage it. Goes for face. DeathShott may have identified I'm behind on XP. Do I need to decide that I need to win this by going face? Let's find out. But of course, Morelia can heal, and that could certainly throw a spanner in the works of that strat.
Yeah, that's a great decision to go heals there, just to give him a little bit extra buffer. The other question is, once Quentin reaches Mana Frenzy, which it looks like he will, can DeathShott hold off to reach his own Mana Frenzy?
Yeah.
And then also the Milloween or 3 kind of loses some value because it is a timer perk and not a rotation perk.
Yep.
Great use of
He's got 2
there, really
thick golems at the top. That's
yeah.
That's going to be so difficult for Quentin to deal with.
Yep, Quentin
He's going to get.
He needs to hold the bridges though to gain advantage.
Yeah, he's going to have his Mana Frenzy about now, but is he going to be able to survive to use any of that benefit? He's done a great job getting to Mana Frenzy first, but he's taking damage here, and the pushes are just going to keep on coming. He's trying. DeathShott pulling that warrior away so he can try to get onto face. That Whirly's going to be on face. Of course, that's going to be game there with the flyby coming in. The heal was just about to land, but...
Yeah, I thought that drain was going to come in time. It still would have been really dicey there, but great match.
And we saw there... We saw there that he got to his own Mana Frenzy first, but he wasn't able to get any sort of benefit from it. He wasn't able to just stay in the game long enough to get any value from it, DfogoX.
I think there were, like, in this last minute, there were some very small plays, like some plays that the details were so small. For example, yes, he needed to regain some health back, but at that time, if instead of that he went harder on the bridges, I believe he should have gotten to Mana Frenzy earlier, and he would have had more mana to stop that 2 golem push. Instead, he drained health, played a warrior and a cannon roller, just 3 extra mana that he actually needed to have invest on top right at that moment. So, and then at the end, he played the Legionnaires on bottom to capture the bridge that the cannon roller was already gonna get when he needed them on top to keep the whirly and the golem occupied. So it's just very small plays there that he just needed to recover. He had Mana Frenzy, he just didn't have the tempo. And at that point there, those small tempo plays could have given him a lot more. But he played really, really well. I think he put up an amazing fight. And he forced DeathShott to realize, okay, no, this is not going to be for bridges. I'm going to go for the kill. And force DeathShott to make very awkward plays as per se to gain that advantage. I'm saying awkward, not that they were bad plays, because DeathShott managed to capitalize very well on them. But for example, DeathShott Vortex a whirly outside of a missile's range just to get the missiles on face. Of course, also to get the whirly out of the golem and everything. But that combo play, he had more alternative, but he opted for that one. And it's very interesting to see that. But very, very good game.
Often we see the strength of Milo decks is they do have the tools to do that direct face damage if they feel like they need to. We've seen that definitely in the past where it starts off as a control game, but then when it's identified, oh, I need to kill the game. I remember a game between Dragon and DeathShott where Dragon had a Demon Warrior, sorry, DeathShott had a Demon Warrior deck, and Dragon had a Milo packed with spells. DeathShott got the Demon Warrior activated and started really getting back into the game, but Dragon was able to identify, I need to finish this game now. The longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to get for me. I can't contest with this activated Demon Warrior, and he had the tools in the Milo deck just to do the face damage and close it out, and that's one of the things that Milo decks have. But of course you've got to make the decision appropriately. Do I go face or do I use my spells? Because if you start putting all your mana into face, then you're going to lose control of the board, and you need to make that decision correctly, and we can see DeathShott made that decision perfectly there, even with the heals coming in from Morelia. Okay, so this is best of 3.
Showtime!
So this is going to be game number 2.
Switch masters, but we see both of our contestants are on Diona here. Super strong 1v1 master at the high skill level. Quentin pops a future pass, so we'll get a random card discounted by 1 cost now.
Okay, so let's just bring that up so we can see exactly what's going on.
Giona tends to be very controlling. The traps are really good tools to deal extra damage or to distract. I definitely like the long game can gain incremental advantage from Ruffles.
Okay, Quentin, what do we have? So, a Stormy available for Quentin from the future.
So, yeah, Stormy. Kind of underwhelming at times. We'll see how effective they can use it, and if they have other Zen Chi to maybe get the Zen Chi bonus.
Yeah, Stormy, definitely not a meta card. Definitely better in 2v2.
DeathShott's a big fan of this Tranquil Shihu, and Quentin is forced to kind of use a spell so it doesn't just heal back up, right? So has to spend 5 mana to deal with the monkey at that point, but arguably the right call.
So DeathShott using Blood Imps, and lots of people are far too scared to use Blood Imps, and I used to be, but if you use them appropriately, they're incredible. 90 combined DPS for 1 mana. You can split, you can grab bridges. They're really, really useful. But of course they do have the drawback that they will pass on. Is it 75% damage to the Master now with the Blood Pact?
Yeah, it's 75%.
So it can be punished.
Yeah, and Giona has built-in healing, right? So when I'm running Blood Imps, I like to consider what Masters are appropriate for it, right? And if you're trying to go really aggro and maybe want to do Red Golem shenanigans, or if you're doing this more, control strategy and the 1 mana really matters and you want to push bridges, and have
the Tranquil Monkey healing.
Recover ability. So in like Morelia with Lifesteal, or Apap with got the Totem, and Giona are good Masters to...
And one of the things DeathShott will be paying attention to is what ways does Quentin have of punishing those Blood Imps.
Exactly, yeah. I lost a draft match the other day because I played Blood Imps into a Boomer that I knew my opponent had, and I didn't split them.
Yep.
Yeah, this monkey's doing a lot of value.
Like these high-level players, they will be paying attention to what their opponents have, and they'll be playing around them, and they'll be looking for counters and things like that. But things like the Blood Imps just take that to the next level, where if you make that decision incorrectly, you can get horrifically punished.
Yeah, so DeathShott is up on the XP game here.
DeathShott is insanely up on the XP game here. We saw how well Quentin did in the previous game. He got to Mana Frenzy first. This time, it is not quite working out in that same manner for him.
Yeah, DeathShott seems to have really good tools here. The Whirly was doing a lot of value versus these Legionnaires. You got the Monkey, which is healed up multiple times. This Brother of the Burning Fist was like the heavy unit of choice we saw 2 months ago, so I'm interested to see how much we see it today as well.
Judging really by the ladder, I expect to see it a lot. This monkey is going to die. That's frustrating. DeathShott going to use the trap, trying to shut down the Prowler.
I think that's
Looks
a good
like
call.
he's going to. The DPS cut that comes out of the new traps are very strong. DeathShott burning a little bit of mana here, deciding exactly what to do. That's a nice kill at the top, because whilst it doesn't kill Stormy, it does kill the units that would have taken the bridge, forces out those Legionnaires.
Yeah, and reduces Stormy to only dealing 1 hit, right?
Places the monkey far enough away so it doesn't get hit by the Stormy. Doesn't look like the Tranquil Monkey's going to survive it this time. But we've already got perk 3 for DeathShott. He's in control of this game. He's done more face damage, and he's done XP damage, if you like. Now, he doesn't have any tools.
I like these Ravenous Swarmers, too, for really high DPS units, and a few cheap spells to enable them. Here, he's just using them vanilla, because he just wanted to push the bridge there.
He's trying to get the pressure on, trying to shut that Cage Prowler down. Doesn't look like he's going to. I think it's 130 damage, is it, you need to do to it to shut it down?
I am not a numbers man, but Disu is, so he knows exactly what he needs to do.
I think it's like that, yeah.
Using the taunt to occupy the Prowler, as well as pulling a hit off of Stormy. Pretty heads-up play there.
Bit of pressure coming from Quentin here, but he's so far behind on XP.
Yeah, Disu's approaching Mana Frenzy, just 20 XP away. And the Blood Imps are doing a lot of work there. Yeah, maybe Disu would just with a cheaper deck here. Able to rotate faster, fight for the bridges more aggressively.
Yep.
The brother barely missing his proc there for the Holy Ground, which would have killed all those Scrats.
And one of the things we mentioned about different masters, some of the masters perks are timer based, some of the masters perks are rotation based. They're cards in your deck. So things like the traps from Diona, they're a card that's added to your deck. So if you have a heavy deck, then you get less traps overall. It takes longer to get to them. But a huge face damage coming out here. That trap's going to finish the game. DeathShott comfortable in that one. Really had to fight for the first game, but the second game was far more comfortable for him.
I mean, I think for this matchup, Quentin played amazing, but honestly, I don't see how his Diona deck could have beaten DeathShott deck, and we saw evidence of this the whole match. Usually, when you have cards that are key to for you to gain advantage, you want to protect them, and in Quentin's case, his cards would probably come from, well, future. He's gonna get a discounted card, so that's something crucial. Caged Brawler, which is a 3-mana card that gives you 5-mana card, and then well, let's just focus on these two for now. So the Caged Brawler dies to Frost Feathers alone, so it's a 2-mana for 3-mana. That's huge value for DeathShott, and then also the fact that 1-mana Trap also handled it. So just on this one aspect where Quentin can capitalize, it's out. And then the card he got, Stormy, he had no Zenshi activators to get the extra effect, and DeathShott was running, well, Diona, so there's the traps again, and also Daggerfall. Well, and we can also consider Frost Feathers again. So just by being Diona and having Daggerfall and Frost Feathers, everything that Quentin tried to do, everything extra, everything where Quentin could try to get an advantage, was shut down immediately. Daggerfall was damaging Stormies and also taking out Ruffles and Crystal Archers in one spell. It's huge. So I just don't think Quentin's deck had the tools to handle everything that DeathShott was doing.
Yeah, sometimes you just come up against things that counter you, and that's the thing with the Caged Prowler is if it spawns you get great value, but it can, as you say, it can be shut down very efficiently. A very cheap trap just shuts it down. The flyby can shut it down. There's all sorts of different things that can shut it down. And I guess you just kind of just hope that your opponent doesn't have those tools. And we've definitely seen things like when the people play the Caged Prowler, they play the Unholy Ground as well. So if the flyby comes in, they can use the Unholy Ground to try to defend that. But of course, then what you got to remember is that's more mana invested. Is your cheap Prowler now a cheap Prowler if you've had to spend more money to try to more mana to get it? So these are all little things. Sometimes you just have to let that Prowler die, let your opponent commit their mana to it, and then just move on. But again, these are the things, just paying attention to the counters. What do they have to counter my Prowler? Have they just used it? If they have, let me get that Prowler down. Things like that. But of course, DeathShott had the multiple ways of doing it. He had the flyby, he had the traps, and that's where it becomes very difficult to get any sort of value out of it. Okay,
yeah,
yep, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we talked about what makes DeathShott so good is like his timing and positioning, you know, the micro plays. But as we saw in round 1 and also round 2, the macro plays, like looking at the game and evaluating what you need to do to win, the avenue to winning, and how to gain incremental advantage. That strategic level, Dsu is really a mastermind at that as well, adjusting his strategy on the fly.
Certainly. Okay, so next we're going to be seeing Nataraja against DarkCrow, both very top players. Now, if you guys can keep an eye on any bans coming in, this is going to be another round 2 game.
We do not yet have the bans, but we for certain have the expectations. So both of these players are used to getting very further in the tournament. We've seen them both make amazing comebacks, amazing decks. So honestly, it's kind of hard to know what to expect. I don't think I'm aware of any deck they've been playing recently that's going to be very, very strong. But then again, I'm also not up to date in the 1v1 part. Todd, I don't know if you have any insight or any idea what we can expect for this match.
Yeah, so you know, we were all hyped up over the 1v1 change with no wildcards because it makes for a nice testing environment for tournaments. And the ladder, you know, was highly competitive and it could influence tournament play. But now with the new season cards that are banned from this tournament, the 1v1 ladder looks really different because you see a lot of flingers and harmful souls. So it's hard to be informed by that. And then just adminning the 1v1 and supporting the 2v2 tournament, there are just a lot of players that are like, yep, none of my decks work anymore. So I think the players are in the same spot that they're trying to figure out the game right now. And those minor nerfs to some crucial cards can really shift the meta. You know, I was playing with someone in 2v2 and there were just all these propeller scratches. It's like, why are there all these propeller scratches? Well, when people are playing less Plasma Marines, you know, propeller scratch can be a lot more effective at DPS. Now they're not doing some of the other things in the game like bridge grab, but yeah, I am always really interested to see what the best players in Minion Masters bring to a competitive tournament like this. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Always the interesting thing with the balance changes are something gets nerfed, but then that has a knock-on effect, as you're saying. Like, what is the card that was good against other things is now not so good against other things. So that means that whilst we're going to see less of the card that got nerfed, we may see more of other things, and that's always the interesting thing. And that's part, I guess, of the juggling act that the devs have to do with the balances. They've got to be aware. They can't just say, oh, this card is too strong, let's just nerf it. They've got to be aware of, if we nerf this, what are the potential impacts of this, and is that going to be healthy for the game? But yeah, that's all. And often we see cards get nerfed because they fill a specific role for a specific cost far better than anything else. So we're going to see, hopefully, if things like the Marines and the Stint get nerfed, that could open up people to play more Crystal Archers or more Crossbow Dudes. And again, as you say, if these cards are less effective against things like prop hordes and stuff like that, then maybe we'll see more of those. So that's always interesting how just small changes to a unit can actually have bigger changes overall in the meta, not only for that card but for other cards that it potentially was good against.
And we also now have our bans. DarkCrow banned Morelia, Stun Lancers, and Rekinator. Nataraja banned Wrecked, Stun Lancers, and Whirly. So once again, Stun Lancers, we see them banned. And like we were previously saying just now, Stun Lancers were nerfed, and we started seeing more of them. So I guess it's one of the cases where we can't really say they were nerfed, but they were changed, because they are still filling up a very prominent spot in most decks. And there it is, Whirly and Rekinator, so they are both AoE cards, although Rekinator is probably slightly bit more expensive than Whirly. And Morelia and Wrecked. Alright.
Yeah, Stun Lancers are interesting because, you know, they were like really strong, and then everyone's running like Stun Lancer removal. And then Resonating Blast Crystal got nerfed, where it didn't deal with Stun Lancers anymore. And then everyone is running Stun Lancers. And then we see the Stun Lancer change, and people are running less Stun Lancer removal because they don't just like totally shut down your deck. So I think Stun Lancers are in a much healthier spot right now. This Rekinator ban I find interesting because that's not a unit you see very often at all. So I wonder what DarkCrow is speculating there with banning that, or if it deals with his deck a lot.
Exactly. I mean, it either deals with his deck or it's something different. I think I fairly remember seeing a Mordor deck that was basically about getting reses on Fenrir and Rekinators. So it's very interesting to think about how maybe it's a ban to kind of counter that. I am not certain though. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it's always interesting. Like, are they banning because does Nataraja have an incredibly strong Rekinator deck? Is that why he's banning? Or, as you say, is he banning it because the Rekinator is really difficult for his decks to deal with? We're not sure. But there's obviously some thoughts going into that, especially because it is quite an outside of the meta ban. So there is some reason for it. We don't know what it is, but we can only speculate. But it's an interesting one. Right, so we're ready to go. This is another best of 3, round 2. when the players are ready, we are ready. It's Nataraja against DarkCrow. And whilst I would say both of these players are experienced players, I feel like, for me anyway, Nataraja is the more experienced tournament player. He's won some big tournaments in the past. So maybe that will help him out a little bit here. We've definitely seen him get through deep into events many times before.
Either way, I think it's also about how play styles, and I think the main difference here is that usually Nataraja plays very strong cards, very well, I wouldn't say meta decks, but not weird decks, while DarkCrow sometimes comes up with very out of the box ideas for decks that are, I would say, hard to deal with, especially when most players are not expecting it and are not used to those cards. So it can very well come down to how well Nataraja can deal with DarkCrow weird ideas for decks, and weird in a good sense. But it's also, well, that's probably the mind game that the players are on right now, because I believe you're just waiting for them to start.
Yeah. Now, Nataraja, we tend to see Nataraja play a Mordor deck, a relatively cheap Mordor deck, things like Cage Prowler in there. We'll see if that's something that he's going to do again. Because obviously, the problem these players have is if they get too comfortable in a kind of deck for a tournament, then their opponents know what to expect. So they need to be careful. They need to keep switching things up as much as possible. And here we go. We're going to be loading into this game now. DfogoX joining me on this one. It's going to be Nataraja against DarkCrow in the winner's bracket. Round 2. Best of 3. What do we have?
Give me those viewers, masters.
Let's see. So Nataraja is going with Milowin and DarkCrow is going with Setsu. Alright. So I can already feel that Nataraja is going to play a very spell-heavy deck. Well, I would expect everyone, as we are seeing Dragon Nest coming right up. Yeah. And DarkCrow open. I believe that's the sound of the Crystalline Sweeper.
Yeah, the Veil Stalker.
Yeah, the Veil Stalker.
Oh, here we go. Interesting.
There.
Not something we've seen in the tournament for a long time, which is a Dragon's Nest.
Oh, she went. So I genuinely thought she went bottom. That's definitely very bad for Nataraja. Wow.
Yeah, one of the sneaky things DarkCrow did there is he spawned the stealth unit right in the middle, so his opponent wouldn't know which way it was going to go. Whilst you can see it spawn, you don't know exactly which way it's going to go.
That was a very good use of the Nerzl Light Shield right there. However, it was not enough as DarkCrow had Scotty ready.
Scotty, of course, a very high DPS unit, but he will sit down at 50% HP for 5 seconds.
I like how I was saying that that DarkCrow is the one more expected to play something weird, and then we have Nataraja playing Dragon Nest, which is not very common nowadays.
No, and of course against Setsu it's going to be frustrating because Setsu's going to be all over that Dragon's Nest.
What a Hypnotize, that was
the Hypno just keeping that alive, okay.
Oh!
That's a lot of damage coming out.
That was very interesting for 2 reasons. One, you kind of get a unit with all the health back, but at the same time, if you transform your Golem, he loses the Hypnotize, like the Golem starts being Hypnotized when he transforms, and he's also transforming into a unit that cannot attack Dragon, so that was very interesting.
Do you feel like the recent buff to the Dragon's Nest, just that 1 mana reduction, is enough for it to be competitive?
Well, so far it does not appear to be so. I wonder if as the game progresses, we are gonna get a different idea.
Reckonator is gonna be so hard for him to deal with, though.
I think everything is gonna be so hard for him to deal with, honestly. This just feels like a very good deck to counter Dragon.
Cleaver killing the Golem at the top. Okay, that wasn't a great shield.
Yeah.
But DarkCrow has taken a lot of damage.
Oh wow, and and this is gonna be insane.
He's been using the Gorex Gate, so that's a lot of damage. That's going to be too much. Nataraja's going to take this. Where did that come from? Holy wow.
Honestly, I think it was the Duel Stalker at the end. Wow.
So one of the things with the Veil Stalker is that if you have a lot of spells in your deck, every time you use a spell, it makes her do her Crystalline Sweep, which can be great if it's around units, but that's an extra mana it's costing you effectively for every spell at that time. Todd, did you expect to see that turn around at the end there?
Dragon Nest can be a very swingy card. It allows you to put a lot of value on the field as you're gaining value elsewhere with the spells. And that last Hypnotize just didn't, I don't think it got the effect that DarkCrow was looking for. It was behind a lot of the units, and we saw they like aggroed onto weird targets and didn't really get a lot of value there. Plus the jump was pretty quickly defeated. I wouldn't say it's surprising to see Nataraja capitalize there, but a lot of interesting card choices. I really like Veilstalker a lot. I think seeing Dragoness is very interesting. I think it can be competitive. I wouldn't say maybe top tier competitive, but I think in certain decks it could shine. And it could always just be a dead card in your hand if you're not getting the value out of it that you want. You could always fall back on a different strategy there. But it seemed like Nataraja wanted to stick with it. You know, survived a couple jumps, survived the first Hypno push, and yeah, turned it around.
It was fairly surprising that he was able to get so much value out of it, despite Setsu being all over it, despite the Reckonator pushing into it. He still got a lot of value. And there was one thing there that I think really helped him a lot, where we saw there was the Reckonator was pushing in, but then he used the bridge buddies, and it turned it around.
Yeah, that was really huge at protecting that a little bit longer.
So that was
plus the werewolf spell, the once bitten on those the shrimps are pretty strong too. That held off the Reckonator a little bit longer.
For sure. Go on.
I was going to say, it looked like a really awkward setup for him, but he made it work. Nataraja.
Yep. I don't think this proves that Dragon Nest is overpowered, though, because I think it's important to notice we are in version 1.30, right? And in 1.28, Dragon Nest went from 4 mana to 5 mana, and we had 2 seasons where I don't remember seeing Dragon Nest around. So I think more than above, this for me at least, this feels more like a rollback. So okay, let's put him stable again. We realize the changes that have been going on around. Let's put him back, not let's make him better. I think that's how it is. That's also why I don't feel like this was an overpowered play by Dragon Nest. I think Nataraja played really, really well. He realized where he could play on, and that's how he got a win.
Yeah, I think the only time Dragon's Nest was just broken was when you could wildcard it. That's the only time. Right, okay, game number 2. We're not going to have dual deck for this game because my second game PC has decided that it's going to do a Windows update. G. Even though I told it not to, it decided that it's going to do it right now. But at least it's not the main PC. So we'll just see.
Listen to you, right?
We'll just see one hand. Right. Okay. So Nataraja is going to play Diona, and DarkCrow is playing Morelia.
Yep. Let's see how this match goes. And well, we have the typical struggle for the bridge at the beginning. Nataraja playing Blood Imps, and we also see him play Heal Puff.
Right. So we've got an Avea deck, and now Shield Captain Avea is a card we've seen people try to use in the tournament, but it's never quite worked out. Is this going to be the time that it does work out? Now remember, she has a quest. She needs to shield 4 times. And what you want...
Weird drain.
I mean, I think he was just trying to kill the Avea so he could deny an activation. He's going to deny an activation there.
Wow, so... wait, is she going to leave? Oh, no, she barely... Yeah. These Veilstalkers are... The reason why I was also saying in the previous game that I think he lost because of the Veilstalker is because he played the Veilstalker and she jumped towards the back line. But the front line were those Ravenous Swarmers that are kind of what killed DarkCrow. So I think he could have played the Veilstalker on top of the front line, played maybe a spell to get 2 Crystalline Sweeps there. These Veilstalker plays really need to be on point for him to be able to handle the strength of Nataraja to that deck.
So what DarkCrow is trying to do here is he's trying to restrict the number of activations Avea can get. Now, if you can restrict Avea to only 1 activation per cycle, then you're doing a great job. Because you can get her activated in 2 cycles if it goes well. But this looks like it's going to take 4 cycles, so Nataraja's not going to get the power spike until deep into the game.
And this is not, I will not say scary push, but it's gonna give DarkCrow the bridges for a good amount of time, because Nataraja cannot afford to invest on it. That's a very good AV there, shielding it. And I don't think DarkCrow has the tools to stop the second activation of this AV if Nataraja plays well,
looks like
especially
he's
because
gonna get
Nataraja
it.
has
He's gonna get it this
grab.
time. But it's... Okay, there we go, extra activation. But the question is, how far is he going to be behind, and can he claw back with that extra value? We'll find out.
Right now we are looking at around 20 experience. It might be hard if we consider that Morelli has the dragon and she can capitalize on it. Let's see.
Okay. There we see the Legionnaires with Avea at the bottom. This is where the power comes in. And if you're in a cheap cycle deck, you can cycle through to the next one quickly and quickly.
Oh wow, the timing there, that was insane. The wall was... Wow, okay, this was very interesting place. So
The thing with the...
The Lash didn't do anything, because the moment the Lash removed the shield and was about to do the second hit, Avea procced again and killed the Legionnaires all over. Wow.
Right. So DarkCrow should be feeling a bit more pressure now, but that Hypnotize is really good to help deal with that. That's decent cleaver damage coming out. Heal coming in from Ruffles at the bottom, though. It's going to land as well. That's going to help. Dragon coming. This is... The game could turn.
Nataraja is for sure coming back.
If Nataraja can deal well with the dragon...
I'm not certain it's a good dragon now.
Oh, look at the XP. The deep dragon is...
basically tied.
Yeah, and he's going to keep the dragon on that side of the field.
And that goes on the other one. Exactly. This is why I think dragon would have been played as a counter to the Avea push. But if he plays it before, Nataraja can just do this. Avea on the other side, and we see the pressure that's going there right now. And how much mana he needs to invest. This dragon has no support so far. It's on the bridge and has no support because he needs to invest all his mana on the counter push that Nataraja did on top.
Okay, this is very close. XP still slightly in DarkCrow's favor, but he has very few HP points left. Now the dragon has a spirit.
Very good. These dragon whelps are very good here.
Yeah, but of course they are from the... They will have blood pack damage, so that's going to be more and more damage coming in on DarkCrow's face. He's getting very low HP here.
Yeah, but he has a huge amount of pressure. He needs to win now, or I don't think he's gonna manage to win, because Nataraja has already came back on experience.
Right.
It's not gonna be enough.
You can see the power of the spirit on the dragon. The dragon would be dead if it wasn't for that spirit. 294 HP left.
Wow, Nataraja dealt with that Soul Stealer very well.
Go, boy.
Oh wait, what? He's gonna die. These elite swarmers have enough health for DarkCrow to die.
Yeah, he knows. He knows,
he knows
that blood pack
he's
damage.
Slowly going towards his death. Oh no.
Goodness me. Do
That's the way to go out. Go out with style. Come on your own terms.
you think he just played them because he knew he was gonna die anyway?
I gotta think so. Yeah, he was playing pretty aggressively with their health, and both players they're using Blood Imps again, which we see a lot of high-level players use because they understand the value in deck rotation. And again, when your health gets low, if you still have a chance to win, you just adjust your strategy and stop playing them. Avea doing a lot of work there, and I do agree with what DfogoX pointed out that the dragon and Dragon's Breath is. I would have held it for the Avea push and get the value there on. Triggering Avea to proc, removing all the shields, dealing a lot of damage to the Legionnaires. Hypno, which I thought would have been a good counter to Avea, doesn't, kind of leaves all the units with half health at the end of the day. So you kind of throw away your mana, I feel like, a little bit, unless you have other units in the fight there.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, good to see Avea being used, and good to see Avea actually being beneficial. We saw many times Avea being used in the past and just wasn't able to get the value out of it. But there you can see, even though It was contested. DarkCrow did a great job slowing down the Avea activations. As soon as Avea was activated, then it was just Nataraja's game to start taking control of.
Nata had very good use of the Dionis traps as well in that game, which helped him gain advantage.
Okay. Now, let's get ready for the next game. We've seen Nataraja beat DarkCrow. Remember, these are dual elimination tournaments, so if you do lose, you will get a second life. So that means Nataraja will continue in the winner's bracket and DarkCrow will drop down into the redemption bracket. Now, if you've just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 8. This is provided by GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, and the developers Betadwarf. Thanks to those guys for supporting the event. Thanks for Sinobii for putting on the event, and thanks to you guys for being here, taking part, and hanging out with us. And of course, thanks to Defogo and tODDlife. Right, where are we going next?
Thanks for hosting this event for us, Fish.
Yeah, exactly.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Right, where are we going to go next? Let's have a look.
DeathShott versus Nerzl. So we're seeing DeathShott again. Interesting to see if he's going to run the same decks or not. He is going with some bans as Wrecked, Grenadier, and Whirly. So I think this is a little different than what we saw him do ban last round. We see him adding Whirly instead of Stun Lancers. Nerzl is banning Wrecked, Slithering Summons, and Scrapyard. And those seem pretty targeted against DeathShott. Now, the community did learn a little bit about Scrapyard, that you could shut it down pretty heavily with just a well-timed Shock Rock. Because if you stun it, it'll come back up, consume all the tech. It'll lose, its memory of the tech it consumed on its first play. But we saw DeathShott using Scrapyard 2 tournaments ago with his King Puff. So maybe Nerzl is targeting that.
Do we think that's a bug, or do we think that that's how it should work? It's got to be a bug, right?
I don't think it should be intended. I understand.
It seems unintended.
Yeah, like I would understand if when a unit is about to spawn, the scrapyard is stunned, the unit does not spawn, and then around that part we can have an argument if should that tech be consumed or not. But I do not think it's a good trade for just 2-mana shock rocking the scrapyard and all the tech goes away.
Yeah. Okay, so is this a round of 3? Sorry, round 3. Is this winner's bracket round 3?
Yes. And
yes,
while we are on these winner brackets round 3, we can also take a look at other matches on bracket, and we can see Dimlight defeated Westlin 2-1, and Marshe defeated Lazare 2-1. So
oh wow!
Also on round 3, we are having Dimlight face Marshe. Meanwhile, Dragon is waiting for the winner between Batowski and Ficus, and Seth is playing Nataraja. Because yeah, exactly. Some interesting results. I don't think I was expecting all of these results.
No, always good to see people shaking up the tournament meta a bit. That's always interesting for everyone involved.
Nerzl banning Slithering Summons, which I just want to talk about for a second. That's really like the key payoff card for Slither-based decks. We did just see someone running that, right? DarkCrow ran Slithering Summons. I think he was unable to use Stun Lancers, which really helped that build out too. But some good value you get from Slither cards when you can really reduce summons by a lot. So Nerzl saying nope, doesn't want to face that, doesn't want to see a bunch of Prowlers and Stun Lancers and Snake Druids. So yeah, and again, it is something that DeathShott does run occasionally, so it could be targeted for that matchup.
I do think one aspect I kind of disliked in the way that DarkCrow was playing that Morelli is that he had Slithering Summons and Lash of Amun, which are both 4+ spells that you can reduce, which is great. I think it's very good to have a good structurized, by default Morelli deck has 2 spells you can reduce because you always know what you're reducing. But he was also running the Blood Pact. He also had cards with Blood Pact. Now this means as a Morelli, you are gonna want to be draining health. So it's kind of you need to balance very well when to drain health because you know you're gonna need it, and when to reduce spells because you're gonna have to use them. And in that aspect, it can be really, really hard, especially because you might need both at the same time, as you do not, you control when you have the Slither bounce on the field, but you sometimes are forced to get them out because you need to keep playing your cards, right? So it's a very hard balance, and I think that did put DarkCrow at a disadvantage, because sometimes he was forced to drain health when he really needed to have that spell usage reduced, to that spell cost reduced, to apply more pressure onto Nataraja.
Yep.
Yeah, he had Gorak Gate too, which also is a 4 mana
Exactly.
cost spell that will reduce
Correct.
and put you at a Blood Pact disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly. Gorak Gate is also 4 mana, so yeah, 3 spells, it's just too much there.
Well,
I don't know,
maybe
it
he was
feels...
trying something. Maybe it just didn't
Yeah.
work out.
Maybe.
Gate is a card we saw him use multiple times, and that's a card that got a change recently because Swarmers were swapped out for those Elite Swarmers, and that was a great change to that card because
agree.
Elite Swarmers, or the old Swarmers, used to feel so bad. Like, very little use case there.
You need
for
to
those
always
Swarmers.
split them, otherwise you just lose so much.
And
The
everyone's
interesting-
already has a lot of answers to Swarm because it's so present in the meta, so it just felt like a waste of a... Yeah.
Interesting thing about the change is that the Swarmers were able to be heavily punished by a spell, whereas the Elite Swarmers, because they've got a lot of HP, I think they can tank a lot of damage and pass a lot of that on to the Master. So whilst they can't be punished quite so severely instantly, there are certainly use cases where it can be problematic.
All right, Nerzl is bringing the Slither deck here. I am peeping his hand. And DeathShott is on King Puff. King Puff, a lot of decision points when it comes to bridge swapping, so we'll see him use that to some good effect.
Okay.
Both
trying to
players
get-
waiting exactly till 10.9 to play their cards.
Yep, they don't want to blink first. Right, just trying to get the second hand up on the screen. It's being a bit weird at the moment, but we'll get it done as soon as possible for you.
Yeah, Nerzl, very Slither heavy. Also running Chain Gang.
Lag gang.
Lag Gang, yeah. Should be fine for 1v1 play, but for 2v2, that card has been problematic for a long time, making it practically unplayable in 2v2 if you like your partner.
King Puff, of course, got a buff in the recent patches. The birthday, it used to be every 40 seconds, then they nerfed it to every 50 seconds. Now it's back in the middle to 45 seconds.
Plus, King Puff has an amazing new skin celebrating the 5th year anniversary, question mark?
Fifth? Yeah. Can you believe that?
Surprised DeathShott is not rocking the new skin. It's so nice.
It seems insane to think Minion Masters has been around for 5 years. 2016 it originally came out.
Yeah.
Of course, it was a beta for a long time before it went actually live, so the game does tend to be older than people think, but this is some good pressure from Nerzl. He's got a statue wailing away on face and another one arriving.
And these Stun Lancers are only going to hold things off for so long with the change. Oh, this is a new Stun Lancer, so it gets a fresh 10-second stun there.
5 seconds.
Or 5 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
talking about the
yeah.
other 5 plus that 5.
Yeah. 5 plus 5, you know, simple maths, quick maths.
Yeah, a lot of damage on face. DeathShott using a Shock Rock defensively, which is not the best feeling.
This is
Kinda
problematic.
needed
Of course, health is a resource. You see the top players tank it on face when appropriate, but once you drop very low like this, you lose that part of your strategy.
Yeah,
Which
needs
would
to
be
play a lot
difficult.
more defensively, less bridge play, and he's down in XP a little bit here too, so Nerzl in a lot of control of this game.
Okay, looks like we've got the dual deck technology back online. Sorry about that, folks. Windows update. Am I right?
Nerzl using his spirits from Morelia Perk 2 with 2 units on board. He's like, I want this on the
statue's
Prowler, and
on
I want it on
face.
the statue. Yeah. And the Herald coming in.
Herald
behind.
is a nightmare. He wants to stun the statue, but the Herald's going to kill the stun lancers. This is terrible at the moment for DeathShott.
Yeah, looking grim. Stun
There's going to be a
there.
res coming out, of course, on the Herald, so the Herald's not going to die.
Big res, big res.
Having to tank. King Puff does hit hard, though. That's against single targets, King Puff is a very good master to defend with. But the next statue's
Ion
coming.
grenade.
Stun Lancers have been used. Bridge Switch is not available to stun it. How does he stop this doing enough face damage to kill him? I don't think he
You
can.
cannot. It is
He
just gonna
can!
kill you. Oh!
Okay, 95 HP.
Couple of Raging Skeletons there putting in some good damage to barely keep DeathShott alive. It's going to be one
15.
cycle, though, before Nerzl.
Yeah.
Well, he could play the dragon, too, and probably finish him off. But at minimum, it's going to come back to that daggers.
Wow.
And it ends right there.
DeathShott's KP, which historically has been a very, very strong deck of his, getting torn apart there by Nerzl.
Yeah. That pressure was insane. It's also important to notice, right? Slitherbound now, the Slither summonings now work in rotations, right? You always know what you get because it goes in a certain order. And the first one he got, actually I don't remember if it was the first or the second, but he got the statue at 0 cost when he had the other statue. That initial pressure before King Puff's second perk, where he can actually get some rage to have a higher DPS, was not available. Huge. It was a pressure that King Puff, as you guys were saying, he hits hard but only on one target. He was not ready to handle it. That was amazing. Nerzl managed to put it so well. He realized the window. He realized he had that window, and he just went straight into it. So good. Very well played.
Okay, the mighty DeathShott has had a game taken off him, and we've seen him win tournaments in the past where he's not lost a single game throughout. Not going to be today.
Yeah, Nerzl's a serious player. That Slither deck is very strong, but DC was right. You know, you got to figure out when you want to utilize those Slither resources for discounts or for reviving the Herald, and when to push. And you had the statues putting in a lot of work there.
Yeah, the Slither decks are so strong right now. The value you get from the summons, the extra value you can get from the cool Slitherbound, but also Slither as a faction has so many powerful tools. You've got the stuns, you've got the Musketeer with the riposte, you've got the Snake Druid, you've got Herald Armoon, which can be so difficult to deal with, especially with the way it reses itself. So I think that's why we've seen it a lot on the ladder, and maybe people are beginning to realise, let's bring this deeply into the tournament scene. So, DeathShott's going to have to think about what to do now. His KP, which is, as we said before, it's been one of his strongest go-to decks. You know, we've seen King Puff fail to lose any games in tournaments when we've seen him before, but that's not that's not going to be the case today. And DeathShott's going to have to go back to the drawing board. He'll have many different decks, but of course, you know, does he think that Nerzl will play the same deck again, or does he? How does he make this decision?
That is always the biggest question for me, is like, is your opponent running the same deck? Nerzl just won, performed very well. So does Disu bring in tools to deal with the statue? Does he run his own Snake Druid, right? Because if Nerzl just switches it up, then all those utility tools you bring in could cause the a second game loss, you know?
Yeah, it's very difficult. The mind games are definitely part of this, and you've got to be careful you don't get too blinkered about, I'm going to counter my opponent's deck and then they play something different. You've got to be careful you don't fall into that. So it's difficult. But both of these players are very experienced in tournament play, so they'll have some good thoughts about how we do this. Right, here we go. Game number 2, DeathShott looking to fight back. This is a Milloween versus Morelia. So it looks like another Slither deck, probably the same deck from Nerzl. Guess he thought this worked well for me. Let's go again. Now,
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot who was on this one. Is it Fogo or me?
It's you. It's you.
Oh, hey, yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, game 2. It's going off, and we're seeing.
I thought it was you.
Now I remember.
I figured you'd remember, but I'm assuming it's not DfogoX because his face is currently full of food.
Okay, that's a good
Don't
indicator.
reveal that!
Sorry, spoiler.
Okay, yeah, so the Curse Bearer is a great tool to use against the
yeah, so you see that
statues, right? So
dies.
it could be a little bit of a tech play there from DeathShott, knowing that he wanted to bring a tool to deal with those heavy units.
Yep. So that Curse Bearer is going to be great against the statue. It's going to be great against the dragon as well if we get to that part of the game. So DeathShott will be liking that.
Nerzl at full mana here. Deciding what he wants to do. Probably just wants to back cap that top bridge. Guess should be able to hold on to it though with the bridge buddies. Yeah, great use of a moon here. Ooh, and grounding
Unholy
it.
ground though. Oof.
Wait, you could
killed.
still, yeah, I guess I could still attack an air unit from the ground there.
Never been sure about that, but that was, I think, 5 Slitherbounds at the top that was sacrificed.
Yeah,
that,
it was chain gang plus 2 summons or 2.
Each one of those is worth.
So yeah, 5.
1 mana.
Giving you a 1 mana unit there off the spell.
And you see the way the top players use that is you saw he took the top bridge with the slithers and then sacrificed them. He didn't just spawn them to sacrifice them. He got value and then sacrificed them. Okay, that Soul Stealer was up to 9 stacks for a moment there. Wasn't able to get too much value, but DeathShott has a lot of small things in his deck, and the Soul Stealer can get out of control in those situations.
Yeah, Soul Stealer is one of the cards that I think will actually make a comeback in the meta with all the swarm units we're seeing, with Grenadier being slightly less effective. And then I see this whole, chain of events where people start running Fireball to deal with Soul Stealers, and then I see Black Hole ending up back in the meta. So let's see if that prediction comes through over the next months or so. But you could do so much with a Soul Stealer. People are running less shooters, right? So it's harder to take care of. And yeah, the amount of swarm units we're seeing in the meta right now.
Yeah, as we spoke about earlier, these are the changes. You nerf one card and it can have huge impacts on the whole meta. DeathShott ahead on XP at the moment. So again, this game's going to be a lot about what can Nerzl do with his perk 3. Can he get a lot of position? Can he do face damage when that dragon comes in? We'll find out. But of course, the Curse Bearer will just shred that dragon.
Mm-hmm. ATG doing a ton of heavy DPS work too against these statues, and we'll do some work against the dragon as well, given correct positioning. And a moon is a great counter to ATG, but this Unholy Ground.
Okay, our moon doesn't res that time. No Slitherbounds available for the res. So this is going to be DeathShott.
And again, we
able
saw
to get
a
bit of
moon
pressure
dealing
on.
damage to the ATG well grounded there.
Okay, DeathShott deciding there, tank hop that on face. As we always
He's got
say,
both
health
bridges.
is a resource.
Yep.
And Nerzl taking a lot of damage here, but he's trying to set up some kind of push for the dragon. Now, if
Curse
he can
Bearer
deal
and
with this-
ATG out, so you could drag in the other lane while these tools are not at DeathShott's disposal. But he is going to have to deal with this.
That Golem's going to
Level 5
shut that
golem on the
ATG,
other bottom.
sorry, the Soul Stealer down. Okay, now here we see, here comes the dragon. He's going to spawn it defensively, as we always see. Going to start pushing behind it. The dragon's getting slowed in the corner there.
Yep.
I mean, that's okay for Nerzl as long as he can keep control of the bridges. The longer that dragon's back here, if he can control the bridges, the bigger a push he can make with it. DeathShott taking some face damage here. This is a very crucial part of the match. Statue on the top lane from the summons.
The statue at the top.
Soul Stealer available. Where does he go? Right, decides to go for the dragon. That's probably the right choice there. That's far more concerning. ATG drone's going to start shredding down the statue. It's going to take some damage, but the support coming in here from Herald Armoon could be scary. Dragon goes down at the bottom. Remember, that's the only dragon he's going to get, but the next statue comes. Armoon reses. Armoon goes down again. The ATG drone's going to start shredding that statue. This is a good spot, I think, now for DeathShott. He's dealt with the dragon. He's a little bit behind on XP, but these big golems, he's got 2 of them, 1 on each lane. It's going to start getting him some pressure.
Yeah,
Nice
DeathShott
shot
being able
clock.
to maintain his ATG on that interaction there with the moon.
And there we see he's decided he's going for
strong.
face. That ATG drone on face. This is going to be too much. There's no way
Yeah, a lot
Nerzl
of
can
fun
shut
game.
this down.
Great game.
Okay, DeathShott is back.
I can't say I'm surprised, just because Nerzl was playing this game in the same way as the previous game. He wants pressure, throws statues near the bridge, but the difference, and that's the thing, in one point, DeathShott now has tools to handle those statues. So in the previous game, DeathShott didn't have the adequate tools, so he needed to overinvest. when he overinvests mana, it also means that Nerzl is gonna have more time to gain the mana to then play the support for the statue. In this case, DeathShott had very effective tools for the statue as a Curse Bear and ATG. So by the time Nerzl had the mana to support the statue was almost not there. Yet Nerzl was still playing those supports. We saw Amun's going being played on the bridge when the statue was like 1/4 of its health left. And more than once, we saw statues being played when other statues were about to die and using all the mana. So all of these little plays started giving DeathShott an advantage on the mana and on the board pressure, to the point where, yes, at third perk they were both tied up, but Nerzl wanted to be ahead because his third perk was momentarily. He needed the pressure from that dragon to be the win condition for his Mana Frenzy. Well, he needed the dragon to put enough pressure for him to reach Mana Frenzy, which was the win condition at that point. So by him not having that advantage, it just didn't allow for it to happen.
Yep. I'm sure as soon as Nerzl saw the Curse Bearer in DeathShott's deck, his heart sunk a little bit. He knew that his statues were going to get shredded, and he knew that the dragon was not really going to do what he wanted to do. And the Curse Bearer can be so strong in those situations, and DeathShott just used it perfectly. We saw that he had the option, do I go for the statue at the top or the dragon at the bottom? Obviously he went for the dragon at the bottom, shut that down, and that perk 3, one and done for Morelia, just didn't do what he needed it to do. And you know, we've spoke about that perk 3 being a win condition, but if it doesn't work out, then you're kind of completely toothless from that point on. So, one game
right?
all. One all.
Now Nerzl gets to decide what deck to bring for Game 3. Probably not going back to the Slither deck, but
you think?
He could.
Why? What makes you think that, right? Very true.
Well, I mean, you'd think Nerzl's not going to play that deck again. But then does he think, nobody thinks I'm going to play it again, so I'm going to play it again? So is it going to be like a...
DeathShott thinks, well, he probably thinks that no one thinks he's going to play it again, he's going to play it again, but I think
oh,
that...
God.
There
and
we
then
go.
You've given me a headache, GG.
Only now?
Only now.
No, I'm very interested to see, because as we saw, when Nerzl played this deck for the first time, I feel like it came on as a cannon, you know? And yes, I'm pronouncing cannon correctly. But the point is, it was a surprise and very impactful. So if Nerzl can have another deck with the same impact, he might just get DeathShott where he's not expecting it. And for sure, Nerzl is more than capable of doing that. I think there is no doubts here, which makes this next match very, very promising.
Yep. We don't know what they're going to do. Do they know what they're going to do? We're going to find
Maybe
out
not.
very soon. You know, they're probably thinking, what do I do? Do I do? And then the admin says, we got to go. And they go, right, okay. Just choose something. Go.
I'll close my eyes. You go.
Yeah,
what am I playing?
Someone choose the deck for me. Flip a coin. Let's go.
Imagine Minion Master players having like Minion Master managers saying, okay, look. According to our statistics, he's likely to play this deck now, so you should go with that, Master. Go,
got a guy behind him
lock in.
crunching the numbers. I'm giving you a 33.3% recurring, of course, a chance of victory.
I just imagine that compared to other sports, it's very funny. I mean, it's possible, right? But...
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, this is what we're joking about. This is probably what actually goes on inside DeathShott's head.
Yeah. I mean, and not DeathShott alone. I would suspect many other players can also do all these calculations, and sometimes even unconsciously. You know, like that we are at the point where most players know each other, know the playstyle of the other player. It's like, this guy's probably gonna play this master because it's what he's like. Or when he gets backed into a corner, he usually plays this master, so that's what's gonna happen. And I've seen that be the case more times than I can count. And at that point, it's not really just a matter of doing calculations. It's just a matter of your experience and how well do you know your opponent.
See, one thing that would be really interesting, and I don't know how we would achieve this, but it would be so interesting to be like a fly on the wall, and like, for example, we could hear DeathShott thinking, like, tell us, what are you thinking? Like, if we could have some kind of interview at this point, what are you thinking, DeathShott? What is your decision? What are your thoughts process at the moment? You know, are you thinking about what he may play? What are you thinking he's going to play? What are you thinking you're going to play? Like, it'd just be so interesting to know what that process is. Kind of like a behind the scenes, like an interview, but we can't really do that on the stream. But just kind of thinking out loud, it'd be very interesting to understand what the process is from a top player at this time.
I don't think I share that fantasy of being a fly on DeathShott wall. I don't know, Todd. Do you desire to be a fly on DeathShott wall?
Yeah, I'd be happy to be on DeathShott's wall.
I can't imagine anything.
He's probably running 1,000 calculations here. I'm sure he will fill us in later if we end up with a championship interview with him. You know, there's still 100% that possibility, even though we've seen him challenged here in game one, that he could still slide through this tournament.
The only things we'd see is either DeathShott would be playing Minion Masters, he would be playing with his hamsters, or he would be designing Minion Master themed costumes for wrestlers in WWE 2K19. That's all we would see. Okay, here we go. We're going into game number 3. We are tied up at 1 game all. DeathShott against Nerzl. Now, DeathShott, the reigning champion, if I'm correct.
The fight is on.
Let's find out what they've decided to do. Right, we've got
Nerzl running the same thing, huh?
I
wonder if he's made adjustments here. Yeah, was Layla's Vortexes new?
Yeah, made some changes, but let's see what DeathShott has to deal with it.
Oh, magma cannon.
Magma
gonna
cannon.
Hold those bridges, maybe.
Yeah, that's going to put on a lot of
we
pressure.
See this Marine losing this fight to the skeleton on the bottom, which holds the bridge for DeathShott. That's something that might have gone the other way pre-nerf.
Both players playing Vortex, which is interesting because Vortex used to be an insanely meta spell, and then it died a death when they made some changes to it, and now maybe it's coming back.
Yeah, there was one point where you like really couldn't misplay Vortex. It was doing so much damage, where now it's really more about the crowd control, about moving things where you want, which gives it a lot of skill usage, which is where I like to see spells. I like to see them have, you know, high upside based on how you're playing them.
Yep, he used to do insane damage for its cost, and it offered incredible mobility, whether that was for your units or your opponent's units. Now it does less damage, and it only moves your opponent's units. So it's in a healthier spot for sure. But again, Herald Our Moon is going to be tricky to deal with. That's a card that you can get wrong and really get it wrong. But the Vortex is great.
And there's some pressure here. There's some pressure on DeathShott.
Now, one of the things
this magma cannon though is going to do.
One of the real use cases we see a lot with the Vortex is using it with Herald Our Moon, being able to pull everything together. But look at the damage. That Musketeer just poke, poke, poke. Doesn't look like it's doing an attack for some reason, but it certainly is. If you look at DeathShott's HP, that Musketeer has reduced him. He's down to under 1,000 HP. Nerzl putting on huge pressure here.
For such a long time, yeah, a lot of pressure from Nerzl.
Goodness me. And that Musketeer...
Yeah, no healing in DeathShott's deck either, right? So he's got to be really careful about his health. And he's behind on the XP game, right? So play a little more defensively, and you typically will give up bridges. Trying to figure out his opportunity to win this, you know, probably comes somewhere after perk 3, but before Mana Frenzy at this rate.
Yeah, he needs to start. There we see the Vortex and the Herald. But then
I'm getting Vortexed away to save a little bit.
But now he can't Vortex that statue off face. That's going to be more damage on face. Might try and push things off. Okay, this is really bad for DeathShott.
Yep.
I think he's lost this already.
Yeah, the magma cannon there aggroed onto the scrats before the cannon or the statue. Yeah,
So
Vortex is really good with AoE cards, right? So
Yep.
a Moon being an AoE melee unit, but even something like a Grenadier can really capitalize on bunching up units, things like Annihilator.
DeathShott just taking damage over and over again. That's going to be
24
too much.
health.
Nerzl's going to take this
Wow.
one. Nerzl takes
is
the
a gamer,
series.
confirmed.
2 games to 1. And that was
Very
just
well
pressure
played.
pressure from the start, and it never gave up. And of course, let's not forget, DeathShott is the reigning champion. He beat Set in the final of GGtoor's Night's Duel number 7. So the reigning champion has been dropped down into the redemption bracket. Now, of course, he can still go through. He can win all his matches. He can get to the grand final via the redemption bracket. But that puts a lot more pressure on him. He doesn't have that second life. He doesn't have the ability, if he gets to the final, to have the reset. So things are looking far more competitive for DeathShott than we've seen previously, where he was able to just really drift through without too much issue to the final. So this is definitely a shocking result for me. Nothing against Nerzl. Nerzl is a very, very good player, but just based on recent tournament performance, DeathShott has been one of the players to beat, and Nerzl has beaten him.
Yep. But I think Nerzl 100% deserves this for 2 very specific reasons. Number one, the way he managed to adapt his deck to better target what was happening on those matches. The inclusion of Vortex was beautiful. I think the way he used Vortex with Amun was really, really good. And then the plays with Unholy Ground, I think that should overcommitted a lot on those Unholy Grounds, because Unholy Ground and then the Vortex, all of those things that just slowed down Amun simply allowed for Nerzl to prepare something else to go with the Amun, and they weren't really answers. Amun just got delayed. He didn't get handled, and for Nerzl that was more than enough for him to once again take the window and go for it. Very, very well played on Nerzl's part on this one.
You could see even a player of DeathShott's caliber, even with appropriate tools in his deck, he still found it very, very difficult to deal with Herald Armoon, and Herald Armoon is one of those cards that can be so difficult to deal with, even at the top level. And it's a case of, generally Herald Armoon on its own is not too difficult to deal with, but when it's got annoying things around it, when it's on top of a statue or a Brutus or something like that, it's really, really awkward to deal with. And again, very interesting there, tODDlife, to see the Vortex, both players running the Vortex. So it wasn't a case of just Herald Armoon and Vortex being a couple. It was even used in a non-Herald Armoon deck. So that's interesting to see Vortex coming back.
Yeah. And you mentioned, Herald being pesky to deal with, and especially in Slither decks where you can get a huge monster res there, which came in handy. And we saw a little difference in how DC was able to deal with the Amun, because in match 2, Unholy Ground was used to some benefit. Now, he did trade a couple ATGs against it, but he wasn't able to make those same. He wasn't able to deal with it in the same way as he did match 2. It will be interesting to see as Nerzl continues through this tournament, right? If other players just watched that, they kind of know exactly that's what he's running. He just ran 3 games in a row with some slight tweaks. But then also, if he makes it into finals rules, he won't be able to use Morelia, multiple times for multiple wins. So I wonder if he has that deck geared up with different masters as well, which it definitely can run with more masters than just Morelia.
That might also be the reason why he's not showing other decks, though. He does not want players to be aware of what else he has for when they go into the Conquest rules.
Mm-hmm. A lot of potential strategy here.
That's the thing. These players will have decks, and they'll have decks that they feel they have their tier 1 decks, their tier 2 decks, their tier 3 decks, and they'll know the decks that they want to save for the final. And there's a balancing act. You don't want to use your strong decks too early, but of course, if you're running less than your strongest decks early, then you run the risk of not getting to the final where you can use your strongest decks. So it's a balancing act. You don't want to reveal too much, but of course you don't want to keep too much up your sleeve and not get to the latter stages of the final. So again, another thing that the players have to take into account. And of course, the way that the dual elimination works is you'll get setups potentially where players will meet multiple times. So then every game that these players play, whether it's against the same people or not, that'll be a learning experience. What's today's tournament meta like? What are people playing? What are specific people playing? And the longer the tournament goes on, and I'm sure the top level players will be watching the stream, seeing what people are playing, maybe even taking some notes. And that's, that's completely fair of them to do. So yeah, this is all part of the how much information can I get about the tournament, about the players, and then what can I use that information for? How can I make the best decisions for me? Right, we've got some bans. Would one of you kindly go through the ban information?
Let's see. So Ficus banned Wrecked, Hypnotized, and Brother of the Burning Fist, and Dragon banned Wrecked, Lost Legionnaires, and Stun Lancers. So both banned Wrecked. Ficus banned Hypnotize for the, well, probably he's gonna play something that does not want Dragon to have Hypnotize at all. And Brother of the Burning Fist, this is an interesting ban from Ficus' part, I think. But I believe it's also important to notice that Ficus got here by beating Marshe. By beating Batowski. So I'm very curious at what decks he has. We know Batowski is a very good player, has performed very well in previous tournaments, and he lost 2-0 to Ficus.
Very interesting. Of course, in the last tournament, we had Hypnotize was banned and Coax was banned due to some Hypnotize bugs. They've been fixed by the devs in the patch, so those cards are now available to be played. But of course, then that's something that the players have to consider. Do I need to ban that against my deck? Hypnotize can be incredibly strong if used appropriately. And if you've got a deck with trying to do some big pushes, bless you again. If you're trying to do some
sound,
I just looked and I saw you. I could hear it in my head. If you've got a deck that's built around big pushes, that Hypnotize can be hugely detrimental to you. So banning that, removing that potential obstacle, can be a sensible thing to do. So since Ficus has banned that, let's see what he plays. Right, here we go. Defogo has finished sneezing. We are loading into game number 1. Defogo's with me on this one, I believe.
Yes. I am on this one. Unable to sneeze, unable to eat, because whatever I do, you've got to announce it.
I see everything. Yes. And everyone else needs to know. So beware.
I am aware of that, and also aware that Ficus is playing Morelia and Dragon is playing Diona. So Dragon just opened with the Lost Legionnaires. Oh wow, that's... It might feel like an overplay, but it did force Ficus to play 2 extra mana for the bridge. So, very interesting. And we can now see the card that probably caught Batowski by surprise, Void Altar.
Yeah, Void Altar.
Very interesting.
It's definitely a strong proposition if you can get the value out of it.
Oh, this might be perfect.
The perfect time to... Both players investing some of their mana, so as soon as he saw that...
Why did he jump? Why did he jump? It was a perfect time to use Frost Feathers.
Yeah, the
Frost Feathers there. Wow.
The Frost Feather could have come through, shut down the Prowler, as well as picked up the Void Soul. Right.
Like, he got everything, but it just feels like he could have gotten so much more value from using the Frost Feathers there.
I don't know if they would have shut down the Prowler though, because I think all of them need to hit the Prowler to shut it down, and those two archers may have been able to shut enough of the DPS down. Right, so the players have revealed their hands now. Dragon knows he's up against a Void Altar deck. Remember, the Void Altar got a little buff in the last patch, so it has some more HP, which means it will just last a little bit longer. Right, here we see again. Both players have got Unholy Ground. We may see a flyby into Unholy Ground here. Big smite.
Very important smite. Okay, this got to be Frost Feathers.
Go, Rebels!
It's got to be. Okay, here they come. But it's too late.
Oh!
And it's too late, and they don't pick it up because they...
Wow, that's huge.
Their target...
That's so huge.
Disappeared.
I don't think Ficus. Well, Dragon and yeah, exactly. And Ficus tried to get more value out of the souls, but Dragon just capitalized on that.
Oh, this is going to
so
be over,
powerfully.
I think. Look at the damage on Ficus's face here.
Prowler's on face. Prowler's on face. This is it. Wow.
Wow.
That's why you've got to be. Wow.
Now, something like a Void Altar deck is a risky deck. If you play it and get no value out of it, that can happen. He got a few things out of it, but it wasn't enough. And Dragon takes a very quick 1-0 lead there.
Yeah,
Todd,
Void Altar's so swingy, right? If you can capitalize and get all 3 pickups, then you get an advantage. But it is pretty easy to shut down after you invest 8 mana into it. And we saw Ficus had the right tools there, right? He had the flyby that he nearly missed on that one play. Hard to say, how much that would have helped him out there. But the jumping monkey, right, as well, are some pretty quality tools there to pair with that Void Altar.
I do think he panicked a bit, right? On Void Altar, you want to be the one on the you want to be on the side that applies pressure, and when that pressure is applied onto you, you are just not ready for it. And I think this was a very good example of that.
Yeah, that's another one of the cards. It's very important that you use it at the right time, and he used it very early in the game, which is not necessarily the right time. His opponent did commit mana, but nowhere near as much mana as he committed. Normally you want to use it when you've got a bit of a push going. You can almost collect a soul without even thinking about it. But right, Ficus needs to put that out of his mind. Dragon is 1-0 up here. Diona against King Puff.
I'm curious about why he opened with that. He had Whirly. I guess he was expecting the smite, so he did not want to just to play Whirly into the smite. He's playing very slowly, but with strength. Oh, that's a very good trap from Diona.
Yeah,
Is
that
this
bear
gonna
trap.
get on face? Ah, well thought so.
Okay.
Yeah. Shieldguard of Light was just very good against that.
Yep, so we've seen Shield Guard or the Brother with Burning Fist. We've seen those used quite often. The Brother probably more often than the Shield Guard. And there we see the Horde. Remember, the Horde, you get more of them if you've got raged units. He had one. He gets them.
Yep. I think it's also important to highlight that he is playing the new...
Look at the damage, though, on Dragon's
King
face.
Skin we were talking about. Oh, skin is more important, vanity.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Forget the gameplay. Guys, go get the free skin. It's in the free battle pass. It's like level 6. It's super easy to get. Go get your free King Puff birthday skin. Minion Masters, 5 years old, on the 4th of December. Also, if you pay attention, there may be some gameplay in here somewhere. DfogoX not interested in it, though.
I mean, I'm interested in this aggro. He had to bridge swap. This is very... Ooh. Well, Oud says nothing, but this is very important. And also, the fact that he did not swap and allow this push to just come on his face with all this strength is very dangerous. We're talking about the damage the Propeller Horde did, and right now, Dragon just turned it around, dealing much more damage.
1200 HP left for Ficus. That's scary. Dragon in the ascendancy here, ahead on XP and HP. But we do know that King Puff's perk 3 is savage. If he can get to that position.
I feel like Ficus is using his bridge swap much more for the control part. Like, he's aware Dragon is a very good player and he knows how to play around bridges. So I feel like he's using the bridge swaps to get value on that part. But if you focus too much on one aspect, you are going to be behind on others. And right now, you need those bridge swaps to stop the aggroers. And that's not what we are seeing. Right now, he needs to swap them. He needs to block the Prowler. See, all these things cannot happen. And
that trap is a beautifully placed trap. Takes the big hit out of the Assassin. This could be too much. That brother, the Shield God is full savage mode right now. It's got a lot of HP. It's being healed by the Smite.
Wow.
Okay. We spoke earlier about how King Puff is strong against single target.
But you see, look, again, I think this goes to show the difference on experience. Ficus has very good decks, and he can capitalize on how his opponents are not expecting those decks. But on the other hand, he's not showing I don't think he's showing the full potential of what you can do with King Puff, and mainly on the swaps.
Nice unholy ground though.
Dragon is just enjoying that.
I think there's an assassin at the bottom here. There it is.
Look at it again. Ficus just lets one of the lost engineers get on face. He needs to stop everything from getting on face.
Yep.
He
His
now
poke
has no
through's gonna
mana
be...
to block the Prowler on top because he played the Whirly on bot.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
that's going to be too
again.
much. That's Prowler's going to... Prowly. The Prowler's too much. And as I mentioned there, King Puff's perk 3 was going to be very strong, but tODDlife, if you don't get to that part, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, we commonly talk about Diona being more of a controlling master, you know, gaining incremental value with the traps, but she can, you know, spike in aggressiveness because those traps double duty, right? You know, you could steal target from the master. We saw an arrow trap coming in like perfect timing. As soon as an assassin revealed itself, the arrow trap had come up on its aggro and just started attacking it down. Really good play by Dragon, you know, finishing it out before having to deal with those night puffs. Yeah.
So, I think it might be interesting to consider, we just saw Dragon relatively comfortably win. He's a previous tournament winner, but then we also saw DeathShott struggle, get knocked down to the redemption bracket, and he's won the last 2 tournaments in a row. So that's interesting to see how these previous tournament winners are currently progressing. Or not quite progressing quite as they would like. So they've definitely been dealt different hands at the moment. But of course, just dropping down to the redemption bracket doesn't mean that you can't win the tournament. It just means that you really have to start fighting for your life. So it'll be interesting to see if DeathShott can fight back now his back is against the wall. And that's a very quick, relatively 2-0 there for Dragon, stamping his authority over that. And we're going to see... okay, so next it's going to be Nerzl against Marshe. Now remember, Nerzl...
I'm excited for this matchup. Yeah. So I admin the 1v1s, and Marshe likes to talk smack. He is very confident in his ability. And I like that in the community, a little friendly smack talk here and there. He invaded the Bridge Baddies Discord server this past week and was, you know, hyping up his abilities. So I'm excited to see what he can do, especially against Nerzl coming off a strong win versus DeathShott.
Yeah.
I think it'll be interesting to see what Marshe plays, because Marshe, as we mentioned earlier, even before the game started, I think Marshe is a player that does like to play aggro decks, and that can take people by surprise. We've seen that in previous tournaments. I think he beat Lazur, if I'm remembering correctly, with some very aggro decks.
Well, Nerzl also just beat DeathShott with kind of aggro decks, right, with all those statues. And when both players are going aggro, it's kind of just a tug of war games who pulls harder. So
this is going to be our winners bracket round 4 match. Right, Nerzl against Marshe. Let's see if we've got these players available for watching. Right, Nerzl here. Now, we've spoke about the players that are here. One of the players that aren't here, and we haven't seen too much recently, is the Mighty Cat. And it's always a disappointment. I know he's got a lot of stuff going on in his personal life at the moment. And, you know, it's one thing making room in your schedule just to play a tournament, but of course you've got to also make room in your schedule to prepare for the tournament. And a player of Cat's ability, he doesn't want to come here half-cocked, really. So it's a shame not to see him here, but of course that opens up the door for others, and hopefully we'll see him again in a tournament soon. Right, so we've got Nerzl here. Do we have any ban information from these guys? Doesn't look like it yet.
I have not seen it yet.
Have any, nope. But I guess it does go to show how they are not underestimating their opponents, and they are taking all the time they can to really figure out, okay, what's the ideal for me? What can I afford to ban? What can I not afford to ban? What can I afford to not ban? All these parts.
So Marshe will probably have seen Nerzl against Disu on the stream, or at least checked in and had a look at what they were playing. And of course Nerzl played that Slither Morelia 3 times, so that will be in his mind. Do I need to think about countering that? That's definitely going to be something that he's going to be considering.
On the other hand, we do not have any idea of what Marshe might be playing, right?
That's the thing, yeah. So Marshe kind of has a bit of a potential benefit there from not having revealed his hand at all yet. So we'll see what the players ban. Now, if you've just joined us, we are using a 3-minute delay, so if we're not responding to chat as you would expect, that's because we have a 3-minute delay to keep this as fair as possible for all the competitors. This is GGtoor's Knights Duel number 8. It's provided by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developers. A big shout out to all those guys for helping out and supporting this event. Thank you, thank you. And of course, everyone taking part in the chat, in the game. Much love to everyone. I appreciate you joining us for this event. Extra Saturday stream. Everyone's winning. Right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to pull up the bracket and we're going to have a look to see exactly what is going on. Now, the brackets are available, of course, to everyone in the chat.
Talk about the bracket.
So
we had Set losing to Nataraja 2-0. So in the 4th round, we're going to have Dragon facing Nataraja. And in losing 2-0 to Lazur. So Westland's out of the tournament. Disappointed we didn't get a chance to see them play today. In the lower bracket as well, we have DarkCrow going up against Nickshow. That should be a tight match. And we have Mephisto knocking out Nafto, who we saw put up a fight in the 1st round versus DeathShott.
Okay. So interestingly, both finalists from the last tournament, the last 2 tournaments maybe, DeathShott and Set, have been dropped down into the redemption bracket. So that could open up some space for somebody else to potentially push through. So we know it's not going to be a DeathShott Set final. We know that for sure.
I always find it interesting when I see Dragon and Nataraja facing each other in 1v1s, because when I started playing the 2v2s, they were a team. So it's kind of like when you're facing your partner in like, we are partners, but we are also rivals. Who's gonna be the best one? Who was carrying all those tournaments some time ago? Huh?
Very true, very true. Okay, we've got some ban information in. Todd, would you like to go through that for us?
Yeah, Nerzl banning Slithering Summons again. Probably going to be running it himself. And banning Morelia, Defenso against Marshe. And Marshe is electing to ban APEP, a very strong 1v1 master, which we have not seen banned today or played today yet in the matches we've covered, as well as Whirly Scrat and Defenso. So Marshe is kind of saying, hey, I'm running a lot of swarms. I don't want you to counter those with these 2, really strong counter cards. So does Nerzl then say, okay, well, maybe I need to run Soul Stealer against that, but he will maybe have that option with summons if he runs that. So the bans can kind of give you information about what to run yourself too in some situations.
I would laugh if Marshe is just doing a mind play with that, and he's not gonna run any swarms at all. Just plays heavy Mordor and so on. Okay, what counters APEP? Mordor. So I'm gonna play Mordor and ban APEP. What counters big units? Swarm. So I'm gonna ban what counters swarm. All of that.
Yeah, these are the deep decisions. This would be so interesting to understand their thought process. But an APEP ban, how do you feel about that? APEP used to be the ban of choice, but recently, not so. But Marshe deciding to go back for the APEP bans. That means that Wrecked is available, King Puff's available, Diona's available. All of these masters that you may feel are stronger than APEP at the moment.
I mean, APEP has one thing I feel right now, at least your 3rd perk is very important. And right now, if your 3rd perk is a miss, you can be in a very rough spot.
Looking at you, Scrapyard.
No, exactly. Look, imagine you have no tech and you get Scrapyard. You have no Zench and you get Zeb Shrine. You have no tanks and you get Priestess. There's a lot of the opponent is barely running any spells and you get Kurna. There's lots of cards right now that can be considered the miss. Okay, I mean, that's the point, right? You don't want to be relying on something you're gonna get and it being a total miss and not allowing to do anything. I remember that when the moment when Flyers stopped grabbing bridges, as APEP, you started getting much more cards right now that don't grab you any bridge. If your first perk is not something that gives you a bridge, like imagine you get a wall on your first perk, and I don't know, a Zap Shrine on your second perk, on your third perk. What do you do with that, right? You just got 2 buildings that are barely any useful, and they are not giving the bridges that as APEP you want. It can be... I think that's what hit APEP the most in the last patches.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with that, right? More duds for perk 3. And Marshe is electing to run it, so we will see what he gets as a perk 1 and perk 3 pull. And Nerzl is back on Old Faithful here. Marshe is running Screaming Strat. We'll see how effectively he can use that. He did manage to take the bridge, which is now turned back over to Nerzl.
Okay. Looks like more Windows updates. Great. Thanks.
Assassin here on Marshe's side can be a helpful tool against these statues dealing a lot of damage. At the top here, though, he's got this Assassin behind those Legionnaires. Could be a good opportunity to use the Musketeer. Manages to take the bridge without getting the Assassin to walk back over, which is helpful. Yeah, this Assassin's gonna repost proc via the Warrior and gets hit by the Assassin. Kind of rough.
Yeah, that was a little bit frustrating.
Yep.
Cannon roller into statue. That's not going to be a fun time for the statue at all.
XP-wise, we see Marshe up, which is where APEP wants to be. We're kind of maybe expecting Nerzl to try and put together a strong push with these statues and Herald of a Moon again. Yep, good opportunity here on the bottom to deal some damage against those Legionnaires. Razor Squad too, which is a really strong damage unit.
I'm a little quiet. I'm just trying to fix something.
Yeah, no problem. Using the APEP totem here to shield a lot of damage. Still taking a lot of damage on this push. Oh man, if all of that would have been pulled into the lash there, would have been really strong. 77 to 88 experience game. So Marshe still in the lead a little bit. Needs to be conservative with his health.
Don't need to
playing those razors right on the bridge there to deal damage.
You don't need to worry quite so much about your HP as APEP, of course, with the shield totem, but the shield totem doesn't last forever. But yeah, as you mentioned, that perk 3 could be very important for Marshe. He's got to deal with the dragon, so if he gets a Curse Bearer from his perk 3, that can be huge.
These Legionnaires getting taken out again by the lash might be a good opportunity to split them so they don't all get taken down on one side. And Marshe using Sunburn there to deal with all of those Slither units, which would have given a potential big res or a big discount.
Each of those Slither bounds was worth 1 mana for Nerzl, so killing 5 of those just for the cost of the Sunburn, that's a good investment.
Here comes the Totem. But the Moon is turned around, so by the time he gets to the tower, that totem's going to be gone, unless it gets dealt with. Distracted pretty well here and taken out by those high DPS Razor Squad units. And the Fire Imp must be Marshe's perk 3 pull, which is a really strong unit.
Yeah, that's going to be helpful. He didn't get a whiff.
Against the statues, yeah. Again, not splitting the Legionnaires, they just get taken out by one swipe there. So pretty much every time Nerzl is playing a Moon, he's getting 4 or 5 mana value. Using Sunburn to deny the res potential again. Oh,
there's the res. This could be some
heads
good
up play
face
by
damage.
Nerzl.
Okay.
Yeah, it was scary. Oh, but Nerzl's under fire here too from this assassin, running out of health. 55
HP. Sunburn available for Marshe, of course. Potential heal available when the spellbook's ready for Nerzl. Soul Stealer going ham.
Sunburn! Great
Marshe.
game. That was incredible.
Marshe takes that first game, 1-0. It's the lead that he has in this series.
I'm so frustrated.
You okay there?
There were lots of plays where what Marshe was doing. I was watching Marshe's hand from Marshe's side, and lots of them what he was doing, it just didn't feel optimal. But his pressure he was applying as an APEP, you want to go control, but he was applying so much pressure. I think I want to highlight the fact that one, at the last plays on like the last 2 minutes or something, when the cannon roller was vortexed into the Amun, he played the warrior in the vortex, which got sucked into the cannon roller, and so the Amun killed them both. There was a misplay, like the warrior's a misplay by Marshe's bard, and then he had the firing available the whole time, but he only played at the end, like when the statue was almost dead. Like he played really well, but I think he still can optimize those parts, and he would have been in a much safer spot. Hopefully he can do that now.
Okay, loading into game number 2. Marshe, we've seen Nerzl beat Disu, but Nerzl is losing at the moment. 1-0 in this best of 3 against Marshe.
And we're seeing Nerzl on a new deck right now, so interested to see what cards he includes here and how he performs, how he plays with it. On Wrecked, which can be a very aggressive master, really strong pushes. Built-in anti-swarm. There's an assassin on bottom, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not. Yep, that makes a lot more sense with the speed.
I didn't hear the audio speed. Yeah, her slow speed and her distance of jump, the Veilstalker we're talking about here, it's very tricky to deal with. She could be almost in a quarter of the arena at any point. Right, Bounty Sniper could be useful here. Does have a shield, so it's going to be more difficult to deal with. Now remember, Wrecked is available because Marshe did decide to ban APEP instead, which we spoke about being a potentially interesting choice. Wrecked, one of the strongest masters, I think, out there on the ladder. Let's see how Nerzl can use it.
Yeah. Marshe with some interesting tools in this match. We see the Blastmancer here. Not a ton of, not like a crazy amount of opportunity in this specific matchup for that Blastmancer to get a ton of value, but definitely can still turn fights.
Okay, so XP's looking about the same. Again, we spoke earlier about how powerful King Puff's perk 3 is, but King Puff's got to get there. And here we see the Veilstalker is going to start doing some good DPS. She, of course, is a Crystal Elf, so she can get surged. Bounty Sniper getting some value as well.
Yeah, Bounty Sniper can be huge. Helps you really come back in XP.
Always spawning with a shield at the moment as well, which is very difficult for Nerzl to remove.
And potential to spawn it later over the King Puff Rage perks, which will, helps it get more kills as well, leading to more XP.
One of the strengths of Wrecked is that you can't defend with small things against it in the pocket because it can just jump and be a problem. But here comes Fanriel. Bridge switch getting Fanriel. I'm not sure about that. Once the Fanriel is stopped charging, then it's a lot more easily dealt with. The Fanriel will charge straight through those stun lancers if it's charging. Didn't get too much value this time.
Now, does a Fanriel charge trigger repost from a Musketeer? It's one of those things I'm just not sure of right now.
No.
It will not, right? It goes
I
around
don't think so, because
with true damage. Yeah. Brother of the Burning Fist is a really strong counter to Fanriel. Basically, you just want units that are going to stop his charge. And Elite Swarmer at its current health will stop its charge. That's just a very recent change. But I think it will, yeah.
Right, again we see the Brother of the Burning Fist. It's so difficult to deal with. Stun Lancers, but it's healing itself, so it just gives it that longevity.
Yeah, the stun came in a second after the Holy Ground drop. It's really nice when you get the stun and deny the Holy Ground.
Right, Marshe has taken a lot of damage here. Perk 3 coming up for Nerzl. Marshe needs to get his own perk 3 up. Bridge switch used. Not really going to do too much with that bridge switch,
though. She's still top, I think. Yeah.
Still behind on XP, so that Bounty Sniper still spawning with a shield. Okay, that Veilstalker's not going to get too much value done at the top there.
No.
Shredded by the brother. But here we might see a jump into the pocket to kill the sniper. And there we see. Against most masters, that sniper would be safe. Against Wrecked, not so much. Right, perk 3 now for Marshe. Can he get value from the bridge switch? Remember, King Puff perk 3, you want to switch it with friendly units on the bridge, primarily. Up to 5 of them will generate Night Puffs. But the problem with KP's perk 3 though is it's not useful defensively. If you're unable to get on the bridge, here we see units on the bridge.
Oh. Yep.
Okay, nicely done. All those Night Puffs at the top. There's going to be some good pressure. Does need to
that
deal
top
with
is threatening. Oh, but that just immediately gets well, not so immediately actually. Deals a lot of damage to that brother. Nerzl does have Daggerfall, which will deal with those Night Puffs if he decides that is needed. Duel.
Yep, and he's in Nerzl in a strong XP position at the moment.
Yeah, Marshe not able to get enough XP off of this bounty sniper to really stay in the XP battle.
See that one punch blast on Marshe's face drops him down to 470 HP. He's really struggling here. Bridge switch not available. We've seen he's got Fanriel, but he's not really sure how to best utilize it. Hasn't got much value out of it. Used it once, didn't get too much out of it. But here we see bridge switch coming. Oh, but the Wrecked clone killing everything on the bridge before they could generate the Night Puffs. That's huge because those Night Puffs can be massively powerful.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
But Nerzl knowing exactly how to deal with that. Mana Frenzy for Nerzl. He should be able to close this out and bring this series back 1 game all here.
Gonna be a blast to face to finish.
Wow. And again...
1-1, huh? Great matchup here.
I keep mentioning how powerful KP perk 3 is, but it's every time it does nothing.
I think a very important detail though is that Marshe was about to play the Skeleton Horde and swap it to get the puffs, and at that time Veilstalker spent whatever, she did her thing.
Spun, yep.
And so Mana Freeze comes into play. He lost that mana, he had to wait, and when he played it, it was just into the explosion. I thought it was two mistakes in one. That Mana Freeze, and then also playing the Veilstalker into the Grenadier. She revealed, did not jump into the back line. Lots of things happening there that made him lose the opportunity to get those Night Puffs there at the last moment.
Nerzl did a great job handling the Night Puffs.
Yeah, exactly. Like those small details on those situations are very important. And Marshe is playing really well, but I think for sure he can improve on those specific details. I'm certain we are going to see much more of that though, of the good plays.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't have any cards in your deck to shut down the Night Puffs, but Nerzl certainly did, and the exploding clones was just perfect. Right, let's see where we're going to go now.
Let's go.
Okay. Wrecked again.
Marshe back on APEP here.
Back on APEP.
Wrecked. With players happy with the Masters that they've previously won with. Nerzl playing Once Bitten here. We see this as like a really competitive card still. Lots of players choose Once Bitten still.
Yeah, we saw Once Bitten and the Wrecked Walker, but then the Wrecked Walker got nerfed, so it's... Not sure if that was the right card to nerf. Was the Wrecked Walker the problem? Was the Once Bitten the problem? Not entirely sure. But the Wrecked Walker really, with the relatively recent changes, has dropped out of almost use entirely. When was the last time you saw a Wrecked Walker?
I see Wrecked Walker when I pull it with an APEP.
There you go.
Or a future card or something like that, typically.
And
yeah.
It probably doesn't put a smile on your face.
No, not really. Yeah, this is Marshe's same deck here with the Legionnaires, it looks like.
So that goes to show how difficult the balancing that the devs have to do. Like, they take a card that's just super meta and used constantly, they make a little change to it and it's just gone entirely.
Yep. And we see cards that get buffed and still no play, and then they get buffed again, and then when it finally like gains in popularity, it's just like ridiculously popular.
Yeah. Sometimes
really
cards don't get played not because they're strong, just because people haven't thought about playing them.
Right.
And then they
That
get
when
buffed.
Vortex first came out, people weren't playing it. Wow, this is a lot of damage.
Yep. This is difficult for Marshe to deal with.
Brilliant. Yeah. Wow.
This could be enough
And that
damage.
stun lancer comes in. Yep. To stun again.
Oh my god, this is going to be game over. Marshe cannot contend this. Even if he doesn't die here, he will die eventually. Wrecked. The attack just keeps on going.
Oh, the
Nice
wall pushed him
wall.
out. No, he's fine with his 10 health. Oh wait.
Wow. Okay,
Right,
Nerzl.
really
Wow, Nerzl is looking strong.
He struggled in the first game of this series, but he came back with 2 very strong wins to push himself through to the next round of the event.
In
Okay.
fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's done this twice, right? He's just reverse sweeping, like he loses the first one and then just wins.
No, he won the first game against Nerzl. Sorry, against Dsu. Dsu brought it back 1-0, and then he closed it out.
True.
But Nerzl is showing some very strong decks and some very strong ability. So Nerzl definitely in there. Right, so that's 2-1 that Nerzl goes through. And we'll find out where we're going to go next. Okay, so that was a winner's bracket 4. So let's go back. Let's update the bracket and then see where we are with this. So...
Have
So-
Dragon and Nataraja played theirs yet?
Doesn't appear so. I'm not sure if we're going to see those or if that's on at the moment. So Nerzl beating Marshe. That means Nerzl's into the winner's bracket final, where he'll play against Dragon or Nataraja.
Nerzl
Okay.
is top 3, 100% guaranteed. Very well. Yes, I'm not doing the math wrong. He's 100% top 3 guaranteed.
And then if we look in the redemption bracket, we've got Dim Light against Nick Shaw. Sorry, we've got DeathShott against Satan, Set against Lazur, and Ficus against Memphisto. So some big names down there in the redemption bracket. We'll see.
I would like
Okay.
to take a step back though. I think we got to that state in the redemption bracket because Nick Shaw beat DarkCrow, Satan Worship beat Betowski, and Lazur beat Westlin. So all these players are very experienced. We can see that most of the matches were 2-1. So all players are really giving their best here in this tournament. For sure, there are lots of amazing matches happening right now that we don't have the opportunity to spectate. All of these looks very, very interesting.
Right, so we're going to see Dragon against Nataraja, which is going to be the winner's bracket round 4 on the other side of the bracket. So we've seen Nerzl book his place in the winner's bracket final, I believe, and then we're going to find out who he's going to play. We're still in a best of 3 setup, so we shall get this game set up as quickly as possible for you. We're just awaiting the ban information to come in from the players, and then we'll see where we're going to go from there. So we're going to have Dragon against Nataraja. I don't know. One of those is correct. Okay. Dragon, of course, a tournament winner time and time again. How's he going to do here? Looks like ban information may be incoming. Okay. Oh, hold on. Right, we're just finding out. Looks like maybe Dragon against Nataraja may have been played. Not sure. Let's find out. Okay. Have you played Nata yet? Right.
The answer, do we have it?
Because sometimes what happens is a match will happen, but the players won't instantly report it, so the bracket looks like it hasn't happened. Or it's currently happening. Let's find out. Dragon is typing. My question, have you played Nada yet? No. Okay. So it's Dragon against Nada. Okay. Dragon versus Nada. Confirmed. Okay.
And are they both ready?
They are just doing their bans.
Uh-huh. It's the moment of truth. Let's see. What can we expect from these bans, though? I expect Wrecked.
Yeah.
Wrecked feels like
Wrecked is the staple ban we see in 1v1, just like we see Volko as the staple ban in 2v2.
I feel like Dragon's probably the favourite in this situation, just because of the experience that he's had and how many tournaments he's won. But, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean everything. Nataraja, of course, is a very experienced player as well. These guys will have played each other a lot, so that will be...
Yep.
They'll have a lot of information to draw from when they come to make their bans. We've seen Dragon play Ficus, so that's a bit of information that Nataraja could have gleaned. And we saw Nataraja beat DarkCrow as well. So both of these players have been featured, so there will be the ability for their opponents to have seen what they're playing and to use, again, that as part of the information. What are they going to play? What are they going to ban? Find out as soon as possible.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen any of Wild Stonebjorn the Bear, which is a card that I thought was going to be a suitable replacement for Warrior in certain decks. Now, we did see the change to how that card works with dealing with master damage. It was a whole thing. But I still think it's a very good card, especially in the Swarm meta we're seeing right now, where lots of players just have Swarm cards to deal with bigger units. You know, that card can soak some of that damage.
Okay. Still no ban information. Or is there? Oh, here we go. Ban information. What are we seeing here, DfogoX?
So they both banned Wreck, as we expected. However, Nataraja banned Grenadier and Smite, and Dragon banned Stun Lancers and Grenadier. Huh. I guess this goes to show how much Nataraja respects the Dragon's Smite plays. We saw in the previous match how powerful those Smites were and how advantages they were. So Nataraja just does not want to deal with that. And well, yeah, Stun Lancers, as we've previously mentioned, they occupy a very good spot in terms of utility, control, just overall a very good card.
Yeah, and similar to how we saw Nerzl ban Slithering Summons, Smite is like the payoff card for a specific type of deck. So it really just like, there's no like direct substitute for Smite if you want an Empyrean Army deck. You know, you run Empyrean Army basically for the Smite.
True, very true. Like, you cannot just say, well, Smite's gonna heal, I don't have Smite, I'll play Ardent Aegis. It also heals my minions, right? It's not the same at all. And if you go for the damage, you cannot go... Nothing. Well, Empyrean don't have any other damaging spell like that, right? So...
Yeah, I think we spoke about this before, how you can ban things and a player can just say, okay, well, I'll just switch something else in. But there's certain things you can ban, like you're saying, Smite there, that's very difficult for a player to switch out with something equally as strong, and then you put them in the position of, are they going to play a deck and swap something out that's not going to be as strong as it could be, or does that, by that single ban, have you effectively banned that entire deck type for them? So that's where the power of the bans come in. Sometimes a single card ban can ban an entire specific kind of deck.
I mean,
We've seen Dragon favor like Rock Rivals before in the past, so it'd be interesting to see if he switches something like that. He has a lot of like favorite cards or favorite styles of play, so he definitely has plenty of options. You know, with the Smite ban, it shouldn't be much of an issue for him to pick a deck he wants, but it seems targeted by Nataraja.
Yeah, I am sad that we still don't, even with all these bans, there are still some cards we don't see being played. For example, I would be interested in see someone do something with Blade Star. I would like to see if we can have more of Zeppelin Bomber. Now that the Scrat tunnels are no longer Empyrean, they could also be interesting. Of course, some of these cards will probably be stronger in a 2v2 environment where there are more minions into play and more mana into consideration. But it is, I still feel it could be quite interesting for those cards to take a turn and run over the meta.
Zeppelin Bomber I actually really like with haste.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, can really do a lot.
Yeah, they're cards that you don't necessarily expect, and especially talk about the Zeppelin Bomber. If you think, oh, is my opponent going to play something like Rock Rivals? The Zeppelin Bomber can be insane in that situation.
Ooh,
yeah.
But of course, you know, you're risking it a little bit there, because the Zeppelin Bomber can be one of those cards that's very, very strong, but if there's not really anything for it to get value against, it can also be very, very weak.
Yeah, it's kind of like Veil Stalker, where you use its attack to, you know, deal with a horde of minions, and you could turn a fight with just a Zeppelin Bomber and then try and get value farther down the road with it.
Yeah. I mean, actually, I would see it that way. Zeppelin Bomber and Veil Stalker could fill similar spots. The difference is, do they grab bridges or not?
Okay, here we go. I think DfogoX on with this one, are you?
He is.
Yep.
Okay, right. Game number 1, winners bracket 4, best of 3, Dragon against Nataraja.
The battlefield calls,
And Nataraja
I
is playing
answer.
Stormbringer, while Dragon is playing Valorian. So, very interesting. If Dragon is still probably going to go into the Empyrean road, even though we now know... Well, we know Valorian does not need to restrict himself with the Empyrean, since his attacks are no longer empowered by the amount of Empyrean cards he has. On the other hand, Valorian has a very good removal for his second perk.
Okay, so the Prowler spawned without issue. We saw how powerful the Chisma Boomstick was in the last tournament. Sets Chisma just shredding DeathShott's tiny King Puff deck. We saw that, and that was very interesting to see. Chisma, not a card we see too often, has had some adjustments recently. But this is some decent pressure coming out. Those scraps will do a lot of damage.
Joel is taking Valorian, but like all these scraps are on face, and those small spear throwers are the ones that need to handle them. Wow,
And
that was huge.
Remember, they changed the master damage to be true damage, and that completely destroyed Jolo, but then they decided to revert that change, so master damage is now, whilst it is regular damage, it's special damage, but that doesn't stop Jolo in its tracks. So Jolo getting massive value there. And that was just Jolo and Scrats on face, and he's almost 2/3 HP got.
Exactly. And I think it's also important to note that the reason why I feel like Nataraja does not need to concern himself very much with his Caged Crawler is because he has Snake Druid. We saw on top how well Snake Druid dealt and handled the Prowler. So, and Nataraja has Jolo. So Nataraja is by no means concerned with does the Prowler come out of the cage or not. That's when you're running something and you are straight up like, oh, my opponent is running that. Well, I don't care. It puts you in a very good position in the beginning.
Okay, again the Prowler comes out. Dragon took a lot of HP damage at the start, but he's ahead on XP.
Yeah,
Nataraja doesn't have a good way of shutting down that Prowler, but it's going to spawn, but he has decent ways of dealing with it once it does spawn.
Ooh, Scrat Tank is a very good way to deal with the Prowler, but not if it's with the lid open, as that was the case.
But the Prowler the Druid is shut down, but of course the Prowler's going to struggle there against the Horde.
Yeah, it's the thing, like, just Prowler does not do anything against Nataraja. Nataraja even has wall, so he can literally just let the Prowler come into wall range. It's just so much going on that like, I mean, like, so much in Nataraja's deck that counters the Caged Prowler, well, the Prowler and hence the Caged Prowler, and it's insane.
Okay, the Snake Druid can be just so annoying to deal with. You see it's gonna...
Marksmanship.
Yep.
And I think that perk, yeah, that second perk was just slightly off the Snake Druid. Jeez.
There we see exactly the same at the bottom. The Horde just shutting down the Prowler.
Yeah.
Chisma in the corner. Chisma's
but
been
Chisma
aggroed
targeted.
though. Yep. Chisma will go down just before it gets an attack off though. That could be important though. The brother healing as well as not being targeted. So the brother's going to get some hits off here. Legionnaire's decent
All
HP,
pushed
doing some
all
damage.
back.
Nataraja dropping HP very quickly here. He put out a lot of damage early on, but he could be succumbing to this.
Yep, as the brother dies, we see the new one already coming out. Those war dancers not too much, true.
No, but again, the Snake Druid's going to be awkward to deal with.
Oh, with the second perk right now at third perk. Wow, it's,
Yeah.
the damage is huge.
Removing that cannon roll is very important. XP in Dragon's favour. Remember, this is game number 1 of the best of 3 series here. Winners bracket, 4th round. Chisma in the corner.
I don't think Nataraja has enough mana to handle all of this because that's Enraged Warrior is gonna go on face. Yep, and there's also Legionnaire there. This might be it. One more. Yep.
35
Oh,
HP.
wow.
He
35
survives.
HP.
Now, I don't think Dragon has any direct face damage. He does have the Unholy Ground, which is pretty decent against Stormbringer. Stormbringer will struggle
That's
against
true.
Unholy Ground. Chisma getting value will fear itself away. But the heal coming in there from Valorian.
That 4 man on bot might be too much. I don't think Nataraja needed to invest it.
Could have potentially positioned it a little better so he could have DPS'd the brother as well. But Jolo doing some work, not getting great RNG though.
Not at all.
Chisma doing a good job keeping himself alive, but XP is constantly in Dragon's favour.
Yeah, I mean Dragon's almost mana friendly at this point. Infray! This infray. So if Nataraja misplaces, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the roller. Wow. That was so sad because of the infray ray.
Yep. Okay. What happened to tODDlife? Did tODDlife explode? Todd! Do you hear Todd in Discord? I can't. I've lost his feed.
Todd is talking, but we just cannot see it.
I've lost his
Let's
feed
keep
and
in
therefore
mind,
I
Todd
can't
had
hear
a
him.
cat roaming around, so maybe the cat just, like the cat took over everything.
Maybe.
Is this
Okay.
actually Todd, or is this a cat in the voice of Todd? We don't know.
Right.
We have yet to find out. What we
Let's-
do know, though, is that that last match was insane. The twists and twists, wow. It just went back and forth between the two players, right?
We saw the Prowler that was shut down so time and time again, but ultimately the Prowler got the killing blow. Right.
Yeah. It's actually, I feel like it's quite ironic how I was the whole time saying that Nataraja had to still with the Prowler, and it's a Prowler that killed him.
Yep. Right. Still can't hear Todd at the moment. We could fix that, but let me just try and fix it properly before we try
yeah.
and
He's
band-aid
back.
it.
He's back. With a new link.
A big applause there for
I
our
can
two
hear you.
masters and
Yeah,
all of their
okay, you can hear him on
minions.
Discord. The stream can't hear him currently.
No,
Okay.
I can also on OBS, and we are back. Round 2. So Nataraja is on Millowin and Dragon is now on Diona. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Okay, so
So
Dragon
Nataraja-
1-0 up.
That's beautiful. That's the beautiful thing.
Okay, I think Todd's back.
That's a very interesting use of Arcane Ring there.
Okay, and again we see...
I'm back. You can't get rid of me like that.
Hey, welcome back. Right.
Yeah, sorry,
okay,
I had a little internet snafu.
No problemo.
Good.
Okay, so again we saw Nataraja use the Dragon's Nest earlier. And he was able to get
that's
great
interesting.
value out of it.
We can see the shield blocking the Crystal Archer's damage, but not Diona's damage.
Yep, so that's one of the changes again. No true damage for the Masters, but also Master damage is not range damage anymore. That means the Suglight Shield doesn't protect it, and that's why the Suglight Shield is now only 1 mana. Because it lost one of its big use cases. But now it's designed more to influence, that's the word, minion-on-minion interaction.
Oh, wow.
Flyby coming
Nataraja
in.
is putting very good amount of pressure. I'm liking this Dragon Nest deck.
Yep. Well, the thing with the
He's
another cheap spell is that feeds into the Dragon's Nest power. We've got
he
the
did just allow all of these to get on face, but I don't think he needs to worry at all. Especially now with the second perk, Milovin getting the extra spell.
yeah. So we've got a couple of things here. We've got the reduction in cost of the Dragon's Nest, seeing it played more often, and then we've got another cheap spell, which is music to a Dragon's Nest Milovin build.
Yeah, just look at that.
Nice
Ooh,
block.
Very good
Very
block.
nice block. Ready. He was ready for that. Perfect thing to block it with because it does heal as well. Here we can
The
see
amount
the...
of dragons we see there, it's just so insane, so good.
Yep. Pressure on the bottom, but also pressure coming back on the top.
Yeah, just pressure everywhere, it's beautiful.
Well, that's a big hit from the Prowler, just within range to get that jump off. Wall's going to do a good job. Remember, Wall does fight back against melee units now, but it's going to go down, and the brother heals himself through it.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
There's an assassin on bot as well, we need to... Yep, okay. Fortunately, the assassin does not go invisible again. But Nataraja got quite low with this. He does have a very good amount of pressure coming up right now.
Yeah, here comes the Whelp spam.
That brawler is gonna come out. This brother is just doing a very good job.
Ravenous Swarmers just chomping through everything at the bottom there.
Is he gonna protect this from the crystal archers? There we go.
Good
Yep,
dude.
that's a very good block.
Nicely used shield, and of course it generates another Whelp, which not only gives them extra DPS potential, but also puts more pressure on the lane.
Go, Rubble.
XP
Yep.
in Nataraja's favour at the moment. Once he gets perk 3 as well, that Golem is just going to become far more difficult for Dragon to deal with.
Very true. And yep, there we see now. I like how Nataraja managed to turn around with the experience. It goes to show how powerful this pressure can be.
Yep.
And like sometimes the best defense is just a good offense. Other times the best offense is a good defense, but that's beneath the point. These dragon
Right.
is just popping dragons after dragons.
Okay, he was fairly lucky, or maybe that was designed, the wolf popping out there. Very risky, wolfing something relatively fragile against a brother. Needs to be careful, taking some face damage. It's an expensive bridge grab at the bottom. Prowler may need some support at the top. There is support available. Okay, just able to spawn. But Nataraja's still ahead on XP.
No, he cannot play them bot because of the whirly.
Oh, this is an absolute cluster at the bottom there. Whirly.
It's very hard to discern what's going on. But he managed to live. That's the important part.
Yeah. Brother, again he gets the wolf from the brother. Nicely done. That's a 10 stack golem at the bottom. That's going to be
Wow.
substantial.
That's scary. I look
Yep.
at that golem and I get scared.
And there'll be it's been out for a while, so there'll be another one. Remember, you get there every 30 seconds.
That trap was very smart because just
one's
placing
here.
the trap there blocks the Frost Feather flyby. Since, as you were saying, all Frost Feathers need to hit, and
Yep.
the trap gets activated by the Frost Feathers and kills one of them, the Cage Crawler is gonna live.
Okay,
Very
I
good
feel
holy ground.
that Nataraja's in the ascendancy here. He's getting huge stacked golems, and then whilst Dragon is dealing with that golem, the next one is already on the way.
And
30
all
seconds.
of these with dragons spawning all around. Wow,
Right.
like it was a very good turn here. And Nataraja is just an experience away from Mana Frenzy.
Yep, here we go. Dragon does
It
not
just
have
keeps
a
going.
Yeah, Dragon's problem is he doesn't have a good way of putting pressure onto that Dragon's Nest, so Nataraja is able just to get constant value out of it. Look at that
Yep.
swarm just coming at the top.
Amazing.
Mana Frenzy now for Nataraja. He's going to be able to cycle something
The
crazy.
whole time Nataraja was just like cooking and cooking.
Dragon
this
stops
nest
playing,
and
Dragon
reached the
knows.
point where it's good.
Yeah,
Yep.
Dragon stops,
Oh,
he knows.
wow. Man, this makes me want to play Dragon Nest.
Dragon's Nest is back.
Dragon's
And-
Nest, more like Nataraja's Nest. Yeah, really good
Wow.
showing there.
Got him.
Really well paired with the Milovin. And you guys were talking about, changes to cards, right? The change to Sugilite Shield, making it 1 mana. That's a wolf. Or, that's That's a shrimp you get from the Dragon's Nest. He had a lot of cheap spells there to really capitalize. And then, as you guys pointed out, after perk 3, you know, the golems can hold their own, and the tides turned. Really well played.
Yeah, so many cheap spells there. We saw so many 10-stack golems so quickly, and they are absolute nightmares to deal with. But yeah, very good. That's the second time we see him play that Dragon's Nest, and it's the second time he's won with it. So people will be taking notice of that. Right.
Yeah. No real direct answer for the Dragon Nest there in Dragon's deck, besides, you know, like the Arrow Trap, which is kind of hard to capitalize when the spells are so cheap and you can get new Flightless Dragons out of it.
Yep. Well, okay, 1 game all. This is a best of 3, so the next game will decide who will go into the final. The winners bracket final. So it's going to be Nerzl, currently waiting in the winners bracket final, and he will play the winner of this game, Dragon or Nataraja. 1 game all to play for.
I'm
okay.
just very excited right now. I'm containing myself, like what's gonna be. I really want to see the Dragon Nest deck again. It's so fun.
It seems really strong. What do you think you bring against that? I guess
defensive.
something like Wheel of Doom.
But at one point, Wheel stops working. You gotta play Wheel in a way that it gives you an advantage until 3rd perk, because on 3rd perk, Wheel's not enough.
Right.
What is enough, though, if well aimed, is Blade Star, for example.
Oh, yes.
Just saying, you know, Blade Star can work, you know.
It's difficult to use. Yeah, Blade Star can get a ton of value, and especially against buildings and things like that, it really can do a lot, but it's just so hard to use. Otherwise, I think we would see a lot of people using it because it has a lot of upside.
It's a card where the potential is very high up, but the skill necessary to reach that potential is even further higher. So
I think it's really difficult to use because the way it bounces is sometimes so unexpected.
It's unexpected. I think that has to do with the hitboxes, because I think they extend, you know, outside or inside different models.
Even just off of face, it's like I've seen it where you target it upwards onto face and then it comes back in the same angle. Like it's like, what's the hitbox of the face that's going to determine that?
Yeah, it would be really nice to see like a hitbox model for face. And I think sometimes when you get like an extra building in the corner there, sometimes they interact in a certain way, like the radiuses overlap, and you don't end up hitting the edge of the hitbox that you think you're going to.
Yeah.
So maybe with a ton more testing in play, that card could see some light.
But yeah, there's 2 ways.
Some people mention how a good way to have that problem addressed would be if you could somehow see the trajectory after maybe the first hit. You know, like you just see where it's going to hit and where it's going to bounce, and there's no need to go further where it's going to bounce after and after and after, because of course the game is always changing. At least getting a preview of the first bounce would really increase the skill and the level necessary for that card to be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or if just hitboxes worked as expected.
Don't go asking too much now.
But yeah, talking about the Dragon's Nest, there's 2 ways you can deal with that. You either play something like a Defenso Chopper to deal with the whelps, or you have tools, like you said, the Wheel of Doom or other spells to try to shut it down at source. So there's different ways of dealing with it, and those will be definitely things that are in the mind of the players at the moment. But here we go, we're going into game number 3, the decider. Dragon against Nataraja. Diona again for Dragon, Nataraja King Puff.
Yep. So we see a King Puff that is not celebrating his birthday, but
not celebrating his birthday.
Point.
Did I mention how powerful King Puff's perk 3 can be?
I don't know. Is it powerful? Wait, don't say it. Don't raise a flag. Don't raise a flag.
Am I going to jinx it?
Don't jinx it.
I'm not sure if it's powerful. Let's find out.
Solly, all right.
Right. Is this Westlin?
Let's see what it is.
Where's Mana Puff Madness?
It can still show up, right?
Could do.
Look at that. Look at that. That's just beauty.
When you have Commander Azali on the field, when you take a bridge, everything on the ground gets a shield.
Look at that brawler doing just around nothing on top.
Ooh, good trap at the bottom though.
Very good, yeah. Ooh, if Nataraja was faster. Oh, but yeah, that's still good enough.
Again, we see the brother. Staple tanky card.
I mean, he's showing up a lot, right? Very interesting.
Yep. Seen the shield guard of light a little bit, but the brother's definitely more meta.
Ooh, that was a very well. Yeah, that stun was very well timed.
Yep.
That pro shield. The whirly leaving here can also be very annoying because it can inhibit the dragon from playing some AOE. Some cards that would lose to AOE.
What people may have missed there is the shock rock was just before the brother took any damage, so it didn't get a chance to drop its holy fire. That meant that Nataraja was able to use scrats and small things to just DPS it, which had it dropped the holy fire, that wouldn't have been able to do that.
I'm curious as to whether this was a good swap or not, because Stun Lancers don't have a very big DPS. I feel like he could have just allowed the Stun Lancers to stun the Zali and, you know, like, hold your mana.
Yep. So Azali, if Azali is stunned, she will not give out shields, so that's one way you can deal with it.
But still, like, he was in no need to get shields. Let's see how it goes, though. I mean, both players are very tied up in experience so far. That's very nice. So while the Arcanist does die, she gives a bridge.
Doesn't quite get the bridge there, but gets a bit of luck coming out of the box to get something that grabs the bridge. Now, one of the things we could see is perk 3 for King Puff.
Wow!
That was nicely done.
Ground.
Perk 3 for King Puff can be strong, and of course, with Azali, those shields can be beautiful on those Night Puffs, but will we see that? Let's find out. Again, that brother being a real pest. The Holy Fire just eating up all of the scrats.
But Azali's gonna get enraged. Now, Azali is very known for her shields, but let's keep in mind, her damage is not something to overlook.
She hits hard, and now she's enraged. She will be single-shotting a lot of stuff. Okay, shields popping all over the place.
Nataraja gets shields on the bridges, Nataraja gets shields on the puffs, Nataraja's getting shields everywhere.
Ooh, Rammer, that's going to be potentially awkward for Nataraja to deal with. Might get a bit of face damage in here. Puts a little bit of pressure on, but nice use there of the Unholy Ground again.
He's probably gonna... Oh, what a stun! No way! The lash does nothing! That stun was huge! Huge!
Okay.
He just stopped, resetted the brother, blocked the lash. Wow!
Right, Hypno coming.
And Dragon knew that stun existed. Huge!
Wow,
that was a
great play.
very well timed.
Perk 3 King Puff now. This is an important part. Bridge switch available. Can generate Night Puffs here. Here we go. Night Puffs at the bottom. Azali's out. Bridge is about to be taken at the bottom. That shielded Night Puffs at the bottom. That's going to be frustrating to deal with. The brother, of course, is going to do a great job against that. But here's some face damage.
Look at this damage. Those Night Puffs. This is huge.
But again, the next bridge switch, more Night Puffs coming. This is a good pressure point now for Nataraja.
Yep. And I mean, this pressure is allowing Nataraja to just keep the bridges, like the whole time.
Yep, that's the thing. He's done some face damage, not huge face damage, but keeping the bridges is huge. Remember that birthday is coming around every 45 seconds. Was 40, then 50, now 45. And the birthday gives you that bridge switch.
But it's also important to keep in mind that it's coming sooner as Nataraja is playing a lot of 4-mana units, such as the Skeleton Horde, Propeller Horde, and Whirly.
Yep, that's very true. That's a good bit of pressure at the bottom there. That brother's still alive. It's going to get another shield, or it's going to drop the Holy Fire, keep it alive. Right, here we go again. When's the next bridge switch? Just been used. Night Puffs. Trying to get some pressure on the Cage Prowler. Nataraja doing a great job here. That Prowler's going to get shut down. Bridges and Nataraja's.
Shut down. Look at that. Diona is a good defensive master, but these hordes are scary for her.
XP in Nataraja's favour. Both players getting close to Mana Frenzy. And we've seen it in the past how getting Mana Frenzy just a few seconds ahead of your opponent can be huge. Now that Ghost, I mean a Ghost wandering around has the chance of doing something incredible, but not too much. Right, there we go, bridge switch.
That's a good hypnotize.
The Hypno there is really more of a stun. It's just trying to keep the units off his units rather than kill them. But look, the pressure coming at the top. Azali, of course, is raged right now. Can't be taking any...
coming on bottom. Look at that on bottom. You cannot overlook. That's so whirly with 3 Night Puffs.
Yep, Mana Frenzy now for Nataraja. This is his chance. Azali on face, that's one hit. That's 2 hits.
Nataraja is gonna win. What a wow.
Nataraja. Did I
Very,
mention
very
King Puff Perk 3? I told you.
I was waiting for that, right? You feel a little
Ridiculous.
vindicated there with
I-
how those night puffs are doing?
Told you.
Yeah. Really nice.
Very,
Mixed with
very
the shield is really, really... It's been a while since we saw Azali. It used to be everywhere. You know, it got the 1 mana change, which was a little nerf. And, yeah.
Nerf. The card is nerfed, everyone. You just saw it.
Wow. Okay, Nataraja beats Dragon. We've seen DeathShott, winner of the last 2 tournaments, dropped into the redemption bracket. We've seen Dragon now, winner of number 5, dropped into the redemption bracket now. We've got a winners bracket final between Nerzl and Nataraja. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, Azali with King Puff is interesting because, you know, one of the play arounds for Azali is, like, just don't contest the bridge until you have the situation under control. But with King Puff, you could force someone to challenge a bridge so that you could then, you know, quickly retake it back, which we might have seen once there on the bridge swap.
Yep.
And the units to capitalize on those, plus the Propeller Horde did a lot of work as well.
Okay.
I like these. Mainly because the Dex nets I believe were most enjoyable right now were the Dragon Nest and the Azali. So Dragon Nest has been recently put back as it was, so seeing it back into action, it was very fun. And then Azali, which was nerfed, and we saw it have a lot of prominence in 2v2, where it's much easier for that 1 extra mana nerf to not be very noticeable. But no, we are in 1v1, 9 mana Azali, let's go! And just shields and everything. That was a beautiful gameplay, very, very enjoyable. So many aspects, like Dragon was doing an incredible job. Those unholy grounds around the holy fire, everything else, the value he was managed to get out of the cage crawler, even though he was facing a hard deck, everything very, very good. I guess the play I would highlight the most was 100% that shock rock.
Yeah, that stun was ridiculous. Oh my goodness,
just,
yeah.
like 2 mana, like what, 10 mana value. It's just huge. Like I don't even know what else to say. It was very, very.
Okay.
Yeah, Nata bringing some really strong decks here. Nice to see.
Why am I seeing
So we're
Nerzl
moving on
against?
to the finals match. Is that what we're covering next?
Yeah, but I'm seeing Nerzl versus Dragon on the final. Doesn't seem.
What? It is saying that Nataraja won.
Yeah. I don't see the bracket updated yet. Okay, there it is. The bracket's updated there. Okay.
Yeah.
I see
Weird.
Nerzl versus Dragon. Okay, let's check
Yeah.
that. Bracket shows Nerzl versus Dragon.
Does the
Winners bracket final. But
does the platform update it automatically?
I'm not sure. It should be Nerzl.
Yeah, you know the platform is just used to sync Dragon and put it on the. What? Wait, what? Yeah. There's an AI behind this, just automatically learning from our tournaments and already drawing his
Maybe.
conclusions.
Do you know the name of that
There's
AI?
an AI everywhere.
Sinobii.
Sinobii. I should have seen that one coming.
Okay, we'll just confirm that. But Nataraja's taken that series 2-1, so he will be facing off against Nerzl in the first best of 5 of the day. Conquest rules, meaning if you win with a master, you cannot play that master again. So things get a little bit more serious. Right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then I will be right back.
Alright. Me and
Alright.
Todd will in the meanwhile think of something to troll fish, right, Todd?
I was thinking we'd play a quick game of Hanabi, you know? But maybe not. I have a little Hanabi fever going on right now.
Well, let's hope it does not pass.
Yeah.
Some fevers are good to keep. Well, fevers in general are good for your body, but not... Well, let's not get too technical into it.
Yeah, let's
We
do
could
some
also
with
try
the
to
lower
do-
bracket still.
Oh, you're right. we still have a lower bracket going on.
Lazur Mephisto. Mephisto wins that 2-0. So Lazur knocked Set out, knocked Westland out. So obviously had some good play. We didn't get a chance to see him today, though. So Mephisto passing on to Marshe and Mephisto. Dragon is waiting for the winner of DimLight and DeathShott. So DeathShoot's still in this as well. The remaining
DimLight.
players in this lower bracket is really strong still.
But look at that. DimLight beats Nick Show. Very interesting. DimLight is playing really well. Like, I mean, we are not seeing his matches, but it's important to notice to get here. He managed to beat Westlin. He managed to beat Nick Show. Oh, or just yeah. Well, he also managed to beat Dog 2000. Well, let's not underlook anyone. But very interesting here.
Yeah. So this will be a best of 5 conquest rules, no reusing masters that you've won with, which really does change this up. You know, in this tournament more than others, we've seen people reusing their masters and decks in the best of 3 rounds. That's no longer an option anymore. So it will be really interesting, and still 1 master ban. So you got to dig just a little bit deeper in your deck lists to have 3 winning decks here.
I mean, and for example, Nerzl is just showed us that he was playing a deck, he won, he played the same deck, DeathShott adapted, he adapted his own deck and managed to win again. He can no longer do that. Like, if he wins with that deck, if he's adapting the deck, he's adapting the master. Now, we have also seen before players just run basically the same deck and swap the master, which is allowed and perfectly within the rules. And as we have discussed it before, it is not something you can really control, as you cannot say, well, if you run an extension, you can no longer run an extension, as there are very different type of extension decks you can run, same with Scraz, Empyrean. So faction-based restrictions are not something that I feel would improve the quality of gameplay, but playing the same deck with different masters also goes to show how much a player can adapt, and that in itself is a demonstration of skill or of a busted deck, but typically not the second one, hopefully, right? Right?
Yeah, right. And
FYI,
so we've
I'm back.
Yep, yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We trash talked you a lot.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, so Nataraja bans Wrecked, Moon, and Grenadier. So Moon, yeah, that's clearly targeted. Wrecked, yes, we saw Nerzl run Wrecked and Morelia today. That was it, right? So Wrecked is no longer an option. So probably Morelia gonna need to come up with 2 other masters if he wants to win this best of 5. And Nerzl is banning Stormbringer, Dragon's Nest. Wow, that's such a unique card to ban. And Scrapyard. Yeah. So interesting. It'll be great to see what happens here.
Okay, so let's get this set up. So if you've just joined us, we are watching GGtoor's Knight's Duel number 8. This is provided by GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks for joining us. We are currently awaiting the start of the winner's bracket final. It's going to be our first best of 5. The winner of that will go into the grand final. The loser will drop into the redemption bracket final. And we have an unexpected lineup in this final, gentlemen. Not the 2 players.
Yeah,
that
we were reviewing the lower bracket when you were away on your restaurant break too, and I mean, anyone that's left in this tournament can win it. Now we have seen maybe some slight upsets because there are some people that perform very well in tournaments. It doesn't really mean that they're better players, though. As we can see, you know, any matchup can go to one person or another when you're really at this top end of the skill in Minion Masters. And a lot of it comes down to, you know, deck selection. How does the matchup turn out? How do the bans work in your favor? And those minor misplays can stack up, or even one play swinging one way or another, like we saw in that Shock Rock, which, you know, he didn't necessarily know that the Lash of a Moon was coming in. That could turn the tide of a battle, right? So plenty of great competitors left.
Sure. Okay. Right, so we've got the ban information in, so we're almost ready to go. Let's just double check we've got set up here. So we've got Nerzl and we've got Nataraja. Let's make sure we got these players here. Nerzl. Boom. And Nataraja. Okay, nice. So, interesting that Nerzl's gone for the Dragon Nest ban. He's obviously seen what Nataraja has been doing with it and just thought, I do not want to deal with that at all.
I mean, me neither. I would
That
love
card
to
might
see
pop
that,
up on
but
ladder, I feel like, now that we've seen the
Oh, for
success of
sure.
it. It seems fun to play, and it seems like it can be really strong.
I'm definitely not gonna test it right now. Oh wait, wrong master. One sec.
A Defogo trying a ladder whilst everyone else is in the tournament.
Of course. Easy, no competition, right? And now I'm gonna say back, and now I'm gonna report back. Look, guys, I don't think the deck is very good. I lost. that would be a fun part.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Whoa. What are those bands?
Dragon is facing Disu now?
Huh?
Yeah, I guess DeathShott probably won his match, so he's facing Dragon in the lower bracket round 6. But right, we are expecting you to cover the winners bracket finals here before we get to lower bracket rounds.
Yep.
I mean, we are amazing. We can certainly just cover everything, right?
Tournament's been progressing really smoothly. Big shout out to Sinobii in the background. I know we had some people that wanted to get in late, and he was able to accommodate with the bracket, so thumbs up and applause for him as always.
Well, with the dual deck technology, instead of watching both hands of both players in one game, we could watch 2 separate games.
Oh!
Half the screen,
Are we-
half the screen.
We are getting
Yeah,
to
and
the
DeFogo can
next
commentate
level.
one, and I'll do the other. That sounds perfect.
That's it.
All at the same time, right?
Right, who's joining me on this one?
I think I'll cover this one and leave the LB finals to DeFogo, and then we can alternate in the grands.
Okay, sounds good. Right, here we go. This is our first final of the day. It's Nerzl, it's Nataraja, it's the winners bracket final, best of 5, conquest rules. Take us away, tODDlife.
Yeah, we're seeing Nerzl on a new master for us for our viewing experience on Milloween, who we've seen players use successfully today. Nataraja on Morelia. Will be interesting to see what decks they choose. I think Nata just copied Nerzl's deck. This looks like what we've been seeing Nerzl run all day. So does Nerzl know how to stop his own deck, and does he have the tools for it?
We'll certainly find out. We spoke before about how strong the Slither setup can be. Lots of annoying cards to deal with. Lots of value
I
from the
wouldn't really
summons.
assign creative rights to this deck to Nerzl, right? This is a fairly common build out of Slithers.
Okay, so the Stun Lance is locking everything down, but remember, Stun Lance is only stunned for 5 seconds now, so you can't just stun and forget. It needs to be dealt with.
The first statue makes it a face. It's only a hit, but Nataraja, has some control over the board at that point, holding the bridges.
Someone suggested to me the other day that the Snake Druid stun, or the Immobilize, should be similar to the Stun Lances, where it's only lasts for a certain amount of time. What do you think about that?
Not a terrible idea.
Because that can be really annoying. It just locks something down. Right.
Yep.
Our moon.
Well, that was the problem with Diplomancer too. That needed that. That was the suggestion I made. Give the Stun Lancers treatment. Don't let it just hypnotize something forever. Not
No res
super happy with the
available.
current implementation either.
Here we go.
Yeah, stunning the face. Other Stun Lancer comes in, so its face is still stunned, and a huge res on the Amoon. Gonna get maybe.
That looked like kind of a strange Daggerfall, but the reason he decided to do the Daggerfall is it had 3 slithers attached to it. And he needed those slither
one
bounds.
extra hit out of the Amoon there, the Slap Daddy.
Yep. Slap Daddy needed to get an extra res from that. Right, let's get
Aims up
Nataraja
top, seems like a smart play.
getting a good XP lead. The statue just gives you that presence on the lane.
And the brother's gonna re-aggro to the Musketeer and catch a
Ooh.
fresh repost.
Brother gets shut down. This could be some decent face damage. Statue needs to be dealt with, but the... Okay, here we see a Hypnotize. This is going to be a good Hypnotize, but Nerzl taking a lot of face damage here. He's falling behind on every stage at the moment, and the next push is
Nerzl
coming
did
as
once
well.
bitten his Elite Swarm around the top lane, which got shut down by that Stun Lancer too, so that's kind of wasted mana. It's hard to say that he knew that was coming, but yeah, no value from that once bitten. The Veilstalker comes in, cleans that out.
Nerzl in a bad position right now. Behind on XP.
Yeah, bad position, pretty far from perk 3, which is probably what he needs to turn this fight around. But the flyby does a lot of damage on a moon.
Yep, slows it
Probably
down
worth
as
the
well,
2
which
manas.
helps
Yeah,
with
as
the
well.
ranged units dealing with it. But the problem is here, he needs to deal with the statue before the stun expires, but then Slap Daddy coming in, going to be a problem. Hypnotize is going to be useful, but there's no DPS on the Slap Daddy really at the moment. So it's going to keep getting more damage. This is very difficult. Perk 3 for Nataraja as well. He's going to be able to drop his dragon in whilst he's even got control of the bridge already.
Yeah, big lead for Nataraja here.
A little bit more face damage, dropping very low.
Opting not to go for the dragon right here, going for the Amun again.
Yep, feels like he just wants to put the pressure on. Right, good Hypno, but Nataraja's going to take some damage at the top. Does have some decent HP. Blood Imps used. Can they be punished? Let's find out. Does have a summons coming. It's going to be another statue. 2 mana statue at the moment.
190 HP for Nerzl, though. What can he do against this push?
Yeah, he needs to have nothing touch him. And that's not going to be what's going to happen. Nerzl!
Oh, it touched him.
It touched him. Slapped into oblivion. Nataraja takes the first game here. 1-0. Okay, Nerzl looks so strong so far today, but that first game, Nataraja was in control, super far ahead on XP, and just doing damage every time he pushed in. Hour of the Slithers.
It goes to show how strong that deck is right now. No, I don't really know who to attribute this victory to. Like Nataraja won, but we lose deck.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw Nerzl in the previous rounds ban Slithering Summons when he ran it, right? So he didn't have the opportunity this round because he elected for Dragon's Nest. And yeah, he has to face it. The Scrapyard ban is still something that I think is a little marginal. Maybe Nerzl isn't as aware of the way to exploit it with stun.
I was thinking the same. Dragon Nest feels like a very good ban, but cannot say the same for the Scrapyard.
Okay, so Nataraja gets first blood. Of course, while this is going on, we still have a redemption bracket occurring. So
Do
just
we have
cast our
updates
eye
there?
So we've got Dragon against DeathShott in the redemption bracket round 6, and Marshe against Mephisto. Not sure if we're going to catch either of those, but we'll do our best.
I would like to catch
Dragon
Marshe
against
versus
DeathShott is...
Manfield.
Yeah, both of those games
Those
are
we've both seen, right? So.
Yep. Be interesting to see either of those games. But whilst they're happening, we are in the winners bracket final right now, where Nataraja has a 1-0 lead.
And can no longer use Morelia.
Correct. Conquest rules. Morelia has been scrubbed out.
Wait, what does this leave? It is interesting. What does this leave Nataraja on, though? Right?
Nerzl bans
Rekt is also
Stormbringer.
banned.
Mm-hmm.
He had the Stormbringer, right? I guess.
No, Nerzl banned Stormbringer, so Nata needs to make a different
no, Nata
selection.
is Rekt then. Okay, yeah. I missed something in my head. Was like, I'm missing something. Okay, exactly. They didn't both ban Rekt, Nataraja.
So this is where the players need a good selection of Masters stroke decks to be able to deal with the bans and the conquest rules. Let's see where we're going to go. Right, game number 2. Best of 5. 1-0 currently to Nataraja. He has struck first.
Diona face off.
Duel!
Same deck. Yeah, so in your absence, Defogo and I were discussing, conquest rules and what that means, and about how some people will take the same deck and use a new master. And I didn't raise this question, but I was wondering what other masters this deck would go well with, and I was speculating maybe King Puff, but here we see the same Slither deck with Diona, who seems like a really strong choice.
Yep, those traps could be really used with Herald to get some value. We'll see if that happens or not. But again, we see the statue messed up the bridge split there a little bit. Didn't get that top bridge.
This is a...
Oh, the Fireball's going to punish those Blood Imps, though. Okay. He can't allow that
strong.
to happen too much. Great bridge grab at the top, though, from the Sewer Scrap. The Collision grabbing that bridge. Almost killing the Stun Lancer. But again, the Herald is public enemy number 1.
Yep, grounded that wolf. Going to hold the bottom bridge with it.
But of course, Nerzl does have the traps to help deal with that. But let's see, is there a res coming? Succubus
and
is
the bear
sorry,
traps can help stop some of the statue pushes too, depending on how much Nato's paying attention and the timing of them coming up.
Now that Harbinger could be great against the Slap Daddy.
Yeah,
Right.
could be a needed tool for sure. Again, with the traps though, if you're ready for it, you can capitalize on the counterplay.
Right, trying to get pressure on the Harbinger. Didn't really get much value out of that trap. Maybe a wasted trap there.
Harbinger also will punish Blood Imps too, potentially.
Yep. The Nataraja will be paying attention to the Fireball. If Nerzl uses the Fireball, that he knows he can have a bit more leeway with those Blood Imps. But here they go. That Harbinger is on face. Slap Daddy's going to deal with it pretty quickly. Okay,
Puts that arrow trap in good spot, knowing that it has to come all the way over across. You know, it deals a lot of damage there. Definitely worth the 1 mana.
Oof, he would have liked the Herald Armoon there to slap this Sewer Scrat. Didn't happen though. Right, res is up. Marines don't get instant killed, but
Slap Daddy's still going off.
still
Probably not in a
alive.
good face.
Oh, he
Not
does
one
get a
hit.
hit off on face. Snake Druid just being an absolute pain. Just locking that bridge down really at the bottom, that's the problem. The wolf dying is, yeah, it's okay, but keeping that bridge in his favor, that's very important.
Another really good fireball to deal with Soul Stealer, keeping the Harbinger alive. Harbinger still with just a sliver of health, but nothing to take it out right now unless one of these Slither dudes can make it and poison it. Yeah, might have to contend with the trap at some point.
Right, the brother's stuck in that bear trap for a while. Blood Imps are out
Those
again.
Blood Imps are gonna get
Fireball,
a hit.
Fireball not available
No, I guess
though.
they're fine. Yeah, 1 hit there. Health for Nata though off the Ruffles pickup, which is nice.
Yep. Remember, Ruffles will cycle through in a set order now. Picking up heals, picking up XP, picking up mana. You're not going to get 7 heals in a row like you could have done in yesteryear. Right, perk 3.
I like that change.
Yeah. Perk 3 for Nerzl. He's ahead on XP and on HP. But I feel like Nataraja's deck is more likely to get out of control. As the mana speeds up, he can get more and more of those cool Slither Bounds, more and more of the cheap, like he's got a statue there for cheap. This is going to be some decent face damage, and the Harbinger
He's
will
got the
hit
Dagger
hard.
Fall as
but
well
it's-
to res the Herald.
Fireball comes in.
Yep,
but this
see
is
right
2
here,
statues
boom.
on face. This is a massive push. Herald Armoon getting huge value. Does res. Gets another hit out before it maybe 2 hits out. Oh, this is going to be too much. That statue's full HP on face. Nataraja takes a 2-0 lead.
So what masters are you going to use next time with this deck? That's a good question.
Yeah,
I
we've
mean-
definitely seen that in the past where someone has a strong deck and they just keep switching the master and staying with the deck. It may not be as strong as it was. Defogo just finishing his lunch there.
Can you stop announcing I was eating?
Sorry. Just want to keep everyone up to date.
On what
Wow,
I'm
Nataraja-
eating, right?
Nataraja races into a 2-0 lead. The power of Slithers, is he going to stick with it?
I mean, he seems to be enjoying it, right? I do think it's important to realize that if Nataraja is going to keep using Slither, we really should stop calling Amun Slap Daddy. Can we do that, please?
You don't like that?
I feel like it's making someone unnecessarily laugh. I feel like it's making a certain person be unnecessarily happy.
Wait, who's that person?
Someone was upset earlier that I didn't call him Slap Daddy, okay? So
That's
whatever
true.
naming convention we want to use.
See, we don't rebaptize the cards, right?
Are we rebaptizing it, or was it always Slap Daddy?
No, it was not. It was always Hamun, Herald,
Can you imagine
or
if it
Herald
on
Amun.
On the PTR before they named it, if it was actually called Slap Daddy? That'd be
Yeah, that's the
incredible.
internal naming convention at Betadwarf. If you pull the name out, a deck list with, yeah.
I remember when
Prove it.
one of the devs misspelt it in one of the patch notes. I think he called it Harold Armoon.
Harry. Yeah.
It's very similar, right? From Herald to Slap Daddy. It's like Herald, yeah. I can
Harold
clearly
Daddy.
see how they were Yeah.
Slappy
of
Harold.
course.
Well, Slap Daddy's like kind of his
Harold,
occupation, right?
no,
His name could be Harry.
No.
That's
This
it.
is
Okay,
not a thing.
no more Slap Daddy,
This is
Slappy
not a
Harold.
thing.
Done. Thanks,
This
DfogoX.
is not a thing. Oh, and now you're putting it on me, right? Yes, of course.
I mean, you brought our attention to it.
I'm trying to get your attention out of it.
Okay, who knows what it's going to be called? If we're going to see it in the next game, we don't know that. What we're going to call it, we also don't know that. Okay, grand final is approaching, but before we get there, we got to find our finalists. Nataraja is 2-0 up in this winners bracket final. If he takes the next game, he will continue through to the grand final. But can Nerzl fight back?
I mean, Nerzl has been doing a very good job, but it's just hard to deal with. At one point, if you get a surge of pressure, not a surge of mana, right? Just a surge of pressure, you're in a rough spot. You are with no way. You are without any way out.
And that's it. You could see he gets into the situation where he's got a statue pushing. The statue's being dealt with, but suddenly there's another statue, and it's almost a free statue with the summons as well. Yep. And that's just the pressure.
Like 2 mana or 1 mana, the last one. It's huge.
Just opening some conquest rewards here. Nothing to see.
I'm definitely not containing myself at all.
Okay. Right.
I mean, I still think Netred is not going to play the same deck. I believe. I believe.
Wait, if you're facing that deck again, what tools do you bring to stop it?
Defensive Chopper, yeah.
Defensive Chopper?
Is
Defensive Chopper adequately deal
enough.
with Harold?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I think DeathShott's the one that showed how to deal with it. I'm surprised how Nerzl did not incorporate. I guess Nerzl wasn't expecting Netaraja to play the same thing twice. But like, I would bring in the Curse Bearer, not the ATG. I just like the ATG mainly because, as we've seen, you with Hamun and Vortex, you can still easily handle it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, the Curse Bearer feels very good, like very, very good. For the Hamun, though, you can beam it. It's stupid. Like, it's good, right? 6 mana for 8, and it also kills the Slither Bounds. There are some answers, but I don't know. Let's see what answer do these players come up with.
Okay. Here we go. Game number 3.
Yep, King Puff. That's what I thought would go well with this Slither deck. Oh, but it's not. Okay, it's a unique deck choice.
All those who turn to
Okay. Diona again. Remember, he can play Diona because he didn't win with Diona yet. King Puff. Now, I don't know if I've mentioned it, but King Puff's perk 3, pretty strong.
Oh, yeah, it would be interesting to see that, how it impacts this match.
Let's find out. Okay, 2-0. Nataraja looking to close out this and get his place booked for the grand final. Nerzl looking
the
to
spear
fight back
thrower's
against
nice.
it.
To carry that Arcanist on the other side of the bridge.
Yep.
Pincer. Yeah, I wanted to talk about, what spells we're seeing today and which ones are absent, and Pincer was one of them that I'm still such a Pincer fanboy. You see it there, used to some effectiveness.
It's very strong. It went through a few stages where it was far too strong, where it would kill and fear, but now it's in a sensible place where it either kills or fears.
Oh, Nata's running his, this is a Zali, but just with a different master, right? We saw Nata use Stormbringer last time with this, or...
I mean, we did see a King Puff Azali deck, remember?
Oh, it was. Oh, but it wasn't.
Yeah, with the shielded Night Puffs. Those shields are going to be problematic to deal with. This is a good-looking push.
Yeah, that was not.
Harbinger's not going to have a good time until this Chow gets cleared. Right.
Yeah, Azali not losing any health on that wall because it got 2 shield procs on each of its hits on it.
Nice use of the pincer to kill the Arcanist. Keeps the Harbinger healthy. Remember, pincer does true damage, so it goes straight through the shield that the Arcanist had.
And leaves the shield intact, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, on an Arcanist, what it kills, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
It's just a random shield left. Okay, nice use of that, but this is looking a little bit frustrating, but the wall's going to be great there.
Yeah, huge. Huge to save his...
Massive Harbinger value. Nataraja
Nerzl up in XP here.
Nataraja has a lot of small things, though, which the Harbinger's not going to be great against.
Yeah.
He knows. He's identified what the Harbinger counters are, and he's dealing with it. Keeping the Harbinger alive.
Yeah, I mean, if you kill all the anti-air and you have a bunch of Harbingers floating around because they've been stalled out on your side of the board, you can definitely end up making a strong push off of that.
Shield tanking that Harbinger hit there. Stint trying to shut it down, but he's got the support of the trap, and that's the power of the traps, using it to support your units.
Nerzl in
This
good command
Harbinger's
here.
going to get to face, and Nataraja's already taken a lot of HP damage, so this could be problematic. Right. Harbinger goes down, but it's going to be another one again pretty soon. Now, one interesting thing was you haven't seen a single Mordor. Just suddenly struck me.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Mordor. Oh, but yeah, Mordor did just get changed, and I think most people feel like that's a pretty strong nerf to him. The fact that he doesn't get 2 tombstones until perk 3.
Yep.
I haven't seen a lot of it, though, so I think people could be writing off that Master at this point when he maybe still has potential.
Yep, so if you're not aware, they changed the perk 2 and perk 3. They switched them around, so perk 2 now is the hasted reses, and perk 3 is the second tombstone. So that period between perk 2 and perk 3, I would say Mordor's a lot weaker than it was. You're playing against someone with a shock rock. What's that hypnotize there? That's a misplay.
That looks like a misclick. I imagine it was supposed to be those props.
Look at Nataraja's HP. He's dropping super low.
Trap on face. Gonna be a
And
few
that
trap
misplay is
rotations
going to be
to face
problematic.
to finish him off.
He's going to wish he had that mana to help deal with this. Nerzl gets a heal.
Yeah, Nerzl's
3,000
at full
HP.
health, right? Yeah. GG.
Yeah, Nerzl's in control of this one. He's looking to bring this back. He's going to have a trap on face. Alchemist does well. Here we go. Trap on face.
Trap. Oh, 2
And
traps. Double trap action.
Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? 25 HP.
What are you going to do
Flyby
against this?
coming
Gotta stun
in.
those birds.
He does have a shock rock. It's too late.
Nah. Yeah.
Nerzl is back in this. Okay. Now that's
2 to 1.
Nataraja knew at that time, like, there was nothing. But to be fair, I think it's kind of funny how, from what it looks like, Nataraja brought this deck to counter the previous deck, but it ended up doing a very good job countering this deck as well. So
it was interesting how much
interaction we have there.
How much value he got from the Harbinger against a deck that you wouldn't expect the Harbingers to get much value out of. It was just, the Harbinger was just always there, always a pain, always getting something. Even if it was hitting shielded things, it was just being
more of a pain. Yeah, not just like, okay, well, I'm going to finally use some range minions to take care of it, and then boom, pincer. And it's like, okay, I'm going to use the prop horde. And he maybe was playing those a little aggressively, right? Needed to wait for it to come over more. Because the prop horde got shut down by wall 2 times at least.
I feel like it's just that the way the Azali interacts with the board and the way Harbinger interacts with the board are very similar. The opponent plays Azali, okay, you let it come, and then you play on it, and you grab your bridges back. They play Harbinger, okay, you let it come, and then you play on it. But the difference here is that while Harbinger is gonna get stopped by the shields and the Azali is not gonna get stopped. So all this time where Harbinger is just waiting and waiting and waiting, and Nataraja cannot do anything, Nerzl was just getting value. So both are playing decks that force the opponent to wait. However, Nerzl did not need, Nerzl didn't need to wait. Like, he could just play the Harbinger, and the Harbinger would stop himself. So I feel like that's the reason. Like, that's the aspect that probably handled, and that made Nerzl win.
Okay, so Nerzl is back in this. Nataraja 2 games to 1 up in this best of 3, but Nerzl fighting back. Both players fighting for a place in the grand final. And yeah, that was an interesting one. We could see that Nerzl identified the counters to the Harbinger, and he was always one step ahead removing those, whether he was using the trap, whether he's using the pincer, and just keeping that Harbinger alive. And as the people in the chat are discussing right now, the fact that Harbinger was always aggroing on something kept it kind of out of harm's way for a lot of things. And it just made it really difficult to deal with, and it got a lot of value even when you wouldn't really expect it was going to get too much value. And that misclick at the end there was fairly frustrating, but I don't think ultimately it changed anything. So we'll see. Now,
They're still waiting, right?
Yeah.
It's the moment of truth now. What's it gonna be?
So King Puff's still available, and if I didn't mention, King Puff's perk 3 is fairly strong, so it's still
I don't know.
available
I did not
for
see.
Nataraja.
I didn't see this game.
We didn't see it this game.
so-
No. Doesn't mean it's not strong just because it didn't exist. If it
don't
exists,
know,
it's good.
didn't
We'll
see
see.
it, you know,
We
it's-
might see it. We might see it. We may see
Let's
it.
go.
Okay, let's find out. Here we go. We're going into game number 4. 2-1 to Nataraja. Can Nerzl fight back and force a decider here? These players going really at it against each other here for a place in the grand final.
Masters of minions and
Hey.
minions of masters.
A little mirror match here.
Okay.
Setsu on Setsu. And Nata is running. He's running the Slither deck.
Okay.
Not the
Slither deck
master I would have
again.
thought it paired perfectly with, but let's see what he can do with it.
Right. Let's see who has the best of this Setsu mirror deck. Mirror match. Right, again. Statue spawned defensively. Wants to get some support to push with it. Now, what tools does Nerzl have to deal with this? He needs some decent DPS to start burning through those statues. He does have things like the Razor Squadron. Very high DPS. The Nataraja does have a Daggerfall.
Can get stun here? Yup. Before the poison hits, right? Denying the
Ooh, Setsu
holy
getting stunned
ground
right.
there.
Setsu coming in. What value can she get? Interesting jump, because Setsu jumping on top of the brother is immediately going to get shut down.
Yeah. Jumping with
Nataraja-
Setsu is one of the things I really struggle with. I think Setsu's another fantastic master that has a lot of skilled expression, a lot of decision points.
Yeah.
Similar to Diona, right? You know. Yeah, haven't quite figured that out. The jumping, you can do a lot with it.
I see a lot of people jump into DPS with it, and I don't think that's generally what you want. If you're jumping onto a horde, then great, but jumping onto something like a brother, that's never going to work out well. Right.
No, you want to jump on like squishy targets, yeah, backline
Yeah.
units and things like that.
Okay. XP lead for Nataraja at the moment. Nerzl doesn't want to fall too far behind. Again, perk 3 Setsu is very strong. So whoever gets there first could have a big opportunity. And if you get your perk 3 before the other Setsu, then you have the opportunity to potentially jump on your opponent's face before they get that stunning shot. Jumping onto an opposing Setsu when they're at perk 3 is always very difficult to pull off unless you have spells to support. Right.
That's a good jump by Nerzl to take care of the Snake Druid, right?
Yep.
Brother's backing up that push. Stun on face. Slap Daddy coming out on the bottom. Poison to death.
Okay, so again, that brother healing itself. Nice. Use of the Slither Sacrifice. Gets a cheap Prowler. Right. This game ebbing
So a
back
lot
and
of sets-
forth at the
yeah.
moment.
A lot of Setsu play is built around the spells to reload Setsu, and especially at perk 3 when it has the stun attack. And this Slither deck isn't really built for those type of spells, but it does have some spells, right? So we'll see what happens as we approach perk 3. A lot of pressure here from Nataraja.
Yep. Could be very important if Nataraja gets to his perk 3 first. Setsu becomes very, very strong. Not too
The Blood Imps are risky
many...
against Setsu because Setsu's super aggressive too.
Yeah, not too many spells in Nataraja's deck to cycle the Setsu.
Yeah, just
But this
summons,
is-
right?
Yeah.
And Daggerfall.
Yeah, but this is really good position on the field, though. Nataraja's got a good XP lead right now. Nice wolf.
Yeah, nice one spitting there. Yeah. Ooh, Slap Daddy going the wrong direction. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Slappy Harold. Right. Needs to deal with this appropriately. But perk 3 for Nataraja. He has the stunning shot from Setsu.
Yeah, I like where
It's in the middle.
Nataraja's jumping here.
It's going to be so
the
annoying
stuns.
to deal with. Setsu's going to start working through.
Gonna want this Daggerfall. Oh no. Just gonna die
You
to
see.
the first shot.
Okay, so you see
Yep.
the stun lancer's unable to continue to stun the Statue. This is a lot of face damage. Is Nerzl going to be dropped down into the redemption bracket? Is Nataraja going to the grand final? Yes!
GG.
He
Nerzl knew it was coming. He
is.
GG'd in there.
Wow.
It was very well played.
The power of Slither. Just too much. And that's our first finalist. Nataraja
It is.
into the final. Very well played.
Wow.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Take a
I
moment.
think we have
okay.
our losers bracket finals too now.
Yeah, Marshe won against Mephisto, and DeathShott won against Dragon.
Wow. Both of those players 2-0ing. Wow.
Oh.
Okay. Right, so let's take a moment. Let's look at the bracket. Let's figure out exactly where we are. So,
We are at home, hopefully.
we are at home. Yep. Defogo is probably eating. Yeah, that's
I'm
two
not
things.
currently eating. I
Oh,
just
wow,
have
you
food
okay?
on my lap. I just
Oh,
have
God.
food on my lap. It's different.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we
I
have
no
our
longer have food.
Nataraja is our first grand finalist, so he will be awaiting. Nerzl will have dropped into the redemption bracket final. So what we need to figure out is who is he going to play against in that redemption bracket final. And if we look back to the regular bracket here, we've got DeathShott versus Marshe. So this is going to be a return to best of 3. No conquest rules.
True.
So DeathShott has beaten Dragon by 2-0, and Marshe has beaten Mephisto by 2-0, as you said. So both players solidly into this game.
Oh, the winner of this will go on to face Nerzl, right? This is not the loser bracket finals. Okay, right.
It is interesting to note,
Yeah.
I guess, that on the winner brackets on the winner brackets, Marshe managed to go to round 4, while DeathShott stopped on round 3. But well, we're gonna see now. I guess whichever way, we are going to have a rematch, because Nerzl has played and won against both DeathShott and Marshe. These players, however, are now aware of Nerzl's Slither deck, so we can expect different matches, different bans for the loser brackets final. We will get there on time, though. Currently, we have the bans for this one, right?
Yep. Have we gone through those yet? Sorry, I was a bit distracted.
No, so DeathShott banned Wrecked, Whirly, and Defensive Chopper, and Marshe banned Wrecked, Soul Stealer, and Legionnaires. So DeathShott just went full on banning AoE. Well, not Grenadier, but as we've mentioned, Grenadier is much weaker now. And Marshe bans Soul Stealer and Legionnaires. Legionnaire is an interesting ban. I'm
I
curious.
thought that
as
was
to
interesting
why.
too.
This feels on a weaker side of most bans, I guess.
Okay, so this is the redemption bracket round 7. This is the last best of 3. The winner of this will go into the redemption bracket final against Nerzl. So let's make sure we got set up here. Who's joining me on this one, gentlemen?
I think
No,
I'll leave
I
this
am,
to
I am.
DeFogo, and then
I
he'll
am,
also cover the next one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am.
Right.
See, so if I'm doing this one, it means I will not be eating. Or does it?
Can you deal with that?
I can speak with my mouth when I'm eating, right? I
Wow.
think so.
I'm sure that'd be lovely. Make sure you get real close up to the mic so people can hear you chomp.
No, this mic does not do that.
ASMR.
Oh my. No, that's disgusting. Please no.
Yep, let's please stop. Yep.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Okay.
See,
I think
Todd's
that's
asking me to.
almost
Todd's
as
asking me to
annoying.
stop, and the question is Todd asking me to stop because he disliked it or he liked it too much?
It's just too much for on screen right now. We could chat later.
Oh wow, my God, no way! Get me out. What was I
Right.
saying? I was saying something else.
Probably about eating.
I don't just talk about eating, you know.
No, you talk about eating, and when you're not talking about eating, you're actually eating.
You're eating, right?
Your mouth is full of food words or food. Okay.
I mean, eating is important, right?
Eating
we
is
got to
important,
keep
yes.
ourselves fed.
Right. So we've got the bans. The players are ready when they're ready. We're ready. They're ready, maybe. Let's just do a giveaway quickly.
DeathShott is just mentioning how he's gonna go for first this time, so he's confident he's gonna win right now. Dun, dun, dun. But is he going to? We don't know yet. Stay with us and don't miss this amazing match where both players are just on menu, not doing anything at all, not on deck building, not in a match, they are just on menu. It's very important to not miss it.
Okay, so we're just waiting for them to be ready. They're in the menu, it suggests they are ready. Now, we've had some issues in tournaments before where players have made a little oversight and they've played a card that's banned, and that's kind of awkward. Touch wood, we haven't had that situation so far. Hopefully that continues, but we've seen that even experienced players can just make these little lapses where they play something that's banned, and it's really frustrating for everyone involved.
Maybe that's the Legionnaire thing.
Didn't we see a DeathShott like queue up the card and then realize mid-match and then just hold it in his hand the whole time at one point? And then
Wait,
he like...
Yeah.
Not on
that was,
tournament.
this was like
yeah.
3 or 4 months ago, yeah.
Maybe it was I think it was a Resonating Blast Crystal or something, but yeah, he figured out that he had a banned card, he didn't play it, and then after the game, they both decided that it was okay because of that. Right. Okay, looks like we're going into our first game here.
I wonder what's gonna be. So. It's still loading. Okay. Marshe is playing Morelia without any skin, and DeathShott is playing Diona with a skin.
And so does my crossbows.
Okay, let's make sure we've got our dual deck set up. DfogoX here with me.
There is no proactivity. Okay, yeah, there we go. So there was not super proactivity from any player to grab the bridge, but of course, the moment the first one plays, the second goes. Distant Lancer, wow, okay. They won on top, lost on the boss. Assassin cleans it up. Oh wow, if that poison went through, that would have been huge.
Nice shock rock though. Does it trade? Oh, not quite, not quite.
Wow.
Very frustrating.
There have been beautiful. Yeah, that should just accept his assassin on face, but the warrior tanked it. Wow. Small details, but it is an advantage, especially because DeathShott is playing Blood Imps. So losing these early HP can mean a lot.
Yeah, we got to be very careful.
Marshe goes
every HP, every hit point matters.
Every hit point matters. I wonder where I've heard that before.
Go check out JShag's videos on YouTube.
Wow. Okay, like it's a very back and forth game we are seeing right now. Marshe has a good advantage on experience. However, oh, there we go. There is a shock rock to compensate for it. He grabs
nice
bot
shock
now.
rock.
Yeah. Very good shock rock. These shock rock are doing a hell of a job against assassin. There are the Legionnaires that aren't really doing much at all. Well, they do a good job, but they are not warrant. The ban, I think. This is somewhat of a pressure. And there goes the pressure back up. Alright, it's like pressure on. Although Daggerfall does a very good job against Razor Squadron when you're not running a deck that has lots of Outlander tech to
We know DeathShott loves the Tranquil Monkey. Getting value out of it again, using the trap. Nicely done, but
wow, that was a very good use of the trap.
Good reaction from Marshe though. Yeah. Oh, but the poison from the Slither there.
Wow.
Okay, the monkey's alive. Gonna get assassinated though. Ruffles denied. Assassin on Blood Imp. That's going to be painful. Health is a resource, though.
I just want to mention that Marshe could have blocked those Frost Feathers with the Sunfire. You know, just a small detail.
Yeah. Worthy scratch.
5 mana Legionnaires on top. Yeah. Completely shredded. It's just... I don't feel like these Legionnaires are being played in a way that's giving Marshe the 5 mana they cost. But he's doing a very good job keeping a head on experience so far. DeathShott did manage to come up. 20 experience is now only 10. That's a very good screaming scratch to clean up everything. It does not grab the bridge though, and once again the shock rock with the swarmers on top. Very, very powerful. So if I'm not mistaken, this Imperial army, the only thing it's doing is giving Marshe shields on his Lost Legionnaires, which makes me wonder, is it worth it? Again, we are just going back and forth, but that should have managed to tie up the experience.
So this
Now,
game's going to be
block it
again...
or not, don't block it with the Sunfire. Who does that, right? That's,
Okay, nice screaming scrap. All monkeys almost surviving at the bottom.
He didn't need to play that. Wow, that's very interesting. The monkey was gonna die to the warrior.
DeathShott's got a bit of an XP lead. Perk 3 now for DeathShott. Now, this is going to be interesting. Marshe is going to have his dragon soon. How's DeathShott going to deal with it? Oh, assassin on the Blood Imps again. But use of the trap, lovely.
The trap by assassin. And once again, the world is just cleaning up the Legionnaires.
Absolutely murdering that.
I mean, I feel like we are just watching the same play over and over again. Like Marshe is not managing to get out of the rotation that should put them in.
Sometimes you just get stuck into that, and it's if the rotations are not working out for you, you've got to try and put some pressure on and force a change somewhere.
Yeah. Marshe did realize this. We saw him hovering the cards and just being at 10 men and just not being certain what to do.
Right,
but
Dragon's going to be coming now.
He still has the dragon, yeah, but that's, I think it's such little value.
Double trap on face there from DeathShott, putting some pressure on. Decent face damage. Yeah, those traps put out a lot of damage. Aurelia, of course, always has the potential to hit. Oh, the dragon survives! Oh, sorry, the monkey survives. Forces the response. Whirly again.
Whirly dies here. Whirly dies. Oh, no, there's the shock rock to guarantee he lives. Yep.
Nicely done.
Oh, and the stun lancer.
Oh my goodness!
Very good job. They do not die for screaming scrat though. He could
that dragon got melted.
Yeah. Well, I guess
I feel like that was. Yeah, that was DeathShott just removing Marshe's win condition.
It seemed like we need to factor. He played dragon on bot, and right after his next play was the Razor Squadron on top. This Razor Squadron that just got destroyed by the crossbow and the crossbow dude and the dagger fall. So he didn't manage to support his dragon, he didn't manage to make a counter push on a different lane. He just didn't manage to do anything. These Legionnaires are always getting destroyed by the Whirly, and they should be split at this point. The Tranquil is gonna heal, like Tranquil is such a great answer against Assassin.
Yeah, he's going to heal up and then he's going to have Mana Frenzy. He's going to be able to push with it. This is DeathShott's game to close out here. Looking to strike first. Shockrock comes in. Daggerfall comes in.
I feel like the playstyle of these two players are just very imbalanced. Whatever Marshe tries to do, DeathShott has the answer.
Yep.
And in terms of playstyle, Marshe tries to put some aggro, DeathShott just counters that aggro and goes for bridges, and Marshe just sits there like, well, what do I do now? You see? Yeah. He just realized it was over. But to be fair, he would have blocked those Frost Feathers with the Sunfire.
Now there was an interesting thing where DeathShott spawned the Ravenous Swarmers into the Dragon, and then the Stun Lancers after it. The Dragon got an attack off, but the Stun Lancers were able to stop that attack just in time where the Ravenous Swarmers survived with a slither of health, and those guys put out super DPS, and they were able just to shut that dragon down.
That was making me nervous when he used the Rav Swarmers to draw aggro, because I was looking in his hand, I'm like, okay, he's got great DPS here. What's he gonna do to cycle? Is he gonna use the flyby to trigger the Swarmers? You know, use the... And yeah, they got taken to like 5 HP, and the stun came just in time. Yeah, that dragon got melted.
But
that's the way you play against
it looked scary for us, but DeathShott had probably seen exactly what was going to happen. Oh, these guys are going to take damage. They're not going to die though. They've got enough HP. I can stun this quickly enough. It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Very, very well played. But yeah, that was
and
a
Marshe
situation.
was up for a while there. That was really well played by him too. But DeathShott, as we've discussed, knows how to manage the micro and the macro, and builds a success to win even after being down.
So bad.
But yeah, I feel like the dragon being the win condition can so easily get shut down though, and once that's shut down, then you're just toothless at that point.
I mean, look at the game, the board state at that time. Like Marshe plays Dragon into nothing, so the breath doesn't exist. And what does that should do at exactly the same time? Trap on each side of the master to force Marshe to invest mana in defending and not have that mana for a Dragon support and counter push. It's just
Ideally, you want the impact of the dragon to do something, you want the breath to do something, and then you want its attack to do something defensively to get the maximum value, as opposed to just throwing down your tool and saying, okay, well, hopefully this push does something.
Yeah, I don't think in these type of matches, especially against DeathShott, you can go with the I hope it does something, because it will probably not.
Yeah, not on this experience level. Yep.
Okay, so DeathShott gets the first strike. We're back to best of 3. This is our final best of 3 of the day. So he's put the pressure on Marshe. Marshe needs to win the next 2 games, or is going to be removed from the tournament. We'll see what he can do. But it's unusual to see DeathShott in the redemption bracket, but he's crushing the way through and looks like he's put 1 foot in the redemption bracket final. But can he put the 2nd foot in? We're going to find out very soon in game number 2. DeathShott against Marshe. 1-0 to DeathShott. Looking to close this out. Can he do so?
And we see the same Masters matchup, so... Oh, but Marshe is playing just something completely different. Yep.
Now I think... Now this is where... This is an aggro deck that can take people by surprise.
Wonder why you say that, right? What components there makes you think it can take people by surprise, huh? Oh, and he got...
Okay.
That's really interesting.
Rammer.
Yeah. Oh my god, like, look at, imagine going aggro and you get the rammer from the blind date.
Wow. Okay.
Not just that, no, don't play Gex now, don't play Gex now, exactly. So here's the thing, DeathShott is running Blood Imps. If Marshe can hold the Gex till the next Blood Imps, he's gonna have a huge advantage. This slow on the Reckonator doesn't do very much. But
the trap's gonna do a lot of damage. Shock Rock, okay, that's very nicely done. Because that's gonna start...
Wow.
Oh, it doesn't quite pop it, that's frustrating.
If it popped though, oof.
Right. Oh, the monkey jumping away, coming back, doesn't take a hit. That's quite fortunate for Marshe there. Spirit coming in.
Instead of the monkey, he should have bet on the...
Right, there we see.
Yep, there we
Gex
go.
Straight into the Blood Imps.
Yep.
This is going to be painful for DeathShott. Boom, that's 4 of them alive. Boom.
Wow. Okay, he can...
That's like 600 damage.
Build up a bit on that.
He needs to do that a few times.
Tempo to play the Scrat Launcher. No, you cannot play it now. Yeah.
Okay, this is quite a technical game. DeathShott needs to be careful with those Blood Imps.
He's just gonna burn mana to get in a position to play the Scrat Launcher. How interesting.
Yep.
I mean,
Marshe isn't too interested in the bridges right now. That Scrat Launcher not getting much value. 1 hit on face.
Nope, no hit on... Oh, what?
2 hits on face. Okay, got a bit of value.
Very
Reckonator. Pushing through the bottom. Okay.
Oh.
Blood Imps are out.
No, that was too early. Yeah, that was too early.
Mistake there. It's going to come back. Remember, the Reckonator will taunt itself onto buildings, one of which is the trap.
He needed to have waited for the Reckonator to start exploding, to start the self-destruct, get on that self-destruct mode, and then just before the explosion he needed to have another step hit. In this type of decks, I don't know if he can afford to not get that part right. DeathShott can very well capitalize on just extra 300 HP.
Yeah, but he can't really use the Blood Imps anymore, because if they get punished, he could potentially just fully explode. Okay, nice DPS there. Now, needs to get some hits out here. 1, not enough. Gax comes out, no Blood Imps though. Daggerfall shuts the Gax down. Okay.
Yeah, this is it. He's gonna be forced to play that defensive one. And yeah. Right now, Marshe in a very bad position against these traps.
Trying to
he's
heal,
doing
only gets
a
one
drain
heal.
that's-
He does live to fight another day, but he's so far behind on XP. DeathShott's racing towards Mana
He cannot
Frenzy.
Gex himself right now. He's in a position where he cannot afford to use Gex. I don't see a way out for Marshe.
Yeah, these. It's a risky strat. Can work out. DeathShott's a wily competitor. He knows what to expect here. That's a double heal though, so that could be important. But here comes the pressure. DeathShott does have some tools available. And again, that trap's going to make that Reconator pop really before it does anything. Oh, okay. Not sure what he used that trap for. Didn't really get what he wanted out of it. Both players dropping low, but Marshe very low. Not even...
And Marshe has no way to deal with this right now.
Yeah, DeathShott's going to get some perk to Mana Frenzy before perk 3
Ooh,
from
that's not
Marshe,
what
if
he
that
needed.
happens.
This is it. This is game. Marshe just does not have the tools to handle what's coming up right
Tries
now.
to punish the Blood Imps, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
DeathShoot.
GG.
It was an interesting deck. Well, it was worth the try.
Okay.
And he played his cards right in the beginning. You know, he held his tools close to his chest and waited for the opportunities to use them. And I'm sure that deck works a lot against people that don't have the same level of experience as DeathShott.
Yeah, Diona gives you the traps to help deal with something like that. Help deal with the Reconator, help deal with the Scrat Launcher. Plus the DPS of the Ravenous Swarmers just burning through that Reconator, even with the Glenn's Brew. So it was a good try by Marshe, but I think the skill of DeathShott and the particular deck type that he played allowed DeathShott to deal with that quite comfortably in the end. We saw a huge Blood Imp punish, but that only happened one time, and overall that was not enough. Okay, DeathShott books his place into the Redemption Bracket final now against Nerzl.
As he said he would. Very interesting. But I mean, I think we can expect DeathShott to ban Slither summonings against Nerzl now, right? It just feels like a very standard and solid play, and it's certain to block out the deck that caused so many troubles for, well, DeathShott and Nerzl now.
Yep.
You think you just straight ban certain cards? You think it's the Slithering Summons there more than the Herald, or do you maybe like bait them into playing that deck that you've seen them use and bring heavy counters?
That's true. That's a fair aspect. But at the same time, like when you know you have a good deck and your opponent is aware of that deck and they do not ban, like you clearly see that they allowed you to play that deck. You suspect it, right? You're, So I don't think if there's no ban towards that deck, I don't think Nerzl can afford to play it. He needs to be very confident in it, and DeathShott has proven he can counter those decks and he can take win out of it. So, well, we need to wait and see, but.
So this is the losers brackets final. This is going to be Nerzl versus DeathShott. This is now best of 5 with the conquest rules as well. And the winner will go on to face Nataraja, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, and then there were 3. Whoa. Okay. Right. Nerzl against Disu. I think
Nerzl against these.
Right.
You are typing RB for redemption bracket instead of loser bracket.
Don't judge me.
What? No, I've said before, but I'm not judging.
Yeah, you have the winner's bracket, then you have the one that's underneath it. I call it the lower bracket, you know, to keep the acronym alive.
Redemption.
Everyone here is a winner.
Redemption
all
bracket.
The contestants, all the viewers, Fish for getting to hang out with us.
Fish the one that hanging out with us. We are not the ones hanging out with Fish.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I'm not sure if we may have a little bit of a wait while these guys get set up. Now, one thing I wanted to speak to you guys about. Did you read the blog post about the new game mode?
Oh, I'm excited.
So, if you remember a little while ago, Betadwarf announced that they were going to be removing a number of game modes, including Draft, from Minion Masters Remastered. Now, I think they were surprised at how many people were upset at the Draft removal and how important a game mode it is for the game, and also how much of a core game mode a lot of people felt it was. So the good news is they have listened and they are bringing Draft back in a manner. So it's going to be called Chaos Mode. There's a link in the chat to show you all about it. So it's going to be kind of like Draft. It's going to be a two-weekly event, and there's going to be some different rules each time. Could be 1v1, could be pre-made, could be randoms. So we don't fully know exactly how it's going to work, but we have some interesting insights into it. You guys, I'm sure, have looked at it. How do you feel this Chaos Mode is going to be? Firstly, how do you feel about Draft being a sort of a Draft mode being a necessary mode for the game?
I'm a Draft player. I think it's absolutely necessary for the game. I don't think it's that much of a challenge for them to design a mode that fits. The resource constraint's the biggest thing with Betadwarf, right? Deciding, do they want to push back launch for Draft? Do they want to just launch without Draft and then integrate it later? I'm still not sure if it's going to be in the game at launch. Some people in the beta have mentioned that it does seem that way because it should be joining the beta soon. I think it's really important because players get burnt out of dealing with the meta, and just having a mode that's lower power level, lets you play with cards that you don't always play. And then these chaos mode rule sets that could come in could be very interesting too. It's going to start with just standard rules like normal Draft. And then how you get cards is different. It's very interesting. Read the blog post for sure. Wait for a video from your favorite YouTuber explaining it in more detail, but I really look forward to playing it. And honestly, if it was in the beta, I would re-download the beta and start playing it for that mode.
Yep, I'm sure they'll add it to test it in the beta. I'm sure they'll add it, so hopefully we can all test it out and see what it's like. My big concern is that I think there's the potential to have a 1v1 or a pre-made or a randoms mode, but I feel like out of all those modes, the 1v1 is the mode that people will want the most and will play the most. But of course, if it's a rotating sort of game mode, there's going to be a period of time, potentially up to 4 weeks if they do just cycle them through, where the 1v1 mode is not available. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, a lot of people have asked for 2v2 Draft and suggestions, and I understand why that seems appealing. I like randoms, I like pre-mades, right? I understand the appeal, but people get so salty in this game. So if you're playing random Draft with a partner, the salt level is going to skyrocket. So I'm not sure. And like you mentioned, rotating through different formats potentially every 2 weeks. I almost think that there should be a vanilla mode, assuming it's supported by the player base, and then the chaos one that's more chaotic that could bring in multiplayer and various rule sets and things like that.
I think there's still some discussion to have between the devs and the community and how best to implement this. But
I do see some advantages. For example, if you are gonna have the mode be faction focused, that is gonna allow lots of new players, right? You come into the game, you probably even have an initial mission of playing a Draft. You play Draft, it's based on factions, and it will allow you to realize and better understand how in-faction interactions work because you are doing them.
Yeah.
So sometimes just by reading, you don't really understand it, and so you don't really play it. But the mode kind of makes you have to play them. Of course, this has the drawback that some players might trigger faction effects without realizing, and then they go to the normal mode, they put that card alone in the deck, and they are confused by the effect not triggering. But overall, I think it's more positive than negative. So it's for sure a good addition.
Yeah.
The side note is how they dislike Chaos Mode, and they are just like, Chaos Mode, name to be defined.
Yeah.
We need help finding a game for this mode. Pitch your ideas on Discord.
If anyone has a good idea for a name, let us know. Let me know in private so I can steal it and present it as my own. Maybe Chaos Mode, maybe it'll end up as Chaos Mode. Who knows? Maybe it will be Chaos.
It will end up, I bet it will end up on Chaos Mode.
Yeah. I will try to find out more information about that and put a video together for everyone to share that information. But back to what we're doing today. Now, this is, if you just joined us, this is the Redemption Bracket Final in GGtoor's Knight's Duel number 8. Now, there's a lot of money on the line for these tournaments. These events are supported by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developer of Minion Masters. So thanks to everyone supporting the event and being here and all that jazz. But we're in the Redemption Bracket Final, Nerzl against Dsu, fighting for a place in the Grand Final where they will play against Nataraja. So we're back to best of 5, and we're back to Conquest rules. We've got some ban information, gentlemen.
Yeah, so we were speculating what would DeathShott ban to target Nerzl's choice deck, and he opts to ban Wrecked, which has been his staple master ban, and he does go for the Herald of a Moon. So again, you know, permitting Slithering Summons, maybe bringing some cards to counter statue. He also bans Whirly Scrat, which is just kind of a staple anti-swarm card. Where Nerzl is banning Wrecked, Nerzl electing to ban Slithering Summons, and Nerzl banning Scrapyard again. So I hope Dsu is throwing together a quick Dragon Nest deck, so we get to experience that.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I would like to see that.
Yeah,
I would really like to see that one.
Right,
I find this at this point. I do think Scrapyard ban. It's just because Nerzl finds it very hard to deal with. We have noticed how Nerzl is not playing lots of shock rocks, so Nerzl's just getting their option out of the way. I'm just wondering if the ban on Herald of the Moon is gonna be enough to shut down the Slither deck or not.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. Like, Herald is one of the big threats, and maybe you can kind of like half bait them into running the Slither deck, and then what tools would you bring in, right? Then it's like you're kind of just dealing with statues there, probably have to contend with Hypnotize. It will be interesting to see what DeathShott elects to choose given that ban.
Yeah, some of these decks are strong based on the interaction between all the parts of the deck, and if you remove one of it, you remove quite a lot of the power of the deck, and we'll see if that is the case. Right, who's joining me on this one?
I think this will be DfogoX, since I joined for the last best of 5.
Okay, so DfogoX says Todd.
Fine.
Todd says DfogoX.
All right, well, have fun with yourself, Fish. Yeah, I don't mind jumping in because you did the last one too.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Todd goes, and then on the best of 5, when we do swap a rule, I can do the first one, and then you do the second one.
The grand final. Okay.
Great.
Right, here we go.
Right now, I'm spectating DeathShott.
We are loading into the first game of the Redemption Bracket Final. Nerzl against Dsu, best of 5. Winner goes to the grand final.
And faces Nataraja, who's had a very good showing today.
Indeed.
DeathShott on a path. Let's see what he can get from Perk 1 and Perk 3. Meanwhile, Nerzl on Diona, who we've seen him choose before.
Right. Nobody wants to blink first.
Scratch.
Somebody has to.
Skeletons. Fighting for bridges. There's a wolf on top. DeathShott going for some crystal cards here, right? It has the archers, and he has an Arcanist in his deck as well.
Bounty Sniper removed. Nicely done.
Bring the trap.
This assassin walks right into that bear trap. Sad day for him.
DeathShott's got a wall in his deck and an extra wall from his perk 1, so that
how does he feel about that, do you think? Getting a duplicate card?
I mean, a duplicate card is frustrating at times, but of course it's not another card he can use to grab a bridge with, so I'm sure he would have preferred a minion.
Yeah. There's a wolf up top. Close XP game. Nerzl with a slight advantage.
Nice use
this
of the wall deck.
wall can do. It holds the bottom bridge there, right?
Yep.
Because the Marines aggro on and don't step on, which is kind of nice.
That's nicely done. Oof, Assassin getting pincered. Oh, it does invis again though, so that's an interesting thing about
the true damage doesn't reset the stealth timer.
Yeah, the interesting thing with a fear is that even when a unit is feared, it still does
Oh,
whatever it does. So like a flyby coming in. Ooh,
Yeah, I saw him gearing that up. That's great.
nice block. 1 mana to save that. That's massive. But yeah, the fear doesn't stop things like unit abilities. So like a healer, a feared healer will keep healing, for example. Things like that. And as you saw there, a feared assassin can re-stealth. Right.
I think if you fear a heal puff, oh well, you can't really fear it that way now. Oh no, you can with like Margaret. If you fear a heal puff off of a bridge, it will continue to do its puff duties because it's already been like triggered as on the bridge.
Oh, interesting. Interesting thing about that sniper there is that sniper was slowed, so it seems like although the Sugglite shield protected against the damage, it didn't protect against the slow from the flyby.
That is very interesting, actually. Have to read into the wording on that card. Yep, Shock Rock to kill the birds. A little late.
Ooh, missed
yeah,
it.
a little behind.
Yeah.
Kind of shoot for the apex there.
Go get it, boy.
Ruffle's going for a heal. Not super valuable at this stage of the game, to be honest. Gonna get Nerzl back up to full.
It's close, but I feel like DeathShott's a little bit frustrated with that wall. Could have certainly had,
not the best card.
Yeah, some extra bridge control would have been just what the Doctor ordered. But being behind,
even like
he
a
does
lone
get
scout, I'd be pretty happy with. Yeah.
he does get the shield on the sniper, but the shield's not helping too much because the flyby is either going to kill it or not kill it. The shield's not going to stop it. The flyby will kill it if there's no Sugglite, or not kill it if there is a Sugglite. The shield is fairly irrelevant.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Right. But that bounty sniper's got a bunch of kills there. Look, suddenly XP is leveled up, and that's the power of the bounty
wow,
sniper.
it is totally.
Nice use of the
Little
traps,
double
though.
trap action there.
Shock Rock didn't really get what it needed.
Nope.
Stint grabbing the bottom bridge. Remember, Stint now requires 75 tech instead of 50. Sniper immediately removed. Right, let's have a look. What's DeathShott's perk 3? Didn't really pay attention to it, but we will see it shortly.
Yeah, I missed it too. Oh, it's a whirly.
Whirly scratching. Now that's nice. Good use of the trap to take the Arcanist out. Harbinger being a problem in the middle there. And the walls are going to be useful to tank the Harbinger.
Yeah, to draw aggro on things like that. Doing work full a little bit.
Right, XP in Nerzl's favour. DeathShott struggling. Going to take quite a lot of face damage here. What
Yeah,
does he
gotta
have?
worry about this Harbinger.
Yep.
And Nerzl, you know, is sitting on probably a pincer.
This is a problem. Okay. Nice use of the trap. Of the shield, sorry. Right. DeathShott's falling behind. He's managing to deal with this, but is taking face damage all the time.
Nerzl's been so competitive today. Not that anyone thought he wasn't a good player, but I didn't think he was going to be giving other top caliber players, you know, this level of difficulty.
Yep, for sure.
Go, boy.
DeathShott needs huge bounty sniper value, but no way of stopping that pincer, really.
He tried to, like, get it on the assassin or something. You saw him throw on Scrats before, too, to try and, like, intercept the pincer, because it does target based on the center.
Yeah,
and not
it's
the
very
highest.
difficult to get them, like, right on the center of it, though.
Yeah.
There's one. Go
Very
get
frustrating
it,
to
boy.
deal with. Right. Oh, that might aggro on the wall. No, just gets
Yeah,
the
I thought it was
Arcanist.
on the wall, too. Nerzl about to hit Frenzy here, and this is looking rough for DeathShott.
Sure. Never count out APEP and DeathShott though, but it's frustrating. And again, immediately the pincer.
Especially because that XP is his avenue back into the game.
Yep.
Or to stay competitive.
Harbinger's gonna.
Nerzl
be
is in
on
Frenzy
face.
now with bridges, with a Harbinger on face.
Yeah, I
Granted, the
can't see
totem's up.
DeathShott climbing back into this. The Harbinger's gonna kill him if nothing else.
GG.
Okay, Nerzl strikes first in this Redemption Bracket final. The power of the Harbinger once again in our minds, in our eyes. Wow, Dfogo. Nerzl strikes first. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. First of all, the wall on first perk, as you guys mentioned, I think the best example of that frustration is that when he got the wall for free, he had the other wall on his hand.
It was behind the other wall, yeah.
and and he played the 2-mana wall instead of the free wall. So right on the beginning, he made that play like, oh, fuck, and then at the right after, he needed some extra mana, and he had it. And like, well, if you play the free wall, but I guess for me that was the prime example. Like, yep, he didn't like getting this wall. Aside from that, Whirly was good, but it did not help in answering the Harbinger. I would feel that was the main problem. But then again, what would you need to answer the Harbinger? You need flying units probably. They do not get you the bridge. You need a bridge. You maybe could have gotten War Dancers. I think War Dancers.
War Dancers, yeah, that's the card. That's what I was thinking too.
I think War Dancers have been the perfect card on that match because it clears AoE. It clears air. It splits. It benefits from the mana surge that DeathShott is trying to keep. But that's the RNG part. He cannot count with that, right? He cannot be, okay, in this match I want War Dancer, in this match I want this, right? You gotta leave it up to fate. You gotta leave it up to the gods.
Yep,
and well,
sometimes they give you what you want, sometimes they don't.
Yep.
But that's the key to those decks, is it's reacting to what you get and getting the most value out of that. And that's the key, as I say, to the deck and the way the top players can do it. But sometimes the cards just, they do not help you.
No.
Right. So Nerzl, yeah, go ahead.
I think I just realized I was for another part. The spells, the spells that Nerzl was running and how good and effective they were at handling what DeathShott had. DeathShott made it, so this is the thing. This is the difference, and I think here DeathShott shows a very good example of when your rotation is bad and when your rotation is good, as opposite to when Marshe got stuck in the same rotation in the previous match. DeathShott play the first bounty sniper. Nerzl pincered it instantaneously. So next cycle around, DeathShott holds the Arcanist. He plays Arcanist in a very good position, forces Nerzl to pincer it, and right after Pam, bounty sniper, and that's the bounty sniper that gave him a good amount of experience. And from then on, the cycles weren't matched. Nerzl got to play the Frost Feathers. Pam, he shielded. So it's like one after another, he forced a situation where the rotation benefited him. Until one point where Nerzl was like, no, I cannot do this. Got the rotation back, got the game back.
Let's duel.
Okay, here we go. Game number 2.
DeathShott using those
Look how heavy DeathShott's
again.
deck is. Is this going to be a ritual deck?
from Nerzl?
Some Nerzl, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see his deck, so I'm not sure. But he's got Marge right
It
now.
is a ritual deck.
Haha. Sweet.
Okay, Morelia ritual. Diona. Right, DeathShott's gonna be thinking, okay, what are we facing here? The next card that's spawned, DeathShott's gonna probably know exactly what this is. Okay, here we see Doom Cleaver. Every time it gets a kill, it's going to be reducing the cost of it. Look at this play at the top, though, from DeathShott.
Yeah, wow.
The Swarmer's just murdering that. Okay.
I thought they needed to come out earlier, but then the taunt totem was there. Oh, there's a lot of damage on face with these Swarmers.
Yep. But getting good mana
Couple
reduction
stacks.
with the Doom Cleaver.
Yep.
And this is a good example of how to play the Doom Cleaver. Play it defensively like this. Otherwise, if you play it offensively, your opponent can generally deal with it and stop you getting much value out of it. But look, he's got 5 mana reductions already from that. 6.
Oh, he played twins.
Yep.
So that means he must have just played. Oh no, ROS doesn't trigger twins. Ritual triggers brutes.
Indeed, right. Succubus getting value at the bottom, going to clear everything from the looks of it. Okay, this is an interesting deck, but Nerzl has taken a lot of face damage, and DeathShott is ahead on XP. These decks can
Always the
snowball.
opportunity to heal for Nerzl with Morelia. Spell reduction as well to make Ritual a little bit cheaper. I'm not sure if he's rocking one of the expensive spells too.
Brother getting murdered at the bottom again by the Swarmers. Right, Fanriel. How do you feel about the Ritual deck being played with Morelia as opposed to Mordor?
Well, we see him choosing some mythic units in the Mardred.
Is his win condition just a massive push with the dragon?
The difference is
Getting some
you
good
stand.
face damage out though. Those whelps doing good.
The rest of Morelia's tech, you know, the book does give you versatility. It lets you bridge grab a little bit where you're not having to worry about cycling the book. The fact that it's timer perk, I think timer perks help out these heavy decks.
He's going to use his spell reduction from the book as well. Let's find out. He does have a number of spells in his deck. He's got a Beam of Doom. He's got Last Stand. He's got Ritual itself.
Yeah, Last Stand we saw. Good use of Swarmers again by DeathShott. Oh, too bad
Nice
the Swarmers
trap.
didn't aggro on the Crackle. But on face, doing a ton of damage.
Yep. He needs to be careful here. He's going to drop very low. DeathShott going to sense blood, potentially. Now, this could force Nerzl to have to start healing with his book instead of getting those
Seems
spell
like it.
reductions.
Here is the Ritual use, so if he doesn't apply a lot of pressure here, this game could be one-sided. And the shock was really good on that brother to stop the Holy Ground.
Go, Rubble!
But
Big
the
Beam of
XP is
Doom.
closer now. Nerzl is in the XP game currently.
Okay, he's gone for the heal. Okay, only got a single heal though, so not as good as it could have been. Needs to be careful here, deciding what to do, taking more face damage. DeathShott going, trap on face. Oh, that trap could be too much. Flyby coming in, there's a dagger fall as well. DeathShott's going to close this out.
Wow.
Wow. That's one game all.
I think the biggest disadvantage of this ritual is you are very exposed after you play a card, any card. If your cards cost more than half your mana pool, you're exposed after you play a card because there will always be some seconds where you cannot play anything else except for the book. So the moment DeathShott keeps in mind the book's rotation, as soon as a card is played, DeathShott has a free window for a good amount of damage to just place traps on face, and Morellia cannot do anything at all. Just like that's damage that literally cannot be avoided, and I think that's why DeathShott bet on getting getting Nerzl very low in the beginning, because at that point in the end, when Nerzl was around 500, 400 health, it was I think it was very clear where like DeathShott was going and how Nerzl had no way of stopping it.
Wow, well that was an unexpected deck from Nerzl. Not a deck we see very often in tournament play, but trying to throw a spanner into the works a little bit. But Disu was quick to identify what he was playing against and was able to shut it down fairly quickly. Nerzl did get off to a good start though. That Doom Cleaver getting 5 or 6 mana reductions from the kills, getting cheap twins out, but after that point, DeathShott was able to just to comfortably deal with it. Like, for example, the Madrid at the top just got murdered by a trap and the Ravenous Swarmers, and you can't trade terribly too many times like that and hope to come out on top. But interesting to see Nerzl just throwing something a little bit different in, and that's sometimes what you can do in a best of 5. It's not quite so risky to play something a little bit different
For sure.
when compared to a best of 3.
Yeah, I've heard some players, many players, get frustrated in this game because they're up against a person that's just like, quote unquote, spamming cards, like using a 2-cost card, using a 3-cost card, using a 2-cost spell. What I like to point out is every time you interact with the game, you have a chance to gain advantage or improve your position, right? And it's just what you see there. It's like when you're playing Ritual of Servitude, you interact with the game in 15-second increments.
Yeah.
You can apply pressure with that, but when you're playing against really experienced people that are interacting with the game, every 2 seconds or every 1 second or multiple times in the same, frame, it's understandable that DeathShott can handle that.
Okay, one game all, best of 5, so it's first of 3. Nerzl against Disu. Winner goes through to the grand final to reach to play against Nataraja. But before we get there, we got to sort this out.
Oh yeah.
Right, Morellia, Volko.
Volko is an interesting 1v1 choice. We haven't seen any Volko today, and we seldom see Volko in 1v1 tournaments because, his lack of built-in anti-air, obviously. And we see DeathShott compensating with cards in his deck. He's got Marines here, which we haven't seen him really using before. Crossbow dudes and Unholy Ground, as well as a Magma Cannon. I wonder the
Got a
logistics of
Reckonator
that
coming out
cannon are
from
to launch
Nerzl.
magma, right? It's got to be built with pretty strong stuff.
Now, Nerzl has a Reckonator, DeathShott has a Defenso Chopper,
I am an
and a Magma Cannon.
Yeah, hard counter there with the Defenso.
What is that turret at the top there? Just cycling, I guess? Wants to get the Spirit, ideally.
Oh,
Spirit missed. That's frustrating. There's still another Spirit to come, but the Defenso Chopper's just going to shut that down.
Yep.
This,
is it even going to hold him off the bridge? Wow, that's even better to hold the bridge that entire fight, too.
this might just be a GG situation already. Like, that's just going to get so shut down. Does
Nerzl
nothing.
is up in experience at this moment. But yeah, a lot of some plays stacking up that are going to make it tough.
Nice bridge grab at the top.
Yeah, that was a really good play by DeathShott to know the
I don't think he's
elevation.
going to survive. It does have a Glen's Brew. DeathShott will know that he doesn't want to activate it. Remember, enemies around the Battle Monkey will increase its attack speed, and it can get out of control if there's a horde near it. So sometimes the best way to deal with it is to not deal with it. Just let your master deal with it.
DeathShott's still down on XP here.
Yeah, that's fairly surprising, to be honest.
Based on the plays and how some of them have gone, yeah, it seems like that he would have more of an advantage. So I imagine DeathShott's going to hold on to this Defensive Chopper every single time this Reckonator's played, and you expect the same with Magma Cannon. Yeah, that's like the one target. I think Magma Cannon's a pretty good option against the Battle Shihu too.
Okay, forces out the Glen's Brew, needs to... He can't deal with that monkey healing.
Pretty good, 2 mana to kill the monkey there. I mean, first letting it heal up and dealing with the turret.
So this looked like it was going to be a hard counter, but so far Nerzl doing a good job to seemingly trading terribly, but still staying in the game.
Mm-hmm. And DeathShott now with the XP lead.
Picking up the rage on the monkey. Monkey's going to heal as well. That's beautiful for DeathShott there.
Can't even challenge that monkey with that Magma Cannon there. Like, what are you going to do, right? I mean...
He's come prepared with backup. Right, Reckonator there. The Magma Cannon's going to be ticking away, so might not be available. But guess what? Defenso is available.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Defensive Chopper is just...
Okay.
colliding there,
That's
but gets
a massive
in
spirit,
perfect
though.
position. Yeah.
But it
Poison
may
strike.
not even be enough. Okay, there we go. Self-destruct. What's he going to do? He's going to kill his own units. That's about it.
And then decent,
Sad.
perfect timing. Knew when that skeleton was going to spawn to take the bridge back immediately after. It was clear.
DeathShott ahead on XP now. Those bad trades eventually are catching up with Nerzl.
This Battle Monkey will win the fight? No, I guess he knew the distance of those...
Oof. Okay, Glen's Brew gets the value. He's going to hold the top bridge. Marines will clear up if the Battle Monkey doesn't. Bridge burn comes in.
Good burn, good burn. No other, like, premium burn targets, right? No, like, expensive DPS units.
Indeed.
Mostly just this weak stuff.
Like 3 for DeathShott, so he's going to be able to pick up Berserker Rage with his melee units from those embers on the bridge. You can see DeathShot's feeling quite comfortable there because he's like almost having to float mana before he responds. He's comfortable. Defenso comes out and that just absolutely shuts down. Trying to get a Spirit on the Reckonator, doesn't get the Spirit. Remember, Spirits give
Good
50%
burn, too, to deal with all that. Yeah.
of a unit HP. So they're great on big units. Does take the bridge, Nerzl at the top. Will have a dragon. Now, the dragon again is going to be... He's going to win by the dragon, or he's going to lose the game.
Yep, and we've seen DeathShott defeat 2 dragons today really, really smoothly.
Okay. What's he going to do? He's taking
Pressure.
a lot of face damage. The dragon's been available for a little bit. Hasn't spawned it yet. Taking face
needs it
damage.
here. Probably going to start healing, too. If he can get there.
I mean, he's dropping so low on HP.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a resource.
It is a
No
resource.
direct damage for DeathShott, right? Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Right. This is it. Bridgeburn's going to start doing work here.
Can't counter this with a... Oh, yeah, you can. Oh, okay.
Okay, Bridgeburn is available, but watch the DPS of these. Okay, they died pretty quickly though, but the DPS of those skeletons is fairly savage. Dragon's still alive. The good news is that he's got a Spirit on both the Dragon and the Reckonator. That's where he needs the Spirit. That's a huge amount of extra HP. Deadshot's got a big XP.
Doesn't die, he wins this after this fight.
Reconator's going to explode at the bottom, probably take out the dragon almost with it. Okay, but Deadshot's been controlling the bridges fairly well.
Yeah.
Dragon goes down, and that was pretty much Nerzl's only opportunity at that point. Some spirits coming in, but not going to do too much. Battle Monkey getting some face damage, but Deadshot knows that that's fairly irrelevant at this point. 10 XP left for Deadshot to get his Mana Frenzy, and he'll close out the game here.
We did see Nerzl play this dragon in a stronger way than we've seen other people play it against DeathShott, right? He got some defensive value and was able to make a more challenging push. You know, he knew that his Reconator wasn't really getting value with the Defenso, so he's like, okay, I'll play it with the dragon, so Defenso doesn't really counter the dragon, but the Magma Cannon kind of dealt with both.
Okay, did Nerzl just get... Oh, you're muted, Defogo. Did Nerzl just get unlucky there with the
I
deck
think it
matchup?
was just very sad. Like, not just the Reconator, even the card that Nerzl can get out after the Reconator, which is Battle Monkey, also gets countered by the Defensive Chopper. Tranquil gets huge amount of value against both of those cards with a Magma Cannon behind. There was, and then there's the rotation, like the cycle, the mana average of each cycle. Just that could cycle much faster than Nerzl. So whatever Nerzl tried to do, he would never catch a DeathShott out of cycle with an answer.
There's always something available to shut down that Reconator.
Yeah, you guys were mentioning on the beginning how Nerzl was ahead, but I think it's also important to note that DeathShott invested on an unholy ground that didn't really do anything. Like, it was a very weak unholy ground at the beginning, and Nerzl capitalized on that by going on both bridges. He played unholy ground on just one. He didn't do anything. Nerzl kept the bridge basically the whole time, went for the other one, and I think that's what allowed Nerzl to actually get in stay in the game a bit further, because that early XP advantage allowed him to get the perk first with the exoskeletons first, and then the same for second perk, extra boost, because Morelli really spikes on the... Like, she has one spike on the third perk, but she has a relative big spike, and that discontinues on the second one. So that's how he stayed in the game, and Nerzl did a very good job using Morelli effectively, guaranteeing he was getting the most he could from the book. But whatever he got, it would not be enough to tell that much of a counter deck.
Yeah, is Reconator just like a dead card at that point after you see the Defenso once, and you know DeathShott is 100% saving the Defenso for the Reconator. So like you table one of your cards, and DeathShott has to table two probably. Well, I guess, you know, the Magma Cannon, he had a lot of value elsewhere.
I mean, it's like you are not playing 7 mana, so that your opponent it's not playing 5 mana, right? But I'm not certain, because at the same time that would just make not playing Defensive Chopper just make that even cheaper, because the Defensive Chopper is the highest cost card.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think holding it would even. It's very rough. Either thing. So playing it, he gains mana. Not playing it, he cycles faster and will get the extra advantage.
It's fairly interesting. Nerzl's playing so many different types of decks, but it's kind of counting against him a little bit. Especially when he plays things like the Ritual and that Reconator deck, which can be fully countered by certain cards. So it's nice that he's got this variety, but maybe he's stretching a little bit too much.
All right, I'm just going to tell DeathShott to bring Dragon Nest. Hold on.
But wasn't this the last one? Oh, no,
this is 2-1. It's a best of 5.
Yeah. Best of 5. So Disu is 2-1 up.
Nice.
He has 1 foot in the grand final, but of course his Diona, his Volko that he's won with, he can't use anymore. So Morelia is available for Nerzl, but could be a different type of Morelia. Okay.
Do you really tell him to play Dragon Nest?
Yep, he's responding.
And I said the same. Pressure.
He's got a game cushion. I mean, come on.
Shall we bet? Is he gonna do it? Is he not gonna do it? Dun, 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 dun. What's your bet? Fish, did you also tell him to play Dragon Nest?
No. I'm completely
Do
neutral
it.
here. I'm not muddying the water.
No.
I'm
What?
an observer.
What? Fine.
Some of us have integrity. I've got my integrity jacket on.
You're an observer.
Right.
Well, I'm an influencer, okay? And that's what I do. Is I influence people.
Wow.
That's fine. I'm just me, myself.
Okay.
But I will
so
get behind the ideas I like. Just saying that. So if I like the jacket idea, I'll get the jacket. If I like the dragon nest idea, I get behind the dragon nest idea. If I don't like the be a fly on that shoot wall idea, I will not get behind that idea. Just different standards, different ideas.
I mean, it's interesting to see how strong those Dragon Nest decks were. So we'll see if any of those are utilised in this or the grand final. And of course, whether that affects whether people are going to be playing them on ladder as well. We've seen them a little bit on ladder, and they do seem very strong. Right. Nerzl sticking with Morelia again.
And DeathShott on his APAP, who he lost with in the first round. This does look like a
These are the
different
horrors
deck,
I
though.
seek.
Different deck choice.
We've got a Slither deck for Nerzl.
We see a mushroom on board, so
What was
what do you
that?
think he's using that mushroom for? It'll be interesting to see.
Their mushrooms come from the Flingers.
Yes.
He has a lot of Zenchi, so it might just be a general use mushroom. He's got Tranquil Monkey, he's got the Ting Tang Tongue. Not going to have
Yeah,
the
we know how
new-
much he loves Tranquil.
Yep, there we go.
Using on the Triple
Ting.
T, though. Yep.
Remember, the Growth Burst Shroom did get buffed in the latest patch, 30% extra HP and damage. And those Bounce Berries can shred stuff that's coming from behind the push. Okay, I think there's decent value from the Ting there.
So Nerzl is kind of running his slithering deck, it seems. Yeah, just without the Slap Daddy.
Yeah, looks like he's got a Rabid Prowler in there. Not a card we see very often. Now,
Rabbit, that card received a tweak recently too.
so it only it doesn't
only
have
sacks
cool,
one.
it doesn't have cool Slitherbound itself, but it only requires one sacrifice to get activated. And activated means it will have Berserker Rage. So that is a
Which means
Prowler
that
on
jump is doing
steroids.
like a ton of damage, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Double damage on the jump, double damage with the Berserker Rage.
That thing will murder most things.
Really good use of the monkey here to just soak damage. I mean, this is what DeathShott loves to do.
So this time DeathShott got an Elite Swarmer from his perk, so he'll probably
Much
prefer
more-
that.
Yeah.
And there we see, boom, Ting disappears. Doesn't want to tank this on his face
That's
too
exactly
much. Got
what
a
I thought
Spirit
he was
on it
gonna
as
do.
well.
Yep,
Stun
Swarmers
Lancers.
right into Stun Lancers. 100% what I thought he was going to do.
Another Prowler.
Oh, it didn't get a
Oof.
jump, though.
Oh my goodness,
Oh, it
okay.
jumps there.
Those Prowlers are difficult to deal with. My kryptonite.
Yeah, they're pretty pesky.
I always find it difficult to aggro them at the right time to prevent the jump.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you really just try and like wait till the last second when you could just
Yeah.
like play into it early.
It's like they've decided to jump before they look like they're deciding to jump.
Yeah.
So when you try to prevent it at the last moment, it's already too late. Right, okay, so things are dead equal at the moment, but again, the Rabid Prowler shutting down that Ting.
Yep. Totem
Deathshot
here is
does
what I
not
thought,
want this
yeah.
on his face. Okay, nice trap. Remember, Deathshot 2 games to 1 up at the moment, looking to close this out and get his place
Coverage.
in the grand final. This is very close. Right.
Dead even experience.
Snake Druid's going to do a good job there.
Perk 3 is going to
Musketeer.
be big for DeathShott.
So you see a little thing he did there. He placed the Musketeer knowing that it would riposte away from the monkey and onto the bridge.
Love
Nice.
that play.
Look at all those slithers. Okay, that's
Yep.
effectively a
Very
free
cheap.
Soul Stealer. This is a big push coming in from Nerzl here.
This Triple T though is going to do some good work though against all these units.
Yep. It's not
Ooh,
going to do enough.
That's a
and
little
it-
nervous.
Oof.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was a misplaced ball there. Totem seemed to work out, but that Soul Stealer's starting to shred everything. Oof, okay.
Luckily, he was in range of the Master, so APEP was able to take it down.
But that push gave Nerzl a bit of an XP lead. Nerzl not quite getting the Musketeer riposte onto the
Yeah,
bridge, so
close.
that was a little bit of a mistake.
I am an
Nerzl hits perk 3 first. Let's see when he chooses to use the dragon here. And let's see what DeathShott will get when he gets his perk 3. Well, he's using the dragon here. That seems like enough mana to work against the game value.
Yep, so he wants a big push here with the dragon, plus some huge slither value. He has a sacrifice.
I imagine Summons is his next card.
Summons is available. There we go. Statue spawned on the top lane. Now we've seen DeathShott deal with the dragons very well. So it does need support, and that's going to be an activated ting from the Growth Burst Shroom. That's going to start doing great DPS. Nothing on it to shut it down at the moment.
Yep.
It's
Protect
nicely
the
handled.
from
DeathShott taking the bottom bridge with the stun launcher as well. So he's handling both lanes very well.
Yeah.
Statue
Nerzl
does get
has
through some
XP advantage here, which we would expect after a push like this, but then after this is when Desu's going to push back.
Dragon is still
Assuming
alive,
he survives
though.
this push.
Yeah, Dragon is still alive, can be pesky. Be nice if he gets an attack off here. Ooh, Ting goes down. Okay, this is real problematic for DeathShott. That dragon with 1 HP is
health, 300 health,
changed
150.
everything.
Totem.
How does he kill that statue quickly enough that the statue doesn't kill him? I
does
don't
not.
think he does.
That's
He
how.
doesn't.
Woo!
Nerzl brings it back.
Not. Wow.
2 games all. And again, there, Defogo, the power of the Slither. Even without
power
Herald.
Of the Slither. I mean, like I mentioned, I think the Slither summon is much more key than the Amun.
Yeah.
But it is fair to say this game does not prove that. Like, it's just the overall of everything. Nerzl played really well. That dragon, insane. Because while in the other matches, that should had very good DPS to quickly shut down the dragon. This APAP lacked that DPS, we saw that, so he has all the utility from Stun Lancers, all the distraction from lots of units. He does not have DPS. There's no DPS. The DPS relies on some berries bouncing around. They are very annoying, yes, but they are not going to shut down a dragon alone. And
yeah, no Rav Swarmers, no Assassin, nothing like that.
All of that just made the dragon stay in place and allowed Nerzl to play into it, to the point where he played dragon on, like, he started to play with dragon on bot, right up next, bam, statue on top, and it goes, and he leaves the dragon alone on bot, full focus on top, and after all that focus and he wins that trade, spam on bot, and it was huge. The dragon was even alive, so it was just so good, so big, that at one point we went from, yeah, that's where he's handled. He's gonna win because he's ahead. Dragon's almost dead. To, well, that's a lot of mana. Well, that's just dead. Okay.
That dragon surviving.
A good shift.
That dragon surviving with just 2 HP or whatever it was just made that last defense so much more difficult for DeathShott. He had to be so careful with how he placed it, and ultimately he just wasn't able to.
And a Prowler lurking from behind, ready to jump on whatever's going to draw aggro. There's just a whole lot going on there.
That dragon takes up so much
playing...
room on the... Sorry, I was going to say that dragon takes up so much room on the board that where are you going to put your shield totem?
This is probably the reason why Nerzl played dragon on bot and statue on top right after. He knew there's no way this push is coming through unless I have pressure on both lanes. And it was really, really beautiful. I think the very interesting part here is how the card that Nerzl chose to replace the Amun was the Rabbit Prowler. Like, that's probably not what anyone is expecting. I was counting on Lash of Amun. You know, you don't have Amun, but you have the Lash of Amun. You can still reduce that one. So, like, okay, yeah, you have a wannabe Amun. It's fair. It's something. But no, he just went, you know what? Fine, I'll go even more aggro. Like, just destroy there completely. And it was beautiful.
Got so much value as well. Just single shotting the ting, putting pressure on. Good, lovely to see. And it's interesting.
I don't think
to
I've
see
ever seen someone like elect to choose Rabid Prowler too. So
I
it's
know,
just a baller
right?
move to make
But it's
the pick.
nice. It's nice to see when players are forced to replace something in their deck and they make a strong decision, and it works out well. Okay, Todd's camera looks like he's in a snowstorm at the moment, but he's back. And here we go. This is the decider of this redemption bracket final. The winner of this game goes through to the grand final to reach to play against Nataraja. The loser is our third placed player.
DeathShott lost 2 matches with this APEP, and he's like, you know what? I can't lose a 3rd game. Come on.
Okay, sticking to his guns. Milloween for Nerzl. We've seen the power of Milo before. What kind of Milo is it? We've got a Hypnotize in there. We're going to see a Rock Rivals or something.
Legionnaires off the line. It's nice.
Yep.
Gonna win top there too with the Shock Rock coming in to hold the bridge.
Okay. Nerzl pinged bad at the top there. Not sure what he was unhappy about. Okay, and again we see the Brother of the Burning Fist. DeathShott getting a little bit of
brought
XP.
a Curse Bearer this round.
Now he does have the
helpful.
Tantrum Throwers as his perk 1, sorry.
Those are great. That's a great perk 1 because you can split them for bridges.
Split for bridges. Remember, they've been through a few changes. Currently, I think if they're activated, which means your opponent has both bridges, then they come with their spears.
Yes.
And if they aren't activated, you still get both of them, but they don't have that first spear attack. Right, this is going to be some early pressure.
Yep.
Flyby kills the pocket. Brother wailing away on face. Look at the poison from that Slitherbound taking out the Curse Bearer. That's nice. Right. He's committed to wanting that bottom bridge. Gonna allow the Master to deal with the Elite Swarmer. Again, make use of your Master. Make use of your HP.
Yeah, I tend to play APAP like super cycly, and with that, I tend to put in Heal Puff for the quick cycle, but then it also lets you just really play with your health, because later in the game, APAP can like overwhelm the board with the cheap units if you're doing fast cycle. That should go in a little different approach here, right? He's got some more mid-range units. Running aimbot, right? Not Drone Walker, aimbot, which is interesting, right? As a tech outlet. Just for the Marines, too. Pretty good DPS
being
unit.
a pain at the bottom. This is a substantial push. DeathShott's struggling a bit here. He's behind on XP.
He's got Totem, though, he's going to use here, yeah.
He does have Totem.
Still threatening.
It does not last like it used to last. Look at it just ticking through. That Brother's healing. DPS is going to be on face. Most of it's dead, though. Okay.
Okay, not bad.
Lasted just enough time, but good XP for Nerzl, though.
Yeah, Disu needs to get up on XP here, because this deck doesn't really have a ton of push potential to finish off. It seems.
Remember, winner of this goes to the grand final, so all to play for. Nerzl in a strong position, done a lot of face damage to DeathShott, and has good XP. And of course, that perk 3 for Milloween is going to be very strong. But the thing is here, we know that perk 3 for Milo is going to be strong. We don't know for sure whether Apep's perk 3 is going to be strong. Nice use of the shield there as basically just a makeshift wall. His missiles coming in, softening up. And the wolf can clear. Okay. Still Nerzl ahead on XP.
Nice little collision move there. The Curse Bearer gets pushed by a Grenadier, which is interesting. I'd have to consult the chart.
Yeah, each unit does have a weight value, and that determines what it can and can't push, what will push it on and off of bridges and things. Some things are a little strange, but there's perk 3 for Nerzl. This is a scary position for DeathShott to be in. Quite a lot of XP behind.
Yeah, DeathShott's just really good at evaluating the situation, right? Like, he wanted to use the skeletons to absorb hits from the Brother, but he saw the Grenadier, so he's like, nah, I gotta stun that, then use my skeletons to kill that before I can deal with the other units. Maybe not trading as favorably as he would have liked.
The chunks of
this
that golem's
is a lot
taken out
from Nerzl.
Yeah. DeathShott having to defend with his units because his shield wasn't available, but next golem is ready. Perk 3 still not available. Nerzl ahead and getting further ahead at this point. Is he going to push DeathShott out of the tournament? Are we going to see a new grand finalist? Nataraja awaiting the winner of this.
Ha! Scrapyard.
He's got Scrapyard, DeathShott.
Wait. He does have some tech, but
His
probably
current
not
tech
where he
counter
wants
is
to be spending
0. DeathShott's going to be very unhappy. I don't know, did he ping or anything? If you're
No, I didn't
watching
see it.
DeathShott. Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, he's got 25 tech now, but it's going to be difficult to get any value out of it. At least it's a potential extra wall, but that's not going to win him the game. That's just going to slow down his demise. And there we see Scrapyard used.
Nerzl reacting.
Is anything going to come out of it?
I don't think building should be a part of APAP's polls. I think it should be minions only.
Potentially. I think buildings are okay, but something like the Scrapyard, which is really synergetic with certain decks, is kind of awkward.
Yeah, I mean more for just consistency, right? Because I think Scrapyard has no place, and then it's like, okay, what are the other buildings? You know, Magma Cannon and Wall for perk 1 and perk 3. Yeah, I think it'd be fine just to make it minions only. I mean, APAP, yeah.
Okay, DeathShott having to
At
put
one
the
point,
pressure on
those
the
use
bridges
full
here.
spells, right?
Yeah. This is almost Mana Frenzy for Nerzl.
Yep.
I can't see any way that DeathShott can not lose this. Looks like DeathShott...
Maybe Nerzl will disconnect.
Maybe. DeathShott, of course, our
There's still a
reigning
lot on
champion.
board.
DeathShott is our reigning champion. I think even if Nerzl disconnects it, they'll probably still win this at this point. Our reigning champion's going to be knocked out. Nerzl is going to get to the final against Nataraja. We're just playing this out, but Mana Frenzy, Nerzl is so far ahead, there's no way DeathShott can hold on here. And we are going to have a new winner in this event. DeathShott is removed. He's finished third. Very well played to him. But Nerzl has eliminated the reigning champion and goes through to the grand final. Wow.
Very well played from both of them. The Scrapyard was very sad.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, there's the only reason I dislike removing buildings from APAP's pool. It's because, as Todd was saying, I also like to run heal puff on APAP, and it's so good when you're running just one heal puff and you get Zeb Shrine. It's basically 1 mana AoE stun, and that's beautiful. Like, you gotta play with what you're handled, but then again, yeah, Scrapyard is particularly a very bad one. Opposite to Magma Cannon, and I think Wall can be very good. It's just not when you already have a Wall.
Okay, well, DeathShott was already a long way behind at that point. I don't know if if he got a good pull.
Saved him there, I'm not sure, right? The best, he would have gotten a Tranquil, you know, I'm not sure what would have helped him out.
Fire Imp would be good, because he need Fire Imp or Assassin. I think Fire Imp or Assassin.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
would
guess
it have
Fire
been
would
enough
be
to
better
get him
because
back
he needed
into
the
it,
AoE.
Or maybe another Skeleton Horde. There were definitely a good amount of pulls he could have gotten that would help deal with the situation, because he needed either Distraction, Bridge Grab, or DPS. And he got none. He got a 4 mana shitty wall.
Yikes.
Okay. Yeah,
Right,
that's
we
about it.
know-
I don't think there's anything else.
We know who's going to be in the final. It's going to be Nerzl. It's going to be Nataraja. We're going to get set up for that, and we're going to have that for you soon. Remember, if you've missed any of the action, don't worry. This will be up on YouTube probably tomorrow evening. So if you missed any of it, or you want to go back and check anything, you will be able to see it. But
Does this mean we are just getting a straight up revenge, right? Revenge, like try again,
you mean
right?
in what way? Oh yeah, we've had Nerzl against Nataraja in the winners bracket final, of course. Nerzl was able
This is a repetition of the winner brackets. Yeah.
Nerzl lost
Interesting.
3-1 against Nataraja, so interesting to
Well,
see
against
what they've been able
Nerzl
to
deck.
glean from that. Right, I'm going to use the bathroom. If you guys can keep an eye on any ban information that's coming in, then we'll get set up.
Yes.
I'll
Sounds
BRB.
good. I'll probably head off when you come back. I'll take a trip to the bathroom too.
All right, Todd. How do we trash talk now?
Yeah, so did you see that? I don't know if you were on stream yesterday. Fish was looking at fish masks.
I was not.
They look pretty good. Someone like sent him some fish masks, and there's this video that associated with them. And these people like drinking in a break room, and yeah, waiting for that to be an addition to the stream to improve Fish's look.
I could see that working. We could also use this time for promotion. We could like bridge Valley's promotion.
I was about to ask that. What guild is Nerzl in, man? We might have to do some recruiting. 'Cause I want to see another bridge baddie winning this title.
I mean, Nataraja is doing very well, but Nerzl is in Puff Champ, so he's in the old reigning guild. The old.
Right, Puff Champ was the big dogs before bridge baddies hit the scene.
Exactly. Before we overtook the scene.
Okay, so we do have some bans coming in.
What are they?
Nerzl is banning Herald of a Moon and Dragon's Nest. Well, Dragon's Nest is clearly targeted. The Herald is interesting. Did we see? Yeah, we saw Nata running Nerzl's deck.
But interesting that he opted for the Hamun and not the summoning.
Summons.
Yeah, like, so that should did this, and he managed to overthrow him. So is he just saying, look, I'm gonna ban Hamun. If you copy my deck, you gotta copy the Prowler version, and I don't think you can do it as I can do it. Bam, take that. What are you gonna do now, huh? I wanna see your rabbit Prowlers.
And Nataraja goes for banning Stun Lancers and Grenadier. Stun Lancers is a pretty solid ban. Yeah. We've seen almost everyone use Stun Lancers today. And both of them ban Erect, which is a surprise. Surprise, surprise. One of the most strong 1v1 Masters.
I do need to say, I'm surprised by the amount of times we saw Grenadier being banned. Like, yes, it got nerfed. I don't think it got nerfed to the point of being unplayable. But I was expecting the nerf to be on point of him stopped being a priority card, you know? Although I guess not.
There's just like, what substitutes do you have that are cheap AoE? I mean...
No, you don't have... well, you have
Whirly is the next option, right?
Yeah, you have Boomer.
Boomer, you got Chisma.
You got Chisma, yeah.
At 4 mana.
You have Re-Boomer at 3 mana, you see it? Huh?
Hey, Re-Boomer could be a solid pick because we've seen people running Blood Imps, you know?
True. But then again, if you consider how Frost Feathers are good, then I think it's interesting. We're talking about Frost Feathers are good against him, but at the same time, we've just seen how the new Cellulite Shield is very good against Frost Feathers, so you can run Re-Boomer with Cellulite Shield. You can, it's just like so many options. That's the best part of this, is that you can get a combination that is really strong against something and is very weak against something. You can get a deck that's just overall good, but if it goes against something very specific, it's just weak. It's just, everything can happen. Welcome to Minion Masters.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd have wildcards. They're just kidding. No. It's right now. I think it's very neat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the tournament will look like.
Back.
Sorry, yeah, I'm back.
Stop trash talking.
Sorry,
yeah. Hi, Fish. Welcome back.
I came back to listen for a little bit just to see if you were talking shit. Right.
Oops, we got busted.
Okay, if you've just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 8. We are at the grand final stage. It's Nerzl, it's Nataraja, it's best of 5, potential double best of 5. This event is supported by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks to everybody supporting the event. Thanks to you guys at home and in the chat, and in the event, and in the caster booth, and behind the scenes. Thanks to everybody taking part and being part of this awesome event. We appreciate you all. Now, we are currently awaiting, I think, do we have the ban information? Did we go?
Yeah, we covered it while you were away. Both players ban Wrecked. Nerzl is banning Herald of a Moon and Dragon Nest, so Nataraja cannot copy his deck or run the Dragon Nest. And then Nata is banning Stun Lancers and Grenadier, so it doesn't really dismantle Nerzl's deck choice. Or staple choice.
So you guys are going to switch in and out on this one. Who's going to be first?
It's going to be DfogoX first. I'm going to run to the restroom.
Okay. Right, we are just awaiting the players here. We have the spectate up and running. Remember, we are on a 3-minute delay. Nataraja against Nerzl. Best of 5. Now, so Nataraja has reached the final from the winner's bracket, so he has a potential second life. Remember, everyone in the tournament gets a second life with the dual elimination. Nerzl has already used his after being beaten by Nataraja earlier in the tournament. So that could really come into play.
Who are you going to mainly spectate?
Nataraja?
Let's see, from Nerzl.
Okay, so...
I'm excited. The bands look promising, as we were discussing, and we are jumping right in, so let's not try to further guess or make suspicion.
We don't need to guess, we're going to find out. Here we go! It's grand final time. It's Nataraja against Nerzl. Here we go.
Nerzl is playing Morelia with a Dynasty skin, and Nataraja is playing Stormbringer with a Viper skin. Alright.
Stormbringer not...
So,
haven't seen Stormbringer too much. Nerzl, of course. Yeah. Morelia, Slither. Constantly.
Alright.
We've seen the power of Slither over and over again. What are we going to see that Nataraja may have to deal with it? Now, the Snake Druid's always a pain, but of course Stormbringer can help deal with that later in the game.
I suspect Nataraja is ready to handle this leader bound, this leader combo, since he didn't choose to ban it. I think. I do not know. And but we were about to see something very interesting. That's right. Stormbringer can do a very good job, like killing these little Cedar Bounds. You see?
Yep.
Like, and let's keep in mind, one Cedar Bound is 1 mana for Nerzl. So, Scrat Tank is very good for that. Yeah.
Yep. Scrat Tank's going to do a great job here.
Daggerfall was amazing. This Daggerfall was very good.
Statue's going to go down though, but of course, putting some pressure on. But Nataraja is ahead on XP here.
I mean, Statue going down means Scrat Tank just turns down the lead, and that's very bad for Soul Stealer.
Okay, so a decent start for Nataraja here.
Yep, but Nerzl is not very much behind. He can easily come back.
Yep.
He now has the book, which he can utilize right now. It's available once again. Very good Whirly on top. Wow, that was a fiesta for Whirly.
Again, using the riposte to grab the bridge.
That was very well executed, because he guaranteed Stormbringer primarily targeted the Leader Bound, and just before the shot hit, he converted it into mana. So he actually ended up nullifying one hit from Stormbringer. That's always good.
Okay.
Scrat Tank just
Scrat Tank's gonna close.
Here. But that's gonna make the Cannon Roller die next. Cannon Roller. Whoop.
That's frustrating, but Stormbringer's going to keep pinging away at that. It will have a res potential.
Ooh, I wonder if this statue wasn't too early. What can he support it with? Yeah, he's not supporting that statue very much.
He needs to deal with Herald. Herald is doing a lot of face damage.
Very true. Indeed.
And it's going to res again. This is fairly problematic. Nataraja deciding to tank this on his face, doing a good job holding the bridges. Can't take too much damage.
To be fair, look at the damage Nerzl is taking right now.
Yep.
Nerzl just got behind on damage, on health. Like
Scrat's doing a great job there.
The Brawler, ooh, this Scrat Tank, like the value, it's shutting down Soul Stealer, it's shutting down Amun, it's shutting down Brawlers. What's gonna come out of that Stealer settings? I don't know, but Scrat Tank's gonna shut it down.
Scrat Tank really can be incredible in certain situations. It's just gonna tank this.
Yeah,
Snake Druid for a little bit.
Is awesome.
Okay. XP.
And Statue's gonna get stunned on Nerzl's side, so no XP for him. Like Nataraja is gonna hoard the XP again.
That Statue's gonna get melted at the top though. Herald Armoon's gonna support it though. Decides to use.
Ooh, that's a very good pincer. And now deletes just again.
That's nice because he knows that Herald Armoon might kill everything, but it won't take the bridge. Right, here comes the sacrifice. But this is where you want. If Herald's rezzing on your face, it's a problem. But rezzing back there, not so much of a problem. Perk 3 for Nataraja now. That means Stormbringer's going to be pinging.
So harder.
Pinging away double time. It's going to start shredding any of those flying units. Right, little hill. This is going to be about the dragon. Can Nerzl get the value he needs from the dragon?
He has done it before. He has shown us he can get that value. Although this Vulture Prime is doing so good job. Wow.
Right,
yeah,
Soul Stealer.
I think one of them just ended up dying there.
Looked like it,
I mean, it's very hard for Nerzl to keep up with Stormbringers.
Dragon available, but
attack at this point.
Not using it yet.
The thing, you need 9 mana for Dragon. If Nataraja just keeps applying this pressure, Nerzl is never gonna have mana to play the Dragon. Like, he's probably gonna have to play it now, but that means he's not gonna get any extra value. Or he plays a statue.
Oh, he goes for the statue. Statue's gonna get Snake Druid. Bridges still looking good for Nataraja. Okay.
He floated 1 mana, but ooh, I would have to do
Right.
those skeletons.
Needs to get value out of the Herald Armoon. And we spoke before about the Herald Armoon so strong when it's supported and around other units, but not really getting much value out of it at the moment. Okay, the dragon spawned
This
very
is
offensively.
scary. Yeah, this is very scary right now. But the Scrat tank just, oh, wow. If the Amun, yeah, Amun just chasing the Scrat tank is so good for Nataraja.
Yeah, frustrating. It's interesting to see. We've seen the dragon spawned it so deep every time, but this time Nerzl knows he needs to put the pressure on. Doing a great job, but that dragon's melting. The cannon roller doing 25% extra damage because it's marked. The dragon is marked. Okay. Dragon has come and gone. Nataraja can breathe again.
It's not very scary. Yeah, World is just beautiful.
And again, cannon roller all over that statue. Statue taking a lot of damage. Next cannon roller's up.
Yeah.
That cannon roller with the marksmanship is fairly disgusting.
Puke level. I don't think.
Nataraja just needs to get some Mana Frenzy here and close this out.
That's a good dagger fall, but
Now we've seen the power of slithers over and over again, but Nataraja is fighting back.
I think this is what we were discussing before. Nataraja didn't ban anything for this deck, and he went for a very good counter.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Nerzl is only 10 XP behind, yes, but against this pressure of Stormbringer, I don't think he's gonna be able to come back. He's also without a third
statue melted.
Point, so.
Yeah, statue melted before the bridge.
He's not over though. The real is not over. No, okay, no, yeah, no. He's Mana Frenzy now, but it's just a tiny bit.
This statue's
late,
not going to last very long at all. Big clear from Nerzl, dropping down 170 HP. Statue barely takes a step before it's going to ultimately die. Snake Druid locks it down. This is going to be too much. Stormbringer hit on face.
Yeah. And
Jolo gets locked out.
Vulture Prime on face. More stuff going on face. Everything's going on face. GG.
Nataraja strikes first.
That Scrat tank, huh?
So that's interesting from what DfogoX was saying. I'm not going to ban stuff. I know, because I know what you're going to play, but I'm going to play something that counters it, and that's big brain stuff.
Yeah, there was that one point in the match where the Scrat tank closed with like 1 HP left of like poison damage and just managed to survive, maintained the aggro of the Amun, and Nata able to recognize that and, you know, back it up with some damage and things like that. So really strong. And we saw the Snake Druid too for Nataraja saying, okay, I know the statues are coming. I want to have tools to stop them. Smart calls.
Very
and,
smart.
You know, this is only like the second Stormbringer we've seen, I think. So that's a nice pick too.
Yeah, we've seen the Slither just dominate over and over again.
Right?
I think so.
The previous
yeah.
Stormbringer.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it goes to show how strong Stormbringer can still be.
Yeah.
Again, especially against like Amun. Amun is like slow moving. You know, you might be light on anti-air, and every time he just comes over, you're just like pinging him down. You know, really makes you then like put statues in front to absorb damage, which might disrupt your original game plan.
Okay. So Nataraja takes the first game.
Yes.
He does have the second life. So Nerzl has no second life and is behind. All to play for here. And we're loading into game number 2 of this grand final. Remember, Stormbringer has been played and can no longer be played by Nataraja. Conquest rules prevent that. tODDlife's joining me on this one for game number 2 in our GGtoor Knights Duel grand final.
Diona, a master we've seen chosen many times today. Haven't seen any like Ravager, haven't seen any Mordar. People going with who they're comfortable with.
It's a Diona
Nerzl
and
running
it's
it back.
An Avea.
Oh, is it Avea? Nice. We saw not to win with this against DarkCrow. Didn't get that proc though. Didn't have a unit close enough to gain that quest shield.
Yeah, that's a little mistake because it's so important to get that activation off as quickly as possible. We'll probably get one here, but could have been a second activation. There's one activation.
Yeah.
Could have been
getting two
though.
on one play feels like so good.
Yep. So he's basically that activation has been denied probably for a cycle.
The difference is you failed.
So what we'll probably expect to see here is the Nerzl's going to get an XP lead, but then Nataraja's going to get the power spike and try to get back. Right.
Second proc there. We have seen these Diona traps been really useful too against Herald of the Moon as well, able to like redirect its aggro and things like that. Although this slaps on those imps can do a lot of damage, and a third shield proc too on the second play here. So 2 more cycles of that Avea most likely to get it out with Posse.
Right, trying to deal with Armoon. Armoon has rezzed, so it doesn't have the second life available, but not too much anti-air on it. The stint's wearing it down, but I don't think it's going to be enough to kill it. Okay, just survives
and
with 1
Armoon is
HP.
just as effective with that amount of health remaining.
Yep. Oh, we didn't get the activation at the top there. Those Blood Imps are available to be attacked. But yeah, that's a little mistake.
She will end up getting it though, because I don't think there's any...
Oh, no she doesn't, I don't think.
Ooh,
Looked like everything
tough for me
died
to see.
just before the activation. Now, I would like to have like a counter for things like that you can see when the card's not available, so you get a better idea of exactly what's going on.
Do you think that should be mutually available to players like Demon Warrior is, where it's like listed over the head?
I mean, I guess so. There's no reason why it would be for one and not the other.
Yeah.
Okay, that Soul Stealer's
it's
going
weird.
ham.
Yeah, because like
Right.
Soul Stealer stacks you see, even though there's also the visual indicator too, which like could be sufficient enough.
Yep. A lot of poison on Avea, but does have the shielded Legionnaires. That's where the power comes from. As we said, Nataraja behind on XP, but out of the activation could allow them to get back into it. He's getting 4 Legionnaires each cycle that he wasn't getting before. And of course his cheap cycle means he can get that pretty quickly. Can he catch back up? Already he's starting to catch up. Doing some face damage. Starting to catch back up.
Diona grabbing a little bit, or sorry, Ruffles grabbing a little bit of XP there too, which is helpful.
Certainly. It's exactly what he needs in this situation. Right, Flyby, nicely targeted, comes in, takes out the Snake Druid. Blood Imps, of course, very strong DPS. Their DPS is neutered a little bit in this situation because they're chasing the statue, so they have to attack, move, attack, move. Now it's stopped. But again, another statue coming already. Armoon taking a lot of damage there, but it's a very healthy statue. Might get a Spirit on the Armoon here. Spirit on the statue's nice as well.
Yeah, not bad. Statue on face.
But this is not too much about HP. Nataraja's got a lot of HP at the moment.
And recoverability.
Yep. Again, we're going to
So
see...
the dragon could be huge. This is,
Yeah.
I think, the push to watch out for. Or whenever he elects to use it.
Right. Armoon removes the Legionnaires. Dragon available. Going to use his spellbook to reduce the cost of spells. Dragon is one of those spells.
Huge.
XP
Dragon on
about
bottom
level.
is pretty good.
Yeah, so I feel like so
Clear
far
all
this
that
game's gone fairly as expected. Armoon just surviving, going to get a slap on the Blood Imps. That's like 500 damage there. Does die to the wall. Ruffles trying to heal. Isn't going to get it. Right, this is very, very carefully
Dead even on
balanced
XP
right now.
here. What can Nerzl do with this push? Is he
Decides
gonna
to split.
split the push?
Right, so he's pushing the dragon back to try to get XP in this situation. Now, that's in the short term, that's going to give him more XP. In the long term, that's going to probably be a bigger push for Nerzl to deal with. For Nerzl to push with.
Okay. Nerzl's used all of his tools here. He's got the Soul Stealer in the back. He's got the statue up front. He's got the dragon.
Everything's slowed,
Now-
which is a double-edged sword because it allows more time for it to be supported. But remember, this is the one-and-done dragon. Nothing on the
Could have
bridge at the
been
bottom,
good
which is
ward tech
frustrating. That bridge is staying red, which is really problematic for Nataraja. Soul Stealer
the
going
dragon's
ham
going
on
down.
face, statue in. And this is the power of the deck with the support of the dragon. This one push is where you need to get it
Two
done.
more
It
statues
is,
on board.
yeah, there's
Not
no
just
way Nataraja
250
can deal
health,
with this.
177, 42, 0, GG, 1-1.
Wow.
And I mean, I think we saw this before, right? How I think that's how Nerzl defeated DeathShott. It just feels like the game is just always going one direction, Bam, dragon comes. Bam, Slither come. Bam, statue come. Go, go, go. Bam, you're dead. Just very straightforward.
So what does Nerzl bring here? Like, this has been his most successful deck, which he now cannot use with the Master. He's been relying on perk 3 to win these games mostly. What does he do here? Does he bring the deck with a different Master and try and
he could
use a different win
with
con?
Milo in or something. You know, like the golems, the increased amount of golems could try to compensate the lack of a dragon. It's not really the same, but it is something you can work around with.
Golems are pretty effective behind statues too.
Diona herself, getting those traps to support your Slithers could be a thing.
Okay.
Setsu. Nataraja did it with Setsu, right? There are options. I think if Nerzl decides to play the same type of deck, there are definitely options.
Right, we're tied up at 1 game all in this grand final. Nataraja took the first game. Nerzl has fought back. Now, the power of Slither over and over again. Now, one of the interesting things in that game, Nataraja opted to delay the dragon, used the pincer to send it backwards to try to get some more XP, but of course that just allowed Nerzl to put together this massive push eventually. So that might have been something that helped him in the short term, but in the long term, Nataraja may have shot himself in the foot there. But yeah, that's...
I agree.
That deck is all about...
I didn't really like it.
Yeah, I think it's better to use the pincer when you have DPS that can take advantage of the dragon not attacking anymore.
Yeah, for example, after the Avea. Exactly.
And the other annoying thing was that when he did start to fight the dragon, he couldn't get a toenail on the bridge. The dragon was on the bridge. The bridge was red for Nerzl the whole time, and that was just a little bit of a frustration, but probably didn't change too much. But yeah, the power spike of the dragon and the way that the Slither decks in end game just get out of control with the summons. We could see that even if Nataraja had managed to deal with the push that was on his face, there were 2 more statues coming, and it was just a Slither production over and over from Nerzl that was just going to close that game out. Okay. Well, so he could potentially go, as you were saying, and the Slither deck again could Nerzl, but he won't be able to play it with Morelia. Won't be able to use that dragon as that huge power spike win condition. We've seen him before use the Slither deck over and over again. He played it with Diona. That was for sure.
I feel like Valorian's not a bad choice either, with those slow-moving, high-health units to take advantage of the heals, has the built-in removal on perk 2.
But
I haven't seen any. Oh, we did see one Valorian today. Yeah.
We saw. I think I saw that before. The only disadvantage of going Valorian is that sometimes you're expecting your Amun to die. You play the Slither bounce, your Amun does not die, the Slither bounce end up dying first, or you want to then do the summons, but you can't because you need those alive for the Amun. It can bring some awkward interactions, but overall I do agree it can be very powerful, especially keeping those statues alive.
Okay, here we go. Right, is Defogo on this one or Todd?
Yes, me. To force you to change, just making your life
fine,
harder than everything.
I set it up in an easier way now, so it's easier to switch between you. So, however you try to mess with me, I'm 1 step ahead.
Fine, we'll find a way to get you 1 step behind, but not behind on this match because we have Nataraja going King Puff and Nerzl going Diona. But Nerzl does not appear to be playing the same deck. In fact, Nerzl is playing the Harbinger. Oh no! This is the match we saw before. Nerzl versus Nataraja. Nataraja is playing the Azali. Nerzl is playing the Harbinger. We saw how this turned out once. Nerzl got a very good advantage on that one. Let's see if we are going to have the same end result or not.
Yeah, we definitely saw Azali before. Nataraja played King Puff Azali against Dragon's Diona. Okay, what are we going to see here?
Time to end.
The Harbinger getting some huge value there. It's Trap putting on some face damage. Now, I probably haven't mentioned this, but King Puff's perk 3 can be very strong.
Really?
It can be.
I had no idea.
takes
It's
everyone
like
by
it's the first-
surprise.
It's like it's the first time you're saying that today. Why
I
do you
know.
say that?
I'm
before?
sorry, I should have. Sorry, I've left it late. That's my mistake. I'll try and do better next time.
So Nerzl just pinged bad on the once beaten because he failed the wolf and hit on a plasma marine that ended up being taken out in one shot. Wow, keeping the harp alive is huge.
Yep,
Huge
the
for
Harbinger
Nerzl.
is going to be frustrating to deal with. It's on face now.
Very much so.
He doesn't have anything yet to deal with it. It's going to be frustrating. The range at King Puff, a relatively short-range
His answer just
master
got
anyway.
shut down. His answer got shut down, and Nerzl is just hovering the taunt trap and the pincer. It's like he's just saying, "Well, go on, try to kill it. I'm ready."
There's a
try to
shock
kill
rock,
it."
but is it enough? Yeah,
No, I don't think so. Okay, there goes the pincer. That's fine. He has another heart already in hand. It's just, yeah, Nataraja knew how this is gonna be, and he's not happy at all.
wow, okay. That's a lot of face damage, and Nerzl has got a good XP lead. Looking to build on
This
the
is
momentum
very
he got from the
sad.
Slither deck. But of course, something we haven't mentioned yet is King Puff does have a very powerful perk 3. Could get them back in the match, if we get there.
That is correct. No, you know what? Actually, thinking about how the night puffs, which I believe we had previously agreed to call them fish puffs, but the point is these little puffs of King Puff third perk can attack air, so
Yep.
that can be
And they could get shielded as well, so that could make them even more
True.
difficult to deal with. But Nataraja needs to get to that perk 3. But he's pushing
He
back
just got
here.
a very good pressure and some last shields.
Okay.
It's just
Now Nerzl can see exactly what he wants to kill there. Remove the anti-air. Harbinger's gonna reign supreme.
Nerzl just has everything laid out for him. He just does not need to.
Okay, there is an
worry
activated
about
prop
what's gonna
board.
happen.
That's nicely done though. He
That
used the
was
tantrum
very good.
throws to get a raged
And
unit.
if this is how he leaves, it's gonna be huge because Zal just needs to have 1 health and he can still give shields to everything. Yeah, that's very
There
big.
we go.
That's very well played.
And
he
again,
can play the
boom.
drone walker behind. He opted for the skeleton heart. That's very fine. It's pressure. He's gonna keep the heart distracted for a good while. These Whirly picked up Wraiths, and so he's probably gonna do a good job on top. He does not have it available for bot. Shields just before Zali dies, very good.
It's close. Nerzl's got a good XP lead, but again, that perk 3 could change everything for King Puff. Those Night Puffs could be really useful dealing with that Harbinger, which has been something that he's really struggled
Just
with.
5 XP away, like he
It's 5 XP
desperately
away,
needs
but he's got
those
no
Night
bridges,
Puffs.
so it's going to take ages to tick over there.
Oh, he got them! Oh! That's one extra hit they tank. The Harvey's down. Okay. Nataraja
Here we
in a very
go.
good spot.
Perk 3, bridge switch,
There.
Night Puffs, go!
Yep. Shields for everyone, let's go.
Right, power
That
spike.
pincer does not do very much. Whirly should be available for a bot, well Shockrock as well. There's the wall. Ooh!
Azali goes down to the Marines though. Okay,
Yeah, that was sad.
didn't
Yeah,
get
that actually
too
didn't
much
do
value there.
You know, that exactly, that really didn't do as much well as we were hyping on. We're like, alright, Night Puffs.
This is it!
Alright.
And that was it.
Nope.
You
Well,
wait,
this
the
is still
next
very
one's
well
going to be
played.
it. The next one's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
Right, bridge
Yeah,
switch
and-
coming in
and-
5 seconds.
There's a taunt trap followed by the other trap. Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
There's the shields.
Go get him.
he's not going to get too much on the bridge though. Not many Night Puffs available at the moment. You
Well,
can
he
generate
probably
Night
wants
Puffs.
to.
from
He'll
flying
probably
units.
always play the Night Puff with the hearts, right? Well, not well. These war hearts do count. That's
Okay, there we go. Shielded Night Puffs at the bottom, but the Harbinger is fairly safe. Oh my
That
god!
was very nice.
That was
That
wolfed, I
was
think,
very
but they all
nice.
hit it at the same time, so it just went
Yeah.
from something to nothing instantly. Right, pressure.
That's a very good
Nerzl
shot,
taking
Rock.
face damage here.
A good
Next
amount
bridge
of
switch
face
available in
damage.
2 seconds.
The drone walker is enraged on face. The drone walker is enraged on face. It needs to die. I don't think this. Yeah. Oh,
This is gonna be
wow,
it.
died. Is it? Oh, he got it! Amazing comeback.
Oh
Night Puffs.
my
The Night Puffs.
God.
Wow.
So was it the Night Puffs? Was it the perk 3 King Puff, which I've heard is can be pretty strong?
Sorry, I should have mentioned it.
Unbelievable.
It took you by surprise because obviously I didn't mention it enough.
Who could have seen that coming? No one's ever said that King Puff likes his perk 3.
King Puff perk 3 is a massive Power Spike. I've said it before, and I will say it again.
And like I said with the Azali, the fact that you could swap, like, force the bridge to be contested and then use the night buffs to then clear it is like some crazy tech. Like the only other way to force someone to own a bridge was like Mana Puff Madness, which is what like Westland would, you know, has used before with it. But yeah, in combo with King Puff, it looks really nice.
I particularly liked how at that point, Nataraja was like, okay, I don't need the shields now, I just need the night puffs. So he played the flying horde, does not grab bridge, but still counts as a unit on the bridge. So when you swap it, you get the night buffs, and only after that did he start playing the swarms and to grab more bridges, get the shield while he's on the offensive. And those offensive shields were so huge, so crucial towards making the Harbinger be very insignificant. That was like so nice. No, I really love that. Like that was so well played. Very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nataraja is 2 games to 1 up. He is 1 game away from being our champion. Can he close it out, or can Nerzl fight back? Remember, Nerzl needs to fight back, win this best of 5, and then win a second best of 5 if he's going to be crowned our champion. So Nataraja really in the driving seat right now. Nerzl has a lot to do, but can potentially do it. But yeah,
and there would be a fresh round of bans in between if it would go
Yep.
to a second best of 5, right? So it gives Nataraja the ability to then target what Nerzl has been running. And bring in like Curse Bearer and things like that to deal with dragons and things, you know, which is where Nerzl has shown success today.
Indeedly do. Right. Wow.
I'm excited now. Very much so.
Excited. Yeah, that was a great comeback. That was looking pretty strong for Nerzl there. Yeah, those Harbingers were tough to deal with.
Okay, Todd's joining me on this one. This is game number 4 of this grand final. It's 2 games to 1 to Nataraja. Can he close out and be our champion, or can Nerzl fight? Sorry, can Nerzl fight back? We will find out right here.
All right, Milloween v. Milloween.
Right now.
One of my favorite masters.
Right, what do we have? Looks like a Slither deck from Nataraja.
Okay, we saw that Hypno at the bottom. Good one's bitten up top.
Okay, so the Slither tides have turned. Nataraja playing a Slithering Summons Millowing, and Nerzl not playing a Slither deck. Okay, we've seen Nerzl get so much value from Slither decks over this game, but is Nataraja going to use that against him? Let's find out. Good start from Nerzl from XP point of view, though.
Mm-hmm. Nataraja using the statue to protect his health there. His bottom is intimidating, though, like I said. Turtles are good at supporting statues. And now there's one up top, too. What kind of DPS does Nerzl have to deal with this? Using the brother at the bottom, but immediately stunned by the Lancer there. That's unfortunate.
It's going to go down there. Hypnotize could be fairly hog. But that's 2 statues on face. One's going to go down, but the other one is
full health too.
Goodness me, this is going to be a big push. We saw Nerzl get good XP to start with, but he is taking a lot of damage and doesn't have any DPS tools really available to shut this down quickly.
Yeah, down to
goodness me.
a third of his health.
Kill him. We've got double golems at the bottom. Okay, so Nerzl's bottom situation is looking good. Top situation not so good.
Intimidating, but yeah. Oh, and there goes the other.
That stint surviving is fairly useful to grab the bridge. Blood Imps.
And Milloween has missiles, which can be targeted to face. So yeah, not a ton of deck rotations here for Nerzl to stay alive. Okay, yeah, he's using them in the fight, so he's wanting to win on the field.
Okay, XP leveled up, but Nerzl took so much damage there. Can't be doing that again.
Yeah, Nata is going to have to cycle through the other 2 units that come from Slithering Summons before he gets a double statue push like that again. I mean, I was really fortunate for that to be his top choice.
Yep.
Now the XP is evened up.
Right, here we go. Prowler.
Okay.
And a little jump, doesn't hit anything. We've seen how annoying that Snake Druid can be. Thank God people can't play 3 of those in solo ladder anymore.
Haha, yeah. I may have done that once or twice before. 680 health. Like I said, yeah, Naka can just send these missiles face and, you know, stay in control and win off that damage.
Okay, things have settled down a little bit after that huge push, but then, of course, we're eventually going to get to the situation where we're going to have another double statue push. A lot of the cards that give you a random card based on a few selections, like the Slithering Summons, they now cycle through in a set order. So we've had the statue, we've had the Prowler, next is the Soul Stealer, and then we'll be back to the statue. And it was the statue that really caused the problem. But by that time, Nerzl's going to be perk 3, so he's going to have his big golem. But of course, Nataraja's going to have his big golem as well.
He's going to beat him to it at this point. It just depends who's going to have the golem in their hand after hitting perk 3, or if Nerzl will still be on the board.
So that's not an incredible hypnotize, just forced out of necessity. But again, that statue's going to get to face. No good
One
DPS
hit.
on it.
2 hits.
And the statue already has
363
friends
health.
coming.
Soul Stealer's feeding. Okay, it's going to die to these Marines, though.
Okay. Nataraja in a strong position. Remember, if he takes this, he will take the tournament.
Not
Those
sending
missiles.
those missiles face.
Yeah, and they kind of missed as well. I'm sure those missiles do
Yeah.
some weird things sometimes.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to take
Yeah,
any more
okay.
scratches here. Right. This is the potential double statue situation. Doesn't have any
This bottom push
slithers.
is intimidating.
Yeah, that might just kill him. What does he do? Okay. Daggerfall, slithers, summons available, 3 mana statue if he wants it. But that statue's on face. There's no way he shuts that statue down. 3 HP! Nataraja is the champion!
Nerzl dying to his own
Very, very well
stuff.
played.
Wow, we saw Nerzl use the power of Slither over and over and over and over and over again. But Nataraja sticks it back to him.
Almost feels
Wow.
like someone said that to shut down these, you need to ban the Slither Summons and not the Hamun, you know? Like,
Yep.
how interesting. But to be fair, that last Daggerfall was beautiful. He knew Nerzl was going to play the Scrat Horde, so he waited, and they played the cards at exactly the same time. As soon as the Scrat Horde was summoned, the Daggerfall hit it. It was beautiful timing. Nataraja knew exactly at what timing Nerzl needed to play the Scrat Horde, and he targeted for it. Very,
Wow.
very well played.
Nataraja is our grand champion. He has won GGtour's Knights Duel number 8, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Well played. And very interesting to see both of these very, very good players, but probably not necessarily the final that we would have picked. But yeah, great to see some of the different players really throwing their hat into the ring, really saying, look at me, I am a force to be reckoned with. And we have a brand new champion here, and that is Nataraja. Now, it'll be interesting to see if we can get an interview from him. We'll find out.
So I think the biggest surprise of the tournament today would have been Dragon Nest. That was
oh yeah, for sure.
No one would have guessed to see that card, I don't think.
Got banned in the last final, so I guess it goes to show how annoying the players consider that card to be. Oh, to be fair, the 1v1 I did on ladder, I did win. Okay, guys. So Dragon Nest works on gold in solo ladder.
Wow. Okay. Good news. Nataraja's going to join us for an interview.
Yes. That's good.
Interesting to see if he's available right now and to see how he thinks things went. Okay. So let's get him in here. Might join a voice channel.
We finally get someone we finally get someone French speaking English, so you guys can see the difference in accent and stop saying I'm French. Beautiful.
Hello.
Right?
Okay, let's try to get him in here.
Happen.
If he's available. Okay, cool. Just waiting for him to join a channel, and then we'll drop him in here.
Cool.
GG.
GG.
Okay. Wow, what a final. What a tournament. Right, here he is. Let's drag him in. And let's make sure he's unmuted. Right. Welcome, Nataraja.
Hello.
Congratulations, my friend.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Wow, you did great. So, one thing I want to ask, how do we pronounce your name correctly?
Nataraja.
Nataraja. Okay. It was close.
No. You need to remove the R.
Nataraja.
No, you can say Nataraja if you want. It's the same.
Goodness me. That is a
Yeah,
tough one.
it's come from Sanskrit. It means the king of the dance.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
You got some
You
sneaky
did take
dance
all your
moves.
opponents to dance.
Yeah, the game is like a dance.
Well, congratulations. Great to see you in the final. Great to see you winning the final. Did you expect that this was going to be your chance to take a tournament? Or are you as surprised as maybe some of the others are that you got so far and were able to close out the win?
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't think I would win. First, I was thinking the new cards was allowed, so I was prepared to play the berry flingers and things like that. And moreover, when I saw Set and Dragon, they are really strong in my bracket. I thought it's gonna be really hard, but yeah, I managed it.
So, out of all the games you had today, which do you think was your strongest opponent? Which was the hardest matchup for you?
Yeah, probably Set. He took one of my decks, Slither one, with Amon, and last time I played against him, I lost 3-0 because I didn't play the deck, and I haven't anything against it. But this time the Dragon Nest deck with Millowin worked very well against that, so I managed to win him like this. But if he played something else, or if he banned Dragon Nest, I don't know how it will end.
I think we were surprised to see the Dragon Nest. Is that something that you've been practicing on ladder? And what do you think makes the Dragon's Nest so strong now? It's obviously a little bit cheaper, and there's some cheaper spells.
Yeah, I don't know. Just when the price reduced on the Dragon Nest, it's the first thing I decided to play after the patch, because I love Millowin. Millowin is my favorite hero since the start, but with the spell nerf, I didn't have a lot of opportunity to play her. So when the Dragon Nest was reduced, I thought, yeah, I will play Millowin again. And so I just built the deck, and it worked quite well. I'm a little surprised it worked as well as it does in the tournament, but well, I will continue to play it.
Yeah, the first time you played it was against DarkCrow, I think, and he was Setsu, and he had a Reconator, which looked like they were going to be tools that were going to be very difficult for the Dragon's Nest to do well against. But even in that situation, the Dragon's Nest was just too strong. So great to see that.
Yeah, it worked very well, but I think some spells will just end the deck, because if the Dragon Nest is there, I can't do much. So if there is a fireball, a good play, yeah, it's difficult.
And one of the other decks we saw you play was an Avea deck. Now, Avea has been a card that a few people have tried in the tournament, but not really got too much value out of. Do you think Avea is now a serious tournament deck?
Yeah, I don't know. It was quite strong 1 or 2 months ago. To be honest, it's you, bad as a fish, that played it a lot in ladder, and I just copied it. And yeah, it was quite strong, but right now when I played it, it's not as good as before. So yeah, I don't have that much deck, so this one is still good enough, but I don't think it's a top tier deck.
Yeah, when you get deep into the tournament, you need a lot of decks to pick from, especially when things are getting banned with the conquest rules, so you can't play the same deck over and over again. So yeah, you do need a lot of top tier decks. Do you feel like you have enough decks to be comfortable, or are you still looking for some more?
Yeah, I'm very sad that I can't really play Mordor anymore because of the nerf. I think the change of the perk 2 and perk 3 are too bad for him to see play anymore, and it's cut my options, that for sure. And same thing with the Marines. So, well, it's a good thing also because it forces you to think to new things, but I also think that some master really need some buff. Mordor need some buff or remove the last nerf. Radbo needs something too because there are some master we never saw.
True.
Yeah, we noticed we didn't see a single Mordor today, which is sad. Excuse me. DfogoTodd, have you got any questions for our winner, Nataraja?
I guess just about the Azali deck, that last matchup where you were playing Azali against Nerzl's Harbinger deck, and we noticed how in the beginning you were somewhat frustrated with the matchup, and yet you managed to turn it around. How do you feel about that match? What do you think helped you turn the tables? How do you describe it?
Yeah, I didn't play really well at the beginning, and it was quite hard. But with the pair 3, there is always a possibility to reverse the game. So yeah, I saw I was going to lose, but the pair 3 is really strong.
Yeah, for sure.
King Puff Perk 3 is strong. Thank you for telling us that for the first time.
I should have mentioned it. I feel stupid.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's strong, but the 1 and the 2 are not bad, but it's not really good either. So I think yeah, it's a master. You have to survive the first 2 pack and yeah, stay alive, and with the pack 3 you win. If you don't have too much lateness, it's not the right word anyway.
So we saw Nerzl use a Slither deck a lot over and over again, but then in the final match you turned the tides and you used the Slither deck against him. Is that based on the fact that Nerzl was using it a lot, or did you already have a Slither deck in mind?
Yeah, I have a Slither deck since a long time. I love Slither. It's one of my favorite faction, and I played Slither a lot in Ladder too. But at this moment, I saw the Nerzl played Slither just before, and I saw it was pretty fun to ban Amon and played it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we saw Slither a lot. Very, very strong faction. Okay, anyone else got any other questions for our tournament winner?
No questions for me. Just wanted to give Nata a big congratulations and a thank you for putting on an amazing show. And I look forward to seeing this Dragon Nest deck on the 1v1 ladder.
Yeah, I will continue to play it, that's for sure.
Okay, anything that you would like to say, Nataraja?
Not really. I'm really happy to win this tournament. I'm really thankful to everyone that made all this tournament every month possible. It's really fun to play it, and yeah, and my opponents play very well. It was a pleasure to play this tournament.
Yeah, and it was a pleasure to watch you play. Congratulations once again, and hopefully we look forward to seeing you in the next one. Now you've won, you've got to defend your title in the next one. That's going to be tough.
I plan to do that.
We hope so. Okay, congratulations once again, and we'll see you soon. Thanks for joining us. Our champion, Nataraja. Yeah! Okay, very, very cool.
Big shout out to the sponsors as well. GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf themselves, and obviously Sinobii in the background. Without him, this 100% would not be possible. That's like the hardest task, is keeping all the players organized and on track. And today went incredibly smoothly, so thank you for that.
Yeah, for sure. Big shout out to Sinobii. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for you guys for joining us. Thanks for everyone at home. Thanks for the participants, and as you say, the sponsors. Anything that we want to talk about before we go? Remember, I keep trying to encourage more people to check out Remastered if they haven't done so. Check out the new version of Minion Masters. It's available as an open beta on Steam. So get involved, check it out, see what you think, give your feedback to the devs. Let us know if you find any bugs, stuff like that. Check it out. Remember, you can play that on your phone as well. It's available on Android if you are in a supported region, and the regions are growing constantly every patch, and hopefully there should be a new patch soon. Of course, check out the blog post to find out more about the Chaos mode, which is the new draft-esque mode that is being planned for Remastered. We look forward to finding out more about that. Hopefully I can put together a video when I've got full information about that. And yeah, we look forward to maybe trying that out soon if it does drop into the beta. I know Todd was saying he might get back involved in the beta if that's there.
Yeah, super looking forward to that for sure.
Okay, any last business?
I don't think so.
No business.
No business. Right. All we need to do now is look for somebody to raid, and then we'll get our wave on. I'm sure you guys have been...
Oh, the wave, of course. We gotta get the wave on.
Gotta get the wave on. Okay, who shall we raid? Let's give some love to a Minion Masterer. Okay, let's do this. It's a fairly safe bet. Right, okay, let's figure out exactly how we need to do this. Okay, so we've got the 3-minute delay, so we need to wave. We don't necessarily have to wave.
3 minutes again.
I mean, we don't have to wave for 3 minutes, but
no, of course we do.
I mean, the thing is, the raid cuts off some of the waving, but don't worry, it's all. If you want to see all of the waving, make sure you check out the VOD on YouTube. That will incorporate all of the waving.
No. What? Why? Since when?
Even after hours waving.
I was not aware of that.
You need to be aware. You'll probably see Defogo eating and waving at the same time.
No, that's
Quite
not
talented.
Completely true.
He's got 2 hands. One's got a burger. The other's waving.
Oh my god. Well, Bell, you will tell us when we should start waving, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's get this
I
up.
was not convincing at all, but
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Todd's waving in the chat. Oh no, it's me waving in the chat. Right, I've started to wave. Guys, thanks everyone for joining us today. Thanks to the sponsors. Thanks for you guys at home hanging out. Thanks for you guys in the commentary booth. Defogo and tODDlife doing a great job as always. And of course, as Todd so succinctly put, thanks to Sinobii behind the scenes. And of course, the sponsors, GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the developers. I've had a great time. Hopefully you guys had a good time too. Thanks for joining us. And we look forward to seeing you in the next one. Remember, these tournaments are open to everyone. So whether you're a new player, an experienced player, these are a great way of getting involved in the community, making friends. Todd, I don't see you waving. Learning
if
from
you want a chance
some
at
of
winning the
best.
next tournament, make sure to join a Bridge Baddies. So it seems like a prerequisite.
Wow.
That's a good point. That's a good point. We're always open to recruiting good and active players. I bet you already cut off for the raid. It's like, oh no,
He has a cut
Deleted.
cut it. Don't put this promo here.
Of course, the fish tank is also always available to recruit
There
new
we go.
and experienced players. Maybe. Get in touch. Let us know what your experience is like, and we will see if you are a good fit for the guild. Pincer of Dread targets the center, and the
King Puff third perk is OP.
yep. Pincer of Dread targets the center, and the Arcane Bolt targets the highest HP. And yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned. Yeah, you can do if you're a weakling. I should have mentioned King Puff does have a strong perk 3.
I'd love to see that in action sometime. Maybe, you know, turning the tides of a match.
I think it's important to notice that information is like impactful now that Nataraja has informed us of such, but
yeah, I feel stupid for not knowing it beforehand.
Are we out yet?
No, not even halfway through the wave.
Halfway. Well, I'm still in my first hand. Okay. oh! Thought I had a good idea. What's our order? What's our order on the camera? Like who's on? Like, is it Fish on left?
I think Fish starts the wave, and then Defogo would carry it, and then me.
So, but like Fish throws it to the left, and then I throw it bottom, and you throw it to the right, and we keep doing that, right?
You don't even throw a wave. You just perform.
Fish, throw wave left, and when you do so, say wave.
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 Like, we need to do like a
I don't know if
like a Mexican wave. Do like
what's a Mexican wave?
A Mexican wave, you know, like where you stand up and put your arms up into the air. I'm not sure. What
that's what we were doing.
Yeah.
We kind of were trying to do that.
Well, I'm saying city.
Let's see if we can do that.
We were doing a directional Mexican wave, you know.
Yeah, right.
It's
We're gonna.
like,
okay, get ready. You know, when you jump up, I'm gonna say it, and then DfogoX going to be next, and then tODDlife's next, and we're gonna cycle through. Okay.
And then
we're just gonna go. You have to go woo, so we know you've done it, right?
Okay.
Woo.
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 No, you need to throw it to the other side. Woo.
Oh my god.
Which direction do you want?
You throw to your right. I think you throw to your right. I will confirm, but yes, you throw to your right.
I think what Fish needs is a scene where our pictures are duplicated like a bunch, and they're delayed, so that when we wave, it like goes around a fake stadium of people.
That sounds like nightmare fuel.
That sounds perfect. Woo!
You got it. Woo! Wave everywhere. All right, and that should be it, right? Bye, everyone. Thank you very much.
We're waving on the stream. Here we go. Let's get the raid going. Okay, so like some of this might not appear on the stream, but it will be in the VOD.
That's great. I can't wait
the
for all
VOD you
that.
do not need to check out. Although I am aware this is relevant saying, because if you are listening to this, you are in the VOD.
Indeed. I don't know what category to put the VOD in. Is it esports or is it watching Defogo eat? I don't know.
I've not eaten on this part. In fact, I've not eaten for a prolonged period of time during the whole tournament.
Wow.
On stream. Like when my cam was on, I was not eating. I might have eat 1 or 2 peanuts, but that's about it.
Wow. Such a big boy.
And such
okay.
a big appetite, right?
Yeah. Right. We are waving on the stream. We are waiting. I'm still waving. I don't know. I never stop waving.
Woo!
The raid should happen very soon. Almost there. Almost there. Almost.
Oh, you're almost there, huh? Getting close to finishing?
Nearly. I'm arriving. I'm arriving.
I'm raiding. I'm gonna raid.
I'm raiding. Oh.
Jesus Christ. I really hope this doesn't make it to the VOD.
I really hope it does.